Any folks that just don't know what I like to say. Welcome to every Liberia as the President of the Republic of Liberia, Dr. George Mano Garguah, arrived now on the podium to speak to his citizens and all partisans about the coalition, the party coalition for democratic change. So this is every day to Liberia just join us. So you're going to see a lot of the happiness here. Your views and your comments are here are the President of the Republic of Liberia, Dr. George Mano Garguah, and another zombie for this program. So folks, LBK TV Liberia, we are coming to you live from the SKP in Pittsville, to be specific, Maserado County here. So Dr. George Mano Garguah, so we manifest here, cautious, be the to the better we have to. I like to say welcome to LBK TV Liberia. So folks, just joining us. It's a privilege now to say thank you very much and welcome to LBK TV. So we'd like to apologize to you for any other the darkness of our into this broadcast. The stadium now is very dark as we are told the current just left. Current just left the stadium. Current just left the stadium, but still then the President of the Republic of Liberia is still performing. We have been told that Guar just been restored on this stadium. Guar just been restored on this stadium. As the Dr. George Mano of the song that we are, and we have the podium now to tell another song here. So, folks, let me just go here. I say, like to say, welcome to LBK TV Liberia. Your views and comments are very paramount to us.
Thank you all for being with us today. We very much appreciate your responding so quickly. We're here today. We're here today to shine a light on a crime that is unfolding before our eyes and support our tremendous U.S. civil servants and USAID. President Trump directed his corrupt billionaire friend, Elon Musk, to ransack a critical agency of the U.S. government. Musk and his band of unelected acolytes at DOGE have locked out USAID employees from their offices, improperly accessed highly classified information, purged the agency of its nonpartisan leadership, and thrown the agency into chaos through a concerted campaign of harassment and intimidation of its employees. This is on top of Trump's freeze of crucial foreign assistance programs. These actions severely harm our national security. They put thousands of children around the world at immediate risk of starvation, disease, and death, and sideline some of our finest civil servants who work tirelessly every day to make the world a better place. This is a case of the very worst among us attacking the very best of us. The work USAID does is vital to all Americans. Agency employees stationed here in the capital region and in posts around the world work hand in hand with our military to counter terrorism and to stabilize dangerous regions. They monitor and they fight diseases like Ebola and bird flu to prevent them from coming to the United States. And they work with U.S. companies to provide life-saving medical care and food assistance for children. Through these activities and others, USAID has been an invaluable pillar of U.S. foreign policy and projecting American power overseas. Its elimination only helps our adversaries, Russia and China, who want to see our global influence reduced at any cost. It's no coincidence then that Elon Musk, the world's wealthiest man with billions of dollars of investment in China, is doing China's bidding. Lastly, what Trump and Musk have done is not only wrong, it's illegal. USAID was established by an act of Congress, and it can only be disbanded by an act of Congress. Stopping this will require action by the courts and for Republicans to show up and show courage and stand up for our country. Further, I'm urging my fellow Democrats to use every legislative tool we have at our disposal to slow down and stop this crime from succeeding. We're here to shine a light on this. You see the wonderful people in here with us. Let me give you my good friend, Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Thank you, Don. Well, thank you. Thank you to Don Beyer and all of our colleagues gathered here and all of you who are here at this moment of a clear and present danger for the future of our country. Make no mistake, this effort by Elon Musk and so-called Doge to shut down the Agency for International Development is an absolute gift to our adversaries, to Russia, to China, to Iran and others, because AID is an essential instrument of U.S. foreign policy and U.S. national security policy. So this has nothing to do with making the U.S. government more efficient and everything to do with aiding and abetting our adversaries around the world. If you doubt that for a moment, listen to what the former president and Putin crony Medvedev just put out on X. Quote, "Smart move by Elon Musk," referring to shutting down AID, former Russian president and stooge of Vladimir Putin. This is also a huge gift to the PRC. And it's interesting that Vivek Ramaswamy, who was originally the Elon Musk co-pilot on Doge, is no longer here. But here's what he said just a year or so ago. Quote, "Tesla is increasingly beholden to China. I have no reason to think that Elon won't jump like a circus monkey when Xi Jinping calls in the hour of need," unquote. He went on to refer to Musk as a Chinese puppet and then posted on X that the U.S. needs leaders who aren't in China's pocket. This is Vivek Ramaswamy, who had been originally, as you know, one of the co-chairs at this so-called Doge. The recently installed Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, had this to say a number of years ago with respect to Elon Musk and Tesla. Quote, "Right after President Biden signed Senator Rubio's Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act into law, at Tesla opened a store in Xinjiang."
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us on this busy Sunday. I'm Lindsay Davis. President Trump's whirlwind first week is ending with another bang. Earlier today, the president announced he's slapping a 25% tariff on all imports from Colombia. That includes crude oil, coffee, bananas, and cut flowers. The move is in retaliation for Colombia's decision to rescind permission for 2 U.S. Air Force deportation flights to land. President Trump now says Colombia.
Good evening. Good evening. Wherever you are, good evening. It's good to be back on the closing argument. Today is February 3rd, 2025. And we have a very important show tonight. As you will be aware, I want to say welcome to the closing argument. We are dedicated to informing you about the issues that matter. Today, we are addressing a critical and timely issue, President Trump's recent executive order on the deportation of undocumented immigrants. On January 20th, President Trump signed an executive order titled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, which significantly adhered to altered U.S. immigration enforcement policies. This executive order expands the use of expedited removal, allowing individuals to be deported without a court hearing. It also increases the equipment of immigrant agents, introduces criminal and civil penalties from immigrants who fail to register as undocumented, and restricts access to public benefits. These measures represent a significant shift in U.S. immigration policy, aiming to expedite the removal of undocumented individuals and enhance border security. However, they also raise significant legal and ethical questions concerning due process, rights, and the potential impact on immigrant communities. On today's show, we'll discuss the key components of this executive order, its potential legal challenges, and what it means for undocumented immigrants and their families. Whether you are directly affected or want to stay informed, this discussion will help you to navigate these complex changes. Thank you for joining us today, and we'll be taking some calls later on. Share the show. Stay tuned for more updates on legal immigration issues that matter to you. Remember, staying informed is the first step of protecting your rights. Our guests today are Chief Mark Brule of the city of Brooklyn Park, Gilman, CEO and founder of Gilman Immigration Law Firm, Michelle Garnett McKenzie, co-executive director of the Associate Advocate for Human Rights, and also our old friend, dear brother, strong advocate, Winfred Russell. Winfred, my dear brother, your exceptional qualities make you a rare, cited, and community leader. I pray that Liberia one day benefits directly from your expertise in fostering community and economic and social development of our country. But it's good to have our guests on tonight. This is the closing argument. I want to welcome everyone, and wherever you are. This program is being broadcast live in Liberia on the Radio True FM, and also on various community stations on Facebook and YouTube. So I want to welcome our guests. And Winfred will open 10 to you to start, introduce the guests formally, and then we can get going.
Well, thank you, Tomalin, and it's so great to be here. First, we're going to start with Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Brule, and my good old friend. We go way back. I've done a lot of advocacy work over the years, and many people in the community, here and abroad, know who Michelle Garnett McKenzie is. She's the co-executive director of the Advocate for Human Rights. She worked very, very closely with the Liberian community here and at home on the TRC. And also my special friend here, attorney Nkechi Kiki Gilman of the Gilman law firm here in Minnesota. So all of them are here this evening, be joining us here to answer your questions. There were a lot of questions. There were a lot of anxiety in the community. A lot of folks have issues. And as the host said, Tomalin said, you're going to be listened to in Liberia and all over the world, literally. I mean, this is a pretty huge platform. So, Chief Brule, you're going to become famous.
Good to see you, Winfred. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you're all going to become famous. So once again, welcome to the closing argument. We're very grateful to have you all here, and very grateful for what you'll be sharing with our people to hopefully try to alleviate and reduce some of the concerns and fears that people have. So we first start with you, Chief Brule. A minute or so introduction.
Yeah, well, thank you all for having me here. My name is Mark Brule, Police Chief of Brooklyn Park. Been here for 30 years at the city as a police officer, came up through the ranks and filled a lot of different positions, and been a police chief for about 2.5 years. And so very excited to be here and answer any questions and hopefully dispel rumors that unfortunately that we've seen in our community, that we've tried to get the facts out there. And I hope this is another way for us to do that tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Burley. And Michelle?
It's so good to see you, Winfred, not just hear your voice, but see your face. It's been too long. We too have been very worried, I think, about the efforts that have been designed to sow fear and misinformation and make people afraid and not sure what to do and thinking everything's shut down, or, there's a lot of chaos out there and a lot of fear. Some of the agencies and executive actions in the last few days have certainly been troubling, but we know that we still have constitutional and human rights, and we're here to keep those protected. So glad to be with you today.
And Nkechi Kiki.
Thanks, Winfred. A pleasure to be here. I'm so happy I was able to get on at the last minute and share my perspective as an immigration attorney. Our law firm is based here in Minneapolis, but we serve clients in all 50 states. Needless to say, the last 2 weeks, I feel like I'm a news reporter, constantly breaking news. This is what's going on. This is what's happening as an attorney. But our clients are worried. They're scared. But my goal is to remind them that there's still hope. The American dream is still very much, and prepare them in the event that they were to encounter an ICE raid. It's about not speaking to an ICE officer or not letting them in your house can be life-changing. And so I'm here to share as much as I possibly can, so whoever is listening can take those in and apply them, as they go about their daily lives, regardless of how terrifying it is.
Thank you. So once again, Alexa, thanks to you all, and thanks to folks listening in to this program. And as Tomalin said earlier, we'll be taking some calls. There'll be calls coming in from both Liberia and around the continent of Africa, throughout the diaspora as well, and in the U.S. Too. Folks will be calling in. So let me just kick it back to Tomalin. There'll be a few other panelists who will join us shortly here. But in the meantime, Tomalin, you can take it away.
Thank you, Winfrey. And again, I want to welcome all the guests. Again, it's a privilege to have you guys on the closing argument tonight. Really appreciate you taking your time to come and help us understand what's happening and to know the rights people have to how to handle themselves in these trying times. So we'll just start it. And first, I want to ask you to please explain to the people of Liberia and others listening what is all about this executive order that was issued by President Trump. Explain the executive order, and then we'll ask our questions further.
Do you want me to go?
Yeah, you can go first.
Okay, fantastic. So in the last 2 weeks, there have been a flurry of executive orders. A lot of them very confusing, and the goal is to sow chaos and fear. But just kind of generally, just to kind of give you an idea of who they apply to. So one, asylum at the border has been essentially paused, which means if you try to enter the United States through the southern border, you can apply, but you're not allowed to enter the United States. You have to wait outside in Mexico while your application is being processed. That is not what the regulations state. It states that you present yourself at a border, and if you have a credible fear of returning back to your home country and you're able to prove that, you can enter the United States, seek asylum, and stay here while your application is being processed. So that's one thing. The second thing is all the Biden parole programs for countries like Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela have essentially been paused. Well, Venezuela was canceled, and the others are very much at risk. And also there is this executive order covers the expedited removals, which says now, if you're in the United States and you've been here for less than 2 years, you're automatically in that group of people who could be expeditedly removed. In the past, it's been immigrants who were found within 100 miles of an international border and were caught within 14 days could be expeditedly removed. But now, especially if you entered through a Biden parole program or any kind of Biden parole program, and you've been here less than 2 years, you're at risk. The problem with expedited removal is that you don't get a chance to go before a judge and say, hey, I'm married to a U.S. citizen, I have U.S. citizen children, I'm a good person, I don't have any criminal background, give me a shot. You are out of here without that chance. In addition, there's a heightened scrutiny at all ports of entry. So, previously you would get a visa and, present your information to a border security CBP, but now they're being asked to go several extra steps to deny entry, more recently to Colombians as a result of the conflict with the Colombian government. Another key and important development for immigrants that's really important to note is the Laken-Riley Act. This is a really, really serious, it's a serious violation of the Constitution. The Laken-Riley Act allows for the detention of any immigrant who's been arrested or charged or convicted of a crime. Crime meaning burglary, theft, something as small as shoplifting. And the reason that's problematic is typically under immigration law, you have to either be convicted or you've admitted to the elements of certain crimes to be found in immigration violation. But this is it's very broad, charged, arrested, and I think it puts a lot of immigrants at risk for detention and subsequently removal without due process.
Thank you, Michelle. Can you add on? Is there anything else you can add to this executive order?
Unfortunately, as the attorney stated, there have been a flurry of these executive orders, and we have to remember that executive orders, many of them just give agencies direction to take steps to investigate or change a protocol. So there are some of the many executive orders that were issued on day one that are going to take place, and we'll understand how they affect people over time. And then, as you were describing, there are many that have taken effect right away. The good news is that the people are being able to go to the courts, and courts are taking steps on these right away. One of the first executive orders that may have been really disturbing to folks from Liberia, many of whom were born in the United States or have family born in the United States, was this fear about rescinding birthright citizenship. The president attempted to redefine our Constitution illegally, and on January 23rd, so just a few days after the order went into place, that was put on hold by a temporary restraining order from a federal judge who called that executive order blatantly unconstitutional, because the 14th Amendment to the Constitution guarantees everyone born inside the United States is a United States citizen. So we have to remember that we have to fight these executive orders where they violate the Constitution and not let things just be taken on face value. So that's one that there is some good news. We did hear just a few hours ago that groups have filed suit to stop the executive order around prohibiting asylum at the border from taking effect. We will see what the courts do with that, but people are fighting these in the courts, so that is very helpful. But that doesn't take away from what we do see going on the ground, happening on the ground here. We've seen a tremendous escalation in the number of people held in immigration custody. My colleagues were at one of the detention centers in Minnesota yesterday, or late last week. The population has gone up from 0 to, I think, 40 or 50 people held just in that one jail. So we know that ICE enforcement actions are taking place on the streets and in communities all the time now, and that is escalating the number of folks in detention. That expedited process that you spoke of is so important for people to know about, and know that even if they have been ordered deported in the past, even if they're subject to expedited removal, if they are afraid of being persecuted, of harmed, of tortured in the country they're being sent back to, they need to tell the government and demand a hearing on that. The law is very clear. Even in those expedited situations, you have a right not to be deported to a country where you face persecution or torture. So we're going to be all put to the test here of enforcing our constitutional rights, enforcing our legal rights, being good advocates for ourselves at every turn.
That's great, Michelle. Thanks a lot. So speaking of enforcement, so let's go to you, Chief Broley. Should we be worried that because I know we've heard and heard about ICE trying to work with local law enforcement and working with law enforcement across the board in helping to aid them in arresting some of these undocumented folks or helping them to carry out their mandate. What is the position of the Brooklyn Park Police Department? I mean, we have a large number of immigrants in Brooklyn Park, a large number of Liberians. Should they be afraid of the Brooklyn Park Police Department?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Winfred, because that's probably the biggest thing that I need to get out to the community. So this is a little self-serving to be here and specifically on this topic right away. The answer is no. The Brooklyn Park Police Department is a local law enforcement. We serve our community by investigating crimes and holding people accountable for their actions and in using crime reduction strategies to really serve our community. That does not involve immigration status. Our policy is very clear that we don't inquire about immigration during our investigations. That is not the role of local jurisdictions. It's the role of federal government. Could we do it? Could we partner with ICE? Yes, we could. There's clear legal authority that allows us to partner. We choose not to because we don't believe it is in our best interest. Sometimes I get people that ask, well, why isn't it? If they're here illegal, why don't you work with the federal agents? And for me as a police chief, when I say public safety and I'm responsible for public safety in this community, it's not just law enforcement. And although that's because the uniform and the way we think of police, that's just how we generally think law enforcement works, is that we're just enforcing laws. But the truth is we use strategies that are really make our community safe. And for example, one of the things that concerns me about having a very large immigrant community, which we do, we're one of the most diverse communities in the state of Minnesota. 64% of our community is people of color, 1 in 5 are foreign born. So we know that we have lots of undocumented individuals. One big concern that I have is if they are fearful to come forward when they're a victim of a crime, what we know is those that want to do harm in our community will seek them out, knowing that they're not going to be willing to call the police and intervene. So they're way more susceptible to human trafficking, way more susceptible to be victims of all sorts of crime, including burglary, and the list goes on. A community is less safe when they aren't willing to call the police. And so it's really important to our community that they understand that no matter what your immigration status, you can call the police. We will come out there and we have your interest and the best outcomes for you and your family in mind. That's what we're there for. So that's the most important thing that I want to get out to the community is it's not our role. Now, do we partner with ICE at times? We do. And those kinds are like when we are investigating human trafficking cases. We know that those are inherently involved immigrants crossing the border. We know that a partnership with ICE can help us resolve and restore victims, find victims. In those cases, we do. Major fentanyl cases that are being smuggled into Brooklyn Park, we will partner in major cases like that because it's in the interest of public safety for everybody for us to do that. But these immigration sweeps or just general immigration status checks, not our business, not our role, and we will not ask. The last thing I want to know, because I hear this as well, and it gets a little bit in the weeds, but I'll have community members like, hang on, you arrested a family member of mine, and now they've been deported. And that's possible. But that doesn't mean that we did that or we asked that question. We could arrest you for a crime and book you into jail. In the jail process, whether it's here in Brooklyn Park's jail or we ship you down to Hennepin County's jail, there's a couple things that occur. One, your fingerprints are likely to be taken. And through that mechanism that you could be identified in the system as wanted by ICE, and they'll be alerted that you're in a facility, and so they could come get you. Anything other than what we have a legal obligation to make sure that we fingerprint you as an arrested individual. Another thing that we do is we do ask through the jail, and this is the jailers that do that, not the police officer that's bringing them in, a question about, are you born in the United States? The reason that's important is because we have a legal obligation to notify the consulate of where you're from. So if you are not born in the United States and you're from Mexico and you're here, we have an obligation to call the Mexican consulate and let them know that you're actually in custody in a Brooklyn Park jail or Hennepin County jail. In that mechanism,
you call the Liberian consulate too as well, though, right?
What's that?
I mean, you would call the Liberian consulate too as well.
For sure, right? we have many times called the Liberian consul and let them know that we had somebody in custody, and it's a legal obligation that we have to do. And I don't know how, but at times I've heard of individuals getting triggered through ICE through that process as well. Again, that's not our officers doing that, but it is our process in our jail. But those are rules that we have to follow. So I just like to be fully transparent, because sometimes people are right. The police officer arrested a family member and they did get deported, but that was never the original intent of that police officer when they went there.
Now, before we go to Kiki, Chief Brule, let me just ask you sort of a follow-up question. Now, what is informing your decision to not fully cooperate with ICE and not support what they were doing? I mean, do you have a policy in place that is informing that decision, or is it just Chief Brole is just a nice guy, so he's deciding to not do this?
Let's be honest here, it's both. Yeah, no, we have a policy. I write a policy manual as a police chief. I have that authority that governs what my staff do in all sorts. I mean, the manual is literally hundreds and hundreds of pages long, everything from traffic stop to murder investigations and certainly immigration. And it really, what forms my decision making is two things. One is this is a community of immigrants. Like, our business owners are people that came here looking for the dream. Like, our neighbors, our friends, some of my officers are immigrants that are working here. So it's our community. Two is, it's not in our best interest in local government, as I described before, to get involved in immigration policies when I inherently know that it could cause an issue for people feeling safe in our community and being able to feel like they can contact their local government, and specifically the local police department, to report a crime. And we've seen it in the past where we have seen individuals that target immigrant communities because they know they're vulnerable, because they know they won't call the police, and they're victimized because of that. And that absolutely serves nobody in my community. And that is not a place where I want to have, as a police chief, say is going on in my community. So those are kind of the things that inform me.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Brule. Tomalin, do you have any question?
Yes, first of all, let me ask this question. Right now, since the executive orders were signed by President Trump, even people that have a green card, people that have citizenship, people are just afraid. So, for instance, if you are stopped, two questions. If you are stopped by police and this police or ICE, what should you do? And also, if they come to your house, what should you do?
So if they come to your house, you do not have to allow ICE into your home unless they have a judicial warrant signed by a judge with your name on it. So ICE has, like, they have this other admin warrant that they kind of walk around with. That is not the warrant that allows them to enter your home. So you do not have to open the door. So what we advise our clients is, if they come to your door, tell them to slide the warrant under the door. And if it's not signed by a judge with your name, you do not have to open the door. Now, we've heard stories where they forced their way in, they got people out, and that's really unfortunate. But Tom Homan did an interview, and he was actually really frustrated, saying that a lot of the residents in Chicago had been really smart about the Know Your Rights information that a lot of attorneys were sharing, like myself, and they were refusing to answer questions. They were not opening their doors, and it made their job a lot more difficult. And that's what we want to see, because what we're seeing right now is a lot of terror. And that's not how you treat humans. Are there people in the United States unlawfully? Absolutely. But when you have raids where you're scooping up U.S. citizens, Army vets, there's no order and there's just chaos. And so we're trying to educate our audience and immigrants as best as we possibly can.
Right.
Oh, Michelle, let me ask you this though. Then, does this executive order, does it affect individuals who have, say, like pending immigration application, or those who are currently under, say, DACA or TPS or the LRIF? You know, that the Liberians, for example, benefited from. Does this in any way, impact them?
Well, and I do want to come back to just amplify what Attorney Gilman said. Our constitutional rights protect every person in the United States, and that is regardless of citizenship status, whether a person is undocumented, in removal proceedings, in the midst of getting their papers together, were born here. Any person in the United States is protected by our Constitution, and so they do have a right, as she said, to not let police into their dwelling unless that there is a signed judicial warrant. They also can remain silent, and this is very hard to do. I'm sure, Chief, you see this all the time when people are trying to remain silent. We have to actually say we want to remain silent to invoke our right to
and people get intimidated, though, you know.
It's very intimidating. I know, Chief Bruley, you're a very nice man, but, you know, that uniform is, you know, any encounter with law enforcement is intimidating inherently. And ICE uses the word police to identify themselves. They put police on their jackets. They look like police, and they sometimes are not in uniform, but they have, you know, some sort of badge. It can be intimidating and scary. And so that question of a judicial warrant and then remaining silent. In some states, you have to provide your name to law enforcement, and if you are asked by an immigration officer for your immigration documents, if you have them, you need to show them. But you do not need to answer questions about where you were born or your immigration status at any point. That question about the place of birth and access to a consulate is largely one that you, the person being arrested, have the right to invoke and contact your consulate. There are some countries where there's mandatory notification, but not most. So it's a little complicated, and you can know that and know, look, I don't want to avail myself of my consulate protection by giving you, law enforcement, my place of birth. We know immigration is going to use jail rosters. They rely on flags at the Hennepin County Jail. They are, you know, knocking on doors with warrants that might be to deport a person who may have lived somewhere in that neighborhood at some point in time, not a warrant to enter your particular property. That judicial warrant Attorney Gilman was talking about needs to say your address and give a judge ordering the police the right to come in. So all of that is just really important. There's a ton of know your rights information out there. As she said, immigration and customs enforcement is a bit thrown off by people actually asserting their rights under the Constitution. So from that, I just wanted to take a little bit more time on that because it's critically important. On the question of where people are at in their legal process, it's going to be complicated, and it's going to be a case-by-case situation. We don't, in any case, the case that's pending before an immigration judge might be terminated and sent back to an expedited process. Any number of things. We just saw temporary protected status for Venezuelans terminated. You know, these things are going to be a moving target. And I think our best advice for people is to sit down with an experienced immigration lawyer with your own situation and make a roadmap for yourself and your family. Get a consultation with somebody who knows what they're doing and knows what your personal situation is, and have some backup plans, because we're just going to need to be reacting in a fluid situation. At this point, we haven't seen whole-scale rollbacks of other programs besides the ones that were mentioned on those Biden executive orders. But, you know, this administration is demonstrating they're trying any means they can to throw people off guard and make people worried. It's an old strategy, deportation by attrition, make people scared, make people feel it's too unpleasant to live here, and they'll just go away, self-deport, go to another country, and we won't even have to bear the cost of arresting and deporting them. So we need to stay strong and know our own positions.
Now, Attorney Gilman, if someone, if someone has an immigration issue and they need a consultation, as Michelle just said, they can contact you, though, right? And then another part of that question too is that there were a lot of Liberians who may have been eligible for the LRIF and did not file for the LRIF. Can they still file? Is that still allowed?
No, LRIFA sunset. Was it 2021 or 2020?
I don't remember.
It's sunset because it was initially for a year because it was implemented in 2019, but then because of COVID, it was extended for 1 more year. So if you did not take advantage of LRIFA, it is gone. It's no longer available. That's it. You know, and to answer your question about if you have a case pending right now, does that make, you know, are you at risk? And Michelle answered it correctly. We just don't know, because during the previous administration, there was something called enforcement priorities, where if you fit a certain bill, you had a criminal record, you were a danger to the community, you had national security issues, they would go, oh, you had an order for deportation, you were priority. People who, like, for example, a lot of my clients are victims of labor trafficking and sex trafficking. We have victims of domestic violence. And there was an order that was issued on January 31st that said, previously, when ICE encountered clients like those, they would approach them with a little bit more humanity. That's been taken away. That's no longer a positive factor. Whether or not you suffer domestic violence, you're a victim of crime, you're a victim of trafficking, it's no longer a positive factor. I mean, that's just cruel. It's cruel. So in answering that, it's unfortunate because I can't tell my clients you are safe. I can't tell them that because I don't know. All we tell, for everyone listening, if you currently have a case pending before USCIS, just walk around with your receipt notice. If you have an EAD that's valid, have your EAD with you. And
the EAD, that's the work permit, right?
Yeah, have your work permit with you, have your receipt notice with you. And again, it's going to come down to a case by case, how that ICE officer is feeling. If they're feeling extra, have a little bit more humanity, or they're not, it's really going to depend.
And honestly, I think often detention decisions are made on available bed space. We have seen this for decades, where if a jail gets full, people start getting released.
But we just heard, Michelle, that they were thinking about sending folks to Guantanamo Bay.
That's right. And so you all know that Guantanamo Bay was back in the 90s, was a holding center for Haitians who were trying to seek asylum in the US. It was set up to offshore people so they couldn't reach the United States and exercise their right to seek asylum. It was the process that created the expedited removal process, incredible fear screening process that asylum seekers now have to go through to even prove they have the right to seek asylum. And we're going to see that, that's on the drawing board, authorization of, I think, 30,000 beds. We have, I think, a budget appropriation of about 50,000 beds nationwide for detention in the United States. And so, detention capacity matters as much as whether your case is strong, what you've done, and that kind of arbitrary decision making is really frustrating, and also violates the basic notions of due process that we have. Right? We believe, as an American people, that you should be held in jail under certain circumstances with access to a judge to determine whether you should be released pending trial or not. The Immigration Service has these arbitrary detention rules that violate international standards. What Attorney Gilman was saying about that Lake and Riley Act. Now, if you've been accused of a theft misdemeanor, whether you're a 10-year-old kid or an 80-year-old person, you are mandatorily detained with no discretion to release you during your proceedings. Like, that is not justice. That is not smart. And that does not make it easier for, Chief Bruley to do your job.
Yeah. Thanks, Michelle. Let's say welcome to Lofa Julius, another panelist, and Sarah. Welcome to the show. So if you're just joining us, this is the closing argument. We're talking immigration. We're talking about knowing your rights. It's really a difficult time now. There are a lot of anxiety in the community around immigration. There were a lot of rumors. There were a lot of stories around. So we decided to bring these professionals in here and have a conversation with them to help to answer some of the questions that we have, some of the nagging questions that folks out there have pertaining to the Trump immigration executive order that was issued when he took office on the 20th. So we have with us Michelle Garnett McKenzie. She's an attorney and the co-executive director of a major organization here in Minnesota, actually in the U.S., called the Advocates for Human Rights. They work very closely with the Liberian government, with the Liberian people and the community. They helped to develop the TRC report. They've done a lot of work around the TRC and all of what that went into putting that report together. And then we also have the police chief of the city of Brooklyn Park. The largest concentration of Liberians outside of Liberia live in Minnesota, and majority of them live in Brooklyn Park. So we thought it was critically important to bring the police chief here, and he's a friend, he's a good guy, he's a nice guy, but he has a lot of information, and he's taking some bold steps in trying to protect Liberians and other immigrants here in our community. So welcome again, Chief Bruley. And then we have attorney Kiki Gilman. She's a friend of the community. She's worked very, very, very closely with many Liberian families and, of course, other immigrant families here in the Twin Cities. She has helped a lot of families get the status adjusted. She filed paperwork for a lot of people who are seeking asylum and all of that. So we have these very highly professional, great individuals here who are very knowledgeable when it comes to immigration here in the U.S. And as we know, immigration is a federal issue. So whether you live in Maryland, if you're listening to us in Maryland, or in Philadelphia or in Atlanta, if you have any questions for both of these attorneys here, you can call us. I think eventually we're going to open the phone lines. So once again, welcome to the closing argument. Sylvester, welcome. Tomalin, I'll send back to you.
Yes, again, please share the show. We're watching the show. Please share the show. It's important. These people are giving us their time free of charge. It's very important that we appreciate them. And we'll be sure to open the lines very, very soon so that people can call from Liberia and around the world, Liberians that are interested in this immigration issue. But quickly, I want to ask this question. If you're president, you played the DV and you won the DV and also on asylum, also if you're trying to get your family to the States, you file for your children, your wife, or someone, your husband. At this time, I mean, is the process still intact? Are they still going to continue that process, or is executive order stops that too?
So I don't know, as far as if the DV or filing a family petition, those are not like explicitly under attack, but the fact, the executive order, one of them states, heightened scrutiny, vetting, extreme vetting. Those are very blanket terms to make the entire process a lot more difficult. So what we are expecting to see, as we saw in the first administration when they were in office, is the process being longer, a lot more arduous, asking for more evidence. I actually, a colleague mentioned today that there was an interview in Ethiopia, and they were asked what their opinion was about the president. I've never heard that before at a consulate interview. So to give you an idea of what we are up against for the next 4 years. So
the one program that we do know has been paused is the refugee admissions program. So if people have family that we're expecting to come through the refugee program, that has been paused, and that's an easy target for the administration. Discretion is vested in the executive office to run that program. So that is on hold, and refugee arrivals are suspended at this point. So for those families that we're expecting to reunite under that program, we don't know what's in store, and I have not seen litigation on that at this point, so that could hold for a while.
Okay, Lofa, to you. I think it's Sarah. Okay, we go to Sarah and then we'll come to you, Lofa.
Okay, thank you so much, Winfrey, and I also want to thank our guests for coming on here to at least give us some information, because a lot of us, especially those of us that have been here for a little while now, we're really worried and confused about everything that's going on. So I really want to say thank you for coming on to enlighten us. My question is, I read a story. I don't know whether it is true or not, but what would be your advice in terms of if you want to travel out of the country? Because I read a story about a lady who went to Ivory Coast, and then when she was coming back, they denied her entry because she did not use her U.S. passport. I don't know how true is that, but I just want you guys to at least enlighten us as to what's the best way to travel as a U.S. citizen, to go in and out of the country with all of what is going on right now.
Thank you. Kiki, can you take that?
So the question was traveling out of the United States as a U.S. citizen?
Yes,
Yeah,
in and out, whether you need to use your passport or whatever it is, because this lady was, denied entry to the U.S. because she didn't use her passport, either to go in and out, something like that.
I saw that.
So this is Kiki. This is dual national, pertaining to dual nationals.
Yeah, I would say, because it's a pretty common practice, right? Because you're trying to avoid getting a visa to the other country, so you leave with that passport. I would say for now, just travel with your U.S. passport. It's just not worth that unpleasant encounter when you return and being questioned, being put in secondary, being interrogated, and having to deal with that very, very unpleasant exchange. So I would strongly recommend, at least for the next 4 years.
Right.
Travel with your U.S. passport. Just travel with your U.S. passport so you don't raise any red flags or any alarms or cause yourself any inconvenience. It's just not worth it.
Okay.
Now, if you do find yourself in what we were talking about, that expedited removal setting, where you're at the border and they're saying, at a port of entry, you're at the airport, and they're saying, we don't think you have a visa to come into the United States, and you are a U.S. citizen. You need to demand a claimed status review and assert, I am a U.S. citizen. I have a passport. I need review of that decision. There is you can't just give up that citizenship. There is a process that you are supposed to have. It's not a court process. It is by the immigration inspectors. It can be deferred, so you could be paroled in and have it, or you could have to deal with it from within the inspections area at the airport or port of entry. But make sure if you find yourself in that situation, you are claiming that, if you have it, you are claiming that U.S. citizenship. If you don't, or if you have a green card in the United States, that you are claiming that lawful permanent resident status.
Okay.
If you hold it, there is that claim status review. But it is really important, I think, if you, to always know that anytime you leave the U.S. as a permanent resident, if you're not yet a dual citizen, but you're a permanent resident, you've got that Liberian passport and a green card, that all those documents are up to date and you are carrying those, and somebody knows that you have them, and that there is never a guarantee of return if you're not a U.S. citizen.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Michelle. Lofa.
Yeah. By the way, Russell and the rest of the panelists, Sylvester and all of you guys, thanks for what you're doing. And to all of our guests, We are sincerely appreciative of what you're doing. What I describe as a form of free consultation that you guys are providing to our community and our country as a whole. So we do sincerely appreciate what you're doing for us, and we are glad that you're here today. My question will start off with the issue of parenting. I know there are concerns with some parents who are probably not legal or obtaining legal status with kids who were born in the United States. If and only if, God forbid, there were to be some form of deportation, what becomes of the child who's is with their parent?
Right. That's a really important question. I think the most important thing that all of us can do is control what we can control, right? And take steps to plan and do the best with our situation to be as safe as possible under any circumstances. And one thing that you can do if you're a parent, and this is not just for parents of, who have different citizenship, all parents, we want to think about this. What happens if we're in an accident? What happens if we're taken ill and in the hospital? What happens if we are detained and deported? There's a range of things that could happen. In the state of Minnesota, you can delegate parental authority on a limited scope to a trusted individual through a pretty simple process. It does not give away your children. It does not give up your parental rights, but it gives a person who you trust and who you've had an agreement with the authority to, enroll your kid in school, make sure that they have healthcare decisions, makes a safety plan. There's a lot of good safety planning tools out there for immigrant families. One that I can give you, it's an online kind of walkthrough, is at a place called IMMI.org, like immigration, IMMI.org. It has a tool that will walk through how to plan your financial matters. Make sure you know what to do with property. Make sure you have all your documents in a place where you can access them if you are outside the U.S. Those kinds of things to control what you can control, and make sure that your kids are taken care of and safe. U.S. citizen children are not deported automatically with their parents. There have been bad states where they have attempted to terminate parental rights for some folks in detention. We've never seen that in Minnesota, but being really good stewards for your families is really important.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. Let's bring in. So, you have another question?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. And
Yeah,
this,
sure.
by the way, guys, I don't know if the URL is correct. I'm assuming, just for the sake of our followers, it's IMMI.org. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And this next question actually goes to Chief Burley. I'm a little concerned as it involves policing that has to do and ICE participation here. Very often in our communities or society, the police community relationship can actually, it depends, and it can either encourage people to feel open to disclose certain information and feel tight, not to want to get the police involved, even though part of your responsibility is to protect lives and properties. Considering that, how will you describe the police relationship, the police community relationship with the folks in the Minnesota or Twin City areas, especially for the minority communities?
Great question. I would describe it this way. We work really, really hard and focus on that. Like, one of my priorities when I became police chief is our goals, and we talk about it all the time, as recently as our department meeting, is building police legitimacy at every interaction. What I mean by that is every opportunity our officers have with one of our residents is an opportunity to build trust and legitimacy, meaning that those individuals see us as having their best interest in mind, that we want the best outcomes for them, their community, and we're part of the community. And we have to do that work every time, whether we're at McDonald's getting a sandwich and there's a kid behind us that wants to talk for 30 seconds, or we're on a domestic or a robbery where we're touching all sorts of people. We have to be very thoughtful. So it is absolutely baked into how we police, and that's intentional because I'm very aware that we cannot be effective if we don't have the community's trust. With that said, I also am not an idiot. We are ground zero for some really massive mistrust and major incidents that occurred in, that affected the whole nation, affected the whole world, right? Occurred 4 miles from where I'm sitting right now. And we certainly felt that shockwave in our community with pretty significant civil unrest that hit here. And yet it had nothing to do with me, my officers, or this uniform I'm wearing. People see the police as the police. And I think Michelle said something earlier that I'm very aware of, and that is ICE a lot of times knocks on the door and says police. And quite honestly, I don't see them as the police. There's certainly federal agents have legal authority. If they have a warrant, don't tell them to go away. They won't. They will kick in your door and get you, and legally can. But they're not the police in terms of misrepresenting what we do. And of course, we're the police as well. And sometimes we kick in the doors because it's part of policing when we enforce search warrants and other things during violent crime incidents. But we are really, really intentional about how we police in a way that leaves people with a lot of dignity, respect, and leaves them with feeling that they have a voice. And that's not always shared, especially by federal agencies, because they don't really have, and I'm not knocking on them, I'm just giving you context. I've been around for 30 years. They don't have a personal touch to their community. I know this community. Winfred Russell is, before he was even a council member here, I knew him as part of our community. It's friendships. Like, I'm the police chief, but I have deep friendships in this community. We all have the same interest. It's different for federal agents. They don't have that tie to any one community. They're federal agents across the whole nation and fly all over and assist each other. So there's a lack of that personal impact or concern for their brand or their identity or their trust. They just aren't worried about it because they don't have to be worried about how effective they are necessarily. They're more mission driven, and it's just a different philosophy. And again, that's another reason I think the question was asked earlier on why we don't choose to partner with them, because local law enforcement can. And I'm sure across this, maybe the state, but certainly across this nation, there's sheriff's departments and police departments that are choosing to partner with federal ICE agents. We're just certainly not one of them.
Thank you. And again, I'd like to say welcome to our other panelists, Dr. Peabody, Larry Kennedy, and now let's just go to, so what we're going to do, we're going to just go around, ask a question. Each panelist will have an opportunity to ask a question, and then we will go to the phone lines because our guests just have a few more minutes with us, and then we need to take some calls, Lofa. So if you can please start preparing us for that, that would be great. So Sylvester, let's hear you, and then we'll go to Larry, and then Larry will go to after Larry, we'll go to Dr. Peabody.
Thank you, Russell. Let me say a wonderful good evening to our guests, and we're very happy for this pro bono service. I think it's pro bono, and I want to say thank you for your service to this country. There are two quick questions. Probably, I don't know if the question has already been asked. This question is around the 14th Amendment, and I just wanted to, this question is actually going to the legal minds here. The 14th Amendment, I think Section 1 is all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof as citizens of the United States. Now, the two, I'm going to hit the other one, but this, I'm going to understand this aspect of subject to the jurisdiction thereof, that interpretation. That's one. The last question is, if one were to fly into the U.S. with a legal visa and enter through a legal port of entry versus another individual coming through the borders, or the porous borders, with no documentation whatsoever, what's the difference between the two during adjustment of status here in the U.S.? I just wanted to know those two basic questions. Thank you.
Great, I can take a stab at it. So your question is about birthright citizenship. So if you're born on U.S. soil, per the 14th Amendment, you are a U.S. citizen. That's what the Constitution says. Subject to the jurisdiction means to the laws, to, you're here and you have to abide by the laws, and you're subject to punishment, to whatever repercussions there are for crimes committed in the United States. That's what it means. The jurisdiction they have, they have control over the way you conduct yourself on the land. Okay, so that's, Michelle, feel free to add to that if there's anything that I missed out there, but that's essentially layman's way of explaining it.
And I think the people who wouldn't be a very, very tiny group of diplomats who are serving, and not everybody who's at a foreign mission, but a small group of people who are not subject to the U.S. laws. They're really on foreign soil while they're here.
Exactly. It's like when children of diplomats are born in the United States, typically they're not considered U.S. citizens. To answer your second question, so when you enter the United States through the visa, it's considered entry with inspection. So one of the requirements to adjust your status in the United States is that you have to have lawful entry. There are certain exceptions. When you enter across the border, typically you have to leave the United States and consular process. When I say that there are exceptions, for example, if you enter across the border and we're filing your adjustment of status because you're a victim of domestic violence, that is waived. You don't need to have lawful entry for that. Okay. If you're so basically the humanitarian visa, so the victims of domestic violence, victims of trafficking, asylees, and people applying for the U visa, victims of crime. If you are, let's say, married to a U.S. citizen, and your U.S. citizen partner is filing an adjustment application for you, you would not qualify. You would have to leave the United States. Before you leave, get a waiver if you've already accrued unlawful presence, so 6 months or 1 year. Get a waiver if you're eligible based on hardship. Go to your home country and consular process. There is one of the exceptions is something called 245I. This is an old law that was passed 2001, right, Michelle?
It's sunset in 2001.
But it
so
was, yeah. But there are still occasionally the people that pop up and they're eligible for the 245I relief, which says that if you entered unlawfully or you had unlawful presence, but someone had filed a petition for you on or before April 30th of 2001, you would have to pay a fine and they would waive that. So the long and short, a lot of times if you enter unlawfully, it's a lot harder to adjust your status as opposed to if you enter with a visa.
All right. Thanks. Once again, we'd like to say welcome to you all. Please share the show. This is very valuable and pertinent information we're getting from some of the finest immigration attorneys you can have around. Michelle Garnett McKenzie has been at this for a very long time. She's very familiar with the culture and with the immigration and the immigration laws and immigration policies here in the U.S. And Nkechi Kiki Gilman is an attorney of African immigrant stock, but she's also very familiar with the Liberian community and worked with a number of immigrant groups. And of course, my own friend and brother, Mark Bruley, is the police chief here in Brooklyn Park. So if you haven't seen the police chief of Brooklyn Park, he's right here with us here on the closing argument. So Mark, as I told you earlier, you're becoming now very famous because we have almost 2,000 people watching this show. And that's on YouTube. No, sorry, on Facebook. And on YouTube, we have about pretty close to 2,500 on YouTube. And then in the country, it has been simulcasted on a number of radio stations. So Michelle, Kiki, and Mark, you all are famous, but we're very grateful for what you have. We're very, very grateful. So Larry, let's, is it, yeah, we go to Larry,
yes,
from Larry to Dr. Peabody.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm so happy for this program because to have, the chief here, Madam Michelle, and Attorney Gilman here is extremely important for our people, right? So many people get denied when they approach USCIS for information related to their status and things like that. considering what is going on, and I think, I'll take response from anyone. Considering what's going on, do you think someone will be successful in filing a FOIA, a Freedom of Information Act request with USCIS to kind of get information on their status? Or if there's been some sort of a filing or some sort of a immigration hearing, do you think they will have some success based on the current environment?
At this point, we have no information that FOIA officers have been ordered to not be responsive under the Freedom of Information Act. The government is required to give us access to files about ourselves. It's one of the many very important protections against government overreach, surveillance, and oppression and tyranny. And that, as I understand, I have not seen any overt orders to stop the FOIA process or try to circumvent that. But we do know that personnel decisions make the FOIA system work, and different agencies staff the FOIA process differently. And we could see, certainly with a government hiring freeze, the federal government has been ordered to not hire anybody into open positions. And so, things could slow down around this. I think FOIA is also difficult because you have to know who you're asking, which agency has the file, and where to put that. So filing those requests is important. If you need to get a copy of your file and know what's going on, you should still do that. But they can back up, and just know that also the immigration court does have a separate process for getting a record of the proceeding that's open in your case if you have a case pending before them, so that you can prepare for trial. Those can be complicated. I'm talking about all sorts of laws and acronyms that people aren't familiar with. That's why getting that immigration consult with somebody is really important, and having that help. But that avenue should still be open. I don't know if you've heard anything different on FOIA at this point.
No. So yeah, I agree. There's no information that USCIS or the EOIR or CBP in requesting your records have been told to not produce those. Could we possibly see more delay? Yes. But I wanted to add, FOIAs are so important, not only so you know exactly what immigration has and what the government has, but also so the attorney that's assisting you in whatever new relief you're eligible for knows what has happened in the past. So I do consultations all day, every day, all the attorneys in our office. And when someone comes to me and says, oh, I got here in 2000 and then I filed TPS and then I filed asylum and then my mom filed, I'm like, stop. Okay, we're not until I need to know everything that has happened, because the minute there starts to be inconsistencies or something that you had filed in the past actually makes you ineligible for what you think you're eligible for now, then we run into problems. So FOIA is absolutely very, very important. I strongly recommend, if you're still looking for relief and you've had things filed for you, that's step one. Gotta do it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you there. That's the voice of Attorney Kiki Gilman. So we'll be getting to the phone lines pretty soon. The number to start getting prepared is 919-324-6828. Now, is that number can be accessible both in Liberia and in the diaspora? Or, what's you're muted?
Sorry, that is the diaspora number.
Okay.
The folks from Liberia will call the local radio station. The number in Liberia.
The local radio station. Okay. Thanks a lot, Larry. Do you have another question? If not, we go on to Dr. Peabody.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask another quick question.
Go ahead.
And I think maybe the chief may be better equipped to respond to this, because I know the immigration. There's quite a few people who get arrested and fall into immigration clause, so to speak, based on this. Is this whole business of a crime of moral turpitude, right? It just seems to be so vague, bland, and seems to encompass or cover so many different grounds. And I've had people ask me questions about it. It's so difficult to explain, because someone can be shoplifting. It can be treated as a crime of moral turpitude and be deported based on that. I don't know if you can enlighten us as to what exactly, is it just somebody being dishonest, or is it someone committing a more violent crime, like, something felony based, like a rape or aggravated assault or something like that? For people out there who, have seen this from immigration, that, because it's somewhere on one of the immigration forms, whether you're being charged with a crime of moral turpitude, if anyone can shed some light on that, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, great question. Burley.
Yeah, I won't be able to answer it. There's a lot of smarter people here that should take a run at it. I can tell you from my understanding, right? And one of the reasons is it's not my law. Like, it's not a law that I enforce, that I deal with, but I'm certainly aware of it because I've been around for a while, and it has been around for a while. With that said, it really is nebulous, right? Like, it can be interpreted a variety of different ways, and I think that was intentional, like to be able to interpret it as needed. And I would have to defer that to probably the attorney or maybe Michelle to weigh in better on it, but I can't answer it for you. I apologize.
But Chief, I think that's one of the best answers I've heard, that it was written specifically like that to be sort of vague and open to interpretation. So I really appreciate that response. Yeah, I'll let Michelle and Attorney Gilman chime in.
So you're right. It's very vague. It's like you can't touch it, right? But generally, we see things that involve like fraud, forgery, and the way it's described in like a lot of our manuals is things that shock the conscience, like, oh my God, how could you do this, right? What is that? But I can tell you that when it comes to a lot of credit card fraud, crimes considered CIMTs, crimes involving moral turpitude, theft, bank, think finances, things that go to like your conscience, like your dignity. So especially when it comes to like money and finances, those are almost always going to be CIMTs.
But those categories of crimes involving moral turpitude and whether you have good moral character, those are old parts of our immigration law, and they really are there to keep out. They were part of our intent to exclude and expel people from the U.S. And they work really well at doing that. There is case law on some of this over the years. Judges have considered whether this crime or that crime falls into that category. It differs from state to state, but it does point to that, that desire to kick people out if they don't meet a certain, nebulous standard that we have. And it's part of the racist identity of our immigration law from the 1800s and 1920s.
Oh, wow.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate that response.
Thank you. Dr. Peabody, and then Tomalin, and then Lofa, we can start taking some calls so we can. Yeah.
First, man, let me thank everybody for coming on here tonight. We appreciate you here. Of course, I commend one to just extend our gratitude for coming on. But my question here is, can somebody mute? I hear the radio playing in the back. My question here to the chief of police: to what extent is ICE? What is ICE limitation when it comes into a place like Broken Park to arrest people? What is their limitation?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've certainly gotten that quite a few times, and quite honestly, they don't have to notify me or any of my staff when they come in. They are federal agents. They are police officers with authority from border to border, and they can absolutely come in to enforce immigration laws. They still have to follow the Constitution. The Fourth Amendment still applies. Like, there is due process and tied to it, and we talked about that a little bit earlier. But they are absolutely police officers, federal police officers, similar to the FBI. They just investigate immigration, where FBI does a lot of other investigations, and we have a similar relationship. Like, we partner when there's a bank robbery, we partner with the FBI. When there's human trafficking, we partner with ICE agents because it makes sense for us to do it in those limited circumstances. I would tell you that we have not seen. I don't know that we've had ICE in Brooklyn Park very often in the last 4 years. But we've had several times where they've called and told us they're going to be at Brooklyn Park doing surveillance just in the last couple of weeks. So there absolutely is a noticeable increase in Brooklyn Park of ICE presence that didn't exist before, at least not in the last 4 years. It was much more common, but I'll be honest, last 4 years, we never seen them. It is very common for them to be courteous and let us know. They do that because they're moms and dads too. Like they could get in a situation where they need the police to help them if things didn't go well. And so they want us to know where they're at. And they've done that several times over the last couple of weeks. My staff took the opportunity to ask them when they called, like, what are you guys up to? And are you guys, trying to feel out what are they doing? Because they don't have to notify us. And we haven't. I've not gotten a call from anybody saying what ICE is going to do or what they have been directed to do. But those particular agents that were here doing surveillance said they have been told the direction they've been given only is to start enforcing the warrants, the judicial warrants that are out there, which they apparently have not been enforcing according to them. Those are warrants issued by a judge. And the 2 cases that we had in Brooklyn Park were people that were ordered to be deported like years ago and still have not left. They are now enforcing those warrants that they got to force them out. But we never even heard if they picked anybody up. They just literally notified us that they're in our community. And that was it. So that's the only interaction that we've really had with ICE in the recent past. And that both of those occurred, quite honestly, in the last 2 weeks.
That's really helpful to hear that there is some communication going on. I would say that ICE itself does not have the authority to issue or to obtain a judicial warrant for removal or for arrest of an alien. Those are administrative warrants that are signed by ICE officers. They are not signed by judges. And in the event that a person has been convicted of a federal crime of, say, illegally re-entering the country, they would have been sentenced by a federal judge. There may be a federal order associated with that. But ICE itself, there is no judicial warrant that ICE has for removal. Those are only administrative warrants. They don't authorize entry into a person's house. They authorize the apprehension of that individual if they're encountered and the deportation of that individual if they're encountered.
Well, that's very good to know.
Yeah, I absolutely believe you're correct. I will tell you what we have done, what our policy is, and that is we only act with ICE on behalf of a judicial warrant. It has to come from a judge with a warrant or court order to take somebody to custody or whatever the action is. I know that you're right because we have told our officers explicitly that sometimes ICE will say they have a warrant. It's an administrative subpoena, but they will suggest that it's a warrant, and that is not. That's their terminology. A warrant to the local and the police officers and any officer in the state of Minnesota is a warrant signed by a judge, and a federal judge is absolutely good enough, just like a state judge. If this federal judge signs the warrant, we will take action on it, even as local law enforcement. But I just suggest that there's 3 things that we see from ICE when we connect with them. They will say they are just doing an investigation, essentially probable cause. They can establish that, and that's up to them. That we will not participate in that. They will say they have an administrative warrant or a administrative subpoena. That is not anything that we recognize. We will not take action on either of those items. Even though I've seen it, and this is now like 10, 15 years ago. I'm dating myself a little bit, but I remember when I was on the street that they would suggest like, we have a warrant. I'm like, that's not a warrant. That's administrative subpoena. That is different. And then the final one, which I think everybody needs to be aware of, is if they have a warrant issued by a judge, definitely got to take that serious. It comes from the bench. We have to abide by it if it says things in there, and that's when you could get potentially arrested or the door kicked in. That's actually a legitimate document that should concern you. But again, make sure it's a warrant from a judge, a magistrate, not issued by the ICE agent administrative subpoena.
Right. That just doesn't that entry. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks.
Let me just ask my last question, and then
yes. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, my last question here is I think when I came on, I heard Chief, Miss McKinney? Mackenzie?
Oh, Mackenzie.
Yes.
Mackenzie.
Yeah.
Michelle.
Michelle talk about the kids and the parents, what the parents can do to find a very good caregiver who can really be there for them. But what kind of support, even if a mother is undocumented and she's called and she have a kid that was born here, what kind of support can she access in terms of if she gave that child to a relative who can become a caregiver? What kind of support can that caregiver access? Because now you have another expense coming in, you have another child coming in. What kind of support can she access?
It's going to be up to whether there's eligibility for public assistance or community support. This is, we have very, very limited social programs in this country and a very low commitment to making sure that people can live with dignity, live with the food they need, the healthcare they need. But to the extent that they're eligible, a U.S. citizen child would be able to apply for those county programs. That would be something administered by the county in which the person lives. They're here in Minnesota. But this kind of thing, breaking up families costs a lot. It costs a lot in the support that those kiddos need when they're here. It costs a lot to the families in just sheer dollars to take care of them. It costs a lot to the disruption and destruction of our communities when families are pulled apart. These are not cost-free measures. They are measures that our communities will bear the price of.
So that's a good point. Now, before we would move to Lofa and Tomalin, thanks, Dr. Peabody. But Michelle and Kiki, let me follow up with the both of you. So, does this order impose any new restrictions on food stamps, on benefits, and public benefits to non-citizens? Does it impose anything different from what has been there, already?
You mean his executive orders?
Yes.
Not that we know of. But
okay.
again, if you are seeking a benefit in the United States, unless you are a humanitarian recipient, like a U visa, VAWA-T, or asylum, you are subject to the public charge rules, and so you have to be very careful.
So please, can you please explain what the public charge rule is so folks understand?
So essentially, the public charge says that if you're a beneficiary of like a green card application, let's say through your spouse who's a U.S. citizen, the U.S. government wants to make sure that you're not going to become a liability, and they have to worry about how you're getting your medical care and how you're getting your food and how you're taking care of yourself. That's why a sponsor is required, and you have to make a certain amount of money. And so your sponsor has to make a certain amount of money to sponsor you. And so if you are in the United States and you are seeking a benefit that is not a humanitarian benefit, you have to be very careful with the WIC program. There's certain programs like the WIC, the TAN, the cash assistance. There's a whole list of programs that you want to
SNAP.
You want to stay clear, very clear, away from. Not all of them, but there are quite a few that you want to be very careful. Always check with your attorney, because I have some clients right now. I had a client in California that sent me some like assistance, medical, and I checked it off and it was all good. I'm like, sure, this is not going to be a problem, but it's very, very important that you check and make sure that's clear. And also, if you're on any kind of program, the duration that you've been in that program for, that also matters.
Yeah, and this is one thing we saw weaponized during the previous Trump administration was the public charge rules. Those public charge rules have been in place. I mentioned those 1880s to 1920s exclusionary rules that were really designed to keep out anybody who wasn't a Northern European person from the United States. Those public charge rules have been with us for a long time. And there were proposed new rules that would really expand the impact of those. And it scared a lot of people from getting the help that they needed, for getting the food they needed, the medical care they needed, even when they were eligible and wouldn't have impacted their benefits. For instance, the whole family was U.S. citizens, but of immigrant heritage. So asking the question of your immigration attorney, is there any impact? But then getting what you have a right to live with dignity and have the food and housing and care that you need. So, that balance was definitely thrown off. It scared a lot of people, and we are expecting that to kind of rev back up as things roll along, but it was not part of the week one executive orders.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. So let Tomalin and Lofa, except for we have some other folks with burning questions, but we want to go to the phone line so we can so we can say thanks to our guests.
Let's do that.
Yeah, while Lofa getting the phone lines, let me just ask this last question before we go there. If I'm a U.S. citizen, I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen, and I committed a crime, I was convicted, sentenced, I'm in jail. Do this executive order applies to me that I can be denaturalized and taken from prison and sent back home?
No, your U.S. citizenship remains yours. When you are, anything you do after you become a U.S. citizen, you do as a U.S. citizen. Denaturalization is open if somebody has misrepresented themselves and lied to either get their refugee status or get their green card or get their citizenship. There were a few cases of people who were actively members of the Nazi Party during World War II, and they kind of pretended they weren't, and they became U.S. citizens. Those people had, when that was discovered, had their naturalization taken away. So situations like that.
Yeah, but Michelle, didn't we have didn't we have some cases where? So let's bring it to sort of the Liberian context. Didn't we have some cases where Liberians who participated in the war? I mean, you work in the TRC. Liberians who participated in the war and misrepresented themselves when they applied for political asylum and all of that. Yep. What happened to some of those individuals?
Right. Well, I can't speak to any individual case. I'm not going to do that. But the law is clear that if a person misrepresented themselves to get their citizenship, misrepresented themselves at any point along the way, then that could be taken away if they were ineligible because of that behavior, that crime that they'd committed. So that remains in place, but that's not new. And that's not something the executive orders have addressed, is taking away citizenship. Again, under the previous Trump administration, we did see weaponization of denaturalization. So people who were working for the federal government in the decision-making around naturalization cases were tasked with reviewing people's citizenship to see if anybody should be denaturalized. That slowed down, that took people off the good decision-making and slowed things down. People weren't denaturalized, but it was another way to gum things up and also to make people afraid.
Thank you. Lofa.
Yeah, the phone lines. Guys, the phone lines are open. I think you referenced the number earlier. It's 919-324-6828. And also the local number in Liberia is also available for those of you who want to come on. So, folks, again, the number to call is 919-324-6828 for those of you in the United States and other parts of the diaspora. So go ahead and put your calls through. We'll take the guys in the studio. Let me bring the guys in the studio back up here, so hopefully we can take calls from them back home.
Okay, so while we wait for the calls to come in, Larry, I see it seems like you have some sort of burning last-minute question to put in before we take.
Well, just so you. There you go.
Oh, okay, the calls are coming in now.
Okay.
All right, let's take our first caller here. Caller, go ahead. Caller, your name and where you calling from? Oh my God, the phone lines are blowing off now. Yes, go ahead.
First, let me thank all of you, the guests on the show. You who are very knowledgeable people who are provided of vast knowledge to our Liberia community. The states of Minnesota and Philadelphia both have the largest Liberian population in the United States of America. So this information provided by you all will go a much long way. Can you still hear me?
Go ahead, Elston.
So my only thing was what hindrance projected hindrance of this post on people who have their siblings or their family member who they were kind of applying for, who've now reached the United States, but they are in the process of doing so. Does it hinder their production in terms of when they get here, or everything going to be smooth sailing and the process is going to be?
Okay, so let's guys, due to the amount of calls that are coming through, please get to your point. When you call, let us give other people the chance to call through.
All right, let's
Okay,
take our
Lofa, just hold on a second before you take that call. So, Bruley, Michelle, and Kiki, what we'll do, we'll just take all the calls at once, and then if you all have the opportunity to take down some notes, and then we'll get into answering them, as opposed to answering each individual call. We'll just take all of the calls and then answer later on. Go ahead, Lofa.
All right, let's take our next caller online here will be caller from 503. Last four is 8164. Caller, your name and where you're calling from. If you would state the state from where you call, we appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Julia. This is Lucien Bonnie calling from North Dakota.
Go ahead.
I want to say thank you to the panelists for the reading education that they bring to us, the community. And my question goes to I think the lawyer on the panelists. And my question has to do with for those that been here and have the temporary status. Will the ban affect the temporary status, because some of them been here for that time and then importantly that process in, and now the ban is on. Will that process continue to go on, or will that be end of their process to obtain their permanent status?
All right. Thank you, Lucini. Let's take our next caller here. Caller from 614. Last four is 7630. Caller, your name and where you calling from. Go ahead, Jim.
Some people that came out of green card, they want the DV, they came out of green card. So the green card was expired this year. Are they qualified to reapply for the green card or that citizenship?
All right. Thank you. Let's take the next caller here. Caller from 612. Last four is 2368. Your name and where you calling from.
Yeah, Julius, my name is Alfred Kehleboe, and I call from Minnesota. My question is, and I want to say thanks to Russell and all of you on the panelists, and I thanks to our community, the police chief, Brooklyn Park, because I reside in Brooklyn Park. But my question goes to anyone on the panelists. So let's say somebody got a visa to travel to the United States legally, and they came to the United States and they have visa that expired. And in the process of that, they were able to obtain a work permit, and they are in the process of trying to get a status. Are they in danger of Donald Trump executive order deportation stuff?
Thank you. Thank you. Let's take our next call here. 267-2323. Call out your name and where you calling from. Hello, caller, are you there? Guys, can you hear the callers?
Nope.
We went on now. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see here.
Hello?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Am I loud and clear?
You are live and clear. Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I want to say thank you to our big brother, Liberia, who did a super well by bringing, these people on tonight. My question has to do with, if you're an American citizen and let's say you meet somebody who came across, right, from the border, and they are working, they have not permanent, I'm sorry, but they have a status working, let's say a work permit, and they're already filed an asylum. Can you marry the person, and can the person get a status through you?
All right. Thank you. Let's take our next caller here. Caller 763-1645. Let's hear from you. All right. That caller hung up. Guys, I think those are the calls we have from here. Let's take this caller back. Caller, go ahead. Your name and where you calling from.
Hey, this is Ben calling from Minnesota. How are you?
Benjamin, go ahead. Let's hear you. What's your question?
So my question is, if you came to America as a refugee, just as I am, and you had a green card, what should be the concern in regards to all of the things that is going on? Let's say you were a refugee in the green card that expired and you are still here. Are you still covered with your refugee status? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Russell, I think we are pretty good here with the calls. We don't have any other call in queue. If calls come through, I will queue everything. Let's take some calls from back home. And then we can go on.
Lofa, why can answer these?
Okay, so
and then we'll move back to Liberia.
Yeah, we'll answer these calls, Lofa.
Yes.
What do you think? And then we'll take the calls from overseas.
Yes.
So
Okay.
I think So let's answer these. I think there were about 6 calls.
Let me just add one question for somebody that wanted me to do it for them. They called me. They wanted to know if you are a dual citizen, is it safe to travel out of the country? That's it.
Okay, I think we talked about that earlier.
Talked about that earlier.
We'll that again. All right, so we will start with Chief Broley. Are there any questions there that you could have answered for us? You can chime in, and then we'll go to Michelle from there, and then we'll go to Kiki.
I didn't hear anything, but if you thought there was, please let me know. The first few calls, I had my volume way too low. I couldn't quite catch everything they were saying, but
yeah, okay, that's fine. So before we go to Michelle and then Kiki, one question is that I know we have a policy here in Brooklyn Park that you've drafted that doesn't sort of give blanket cooperation to ICE, but you know, and you are more for protecting the community and supporting the community and doing all that you can to provide whatever information you can to the community. Now that's for Brooklyn Park. That's not the policy we have here in Brooklyn Park. That's not necessarily the case in every jurisdiction. So whether you live in Philadelphia or you live in Atlanta or Washington, D.C., the police working with ICE or not working with ICE, it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, meaning from city to city. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct. And I think I know for sure in Hennepin County. So all the cities in Hennepin County, the police chiefs belong to the Hennepin Chiefs Association. We all belong to association. And we all agreed and voted to release a statement from that association that says we will not cooperate with ICE or get involved in ICE unless, again, those very rare circumstances where there's a judge that issued a warrant, where there's a crime that involves immigration like trafficking. So we have a criminal act and investigation that the police department's doing, and then the benefit of using ICE or immigration officers to assist us in finding victims or tracking down major amounts of fentanyl being transferred. Those are the only limited areas that will ever partner with ICE. But day in and day out, officers will not ask immigration status when we're doing typical law enforcement or public service from a local jurisdiction. And I can strongly say that all the police agencies in Hennepin County, because we all belong to that police association, are on board with that. But as you go outside of Hennepin County, I don't know. And it's certainly you have the whole state, and then you go outside the state, you got the whole country. You're absolutely correct. Like there's nothing in there that prohibits. Actually, it says that local jurisdictions can partner with ICE agents to do immigration status. And I can't say I'm aware of any police departments or sheriff's departments that are doing that work, but I'm guessing there is, but not in Hennepin County and certainly not in Brooklyn Park.
Thank you, Chief. Michelle, can you chime in and provide some insight in some of the questions?
I'm going to do 2 things and hope that Attorney Gilman has her questions queued up here. But one is just say how important it is, Chief, that the Hennepin County Chiefs have said that. People, as you are hearing from this, conversation, and you're hearing all the time, it is really nerve-wracking. There are jurisdictions who have agreed to be trained by ICE and become ICE agents, and that brings all the risks and costs and everything of that to the city jurisdiction or the county that takes that on. and undermines that commitment to keeping us all safe and making sure victims of crime can access the police. So really proud of our Hennepin County law enforcement to come out uniformly with that, because once you are booked into that jail, ICE can have access to you. So it's super important. On the immigration side, I think almost 6 of the 7 questions I heard were really about what's going on now. Is my process interrupted? Can I still come here? Can I still bring my family? If I have a green card, can I renew that green card? If I have a work permit, what's happening? The only thing that has shut down for sure is that refugee admissions program. That is on pause and will be reviewed.
That's the DV, right?
No.
The diversity visa?
No, not the diversity visa, the refugee admissions process for people.
Okay, yeah, the resettlement program.
The resettlement. So that is paused. The extreme vetting, some of these other things that are included in executive orders may have impacts on anybody's individual case. Any family member, any individual case you have pending might get caught up in more investigation, additional background checks, lengthy delays there, but we don't know at this point. They haven't set the scope of those, what countries are subject to it, what they're looking at. But what I'm hearing now is like, should I even bother? What should I apply to bring my family here? I'm a U.S. citizen. Should I file that petition for my sister, or what should I do? The immigration system is still operational, and I think some of these orders are counting on us just giving up and not wanting to come here anymore. So those processes are still going, and people should continue with their cases. Continue to talk to an immigration lawyer about what your options are. For the people who have an immigration case pending, those, it might take longer, but you have to stick with that. I think for those of us with cases in court where the person is charged with being removable and they're in the immigration court system making their way through, yep, things could change, but at this point, people have scheduled hearing dates. So, we haven't seen a total dismantling, and we need to stay the course on those. Kiki, do you have some better intel on what's going on? Because you're much more hands-on practitioner than I am, certainly.
Absolutely. I think you covered it, Michelle. So the immigration system, it's still functioning. I mean, our law firm, we represent clients in all 50 states. We had an interview in Maryland and Virginia last week. We had one in Fort Worth, Texas today for a marriage-based green card. We just got an I-360 voucher approval today for a client whose case has been pending for about 3 years. And so it's still functioning. Certainly we're all a little bit more sensitive and heightened alert, because all we're hearing are the removals and the raids and the denials. But I still think if you have a path and you've spoken to an attorney and they've determined that you're eligible, not filing it is not going to make it any better. You've got to go forward. You have to file your application. You have to get in line. Remaining undocumented is not going to put you in a better position than not filing something and having at least a receipt notice to show that you have something in process. So certainly, like I say, we can't guarantee you anything just because, this administration, there's really no obey for the rule of law. But if you have a path and you have an option, pursue it and see what happens, certainly.
So Russell, quickly, we will have a little twist in the program tonight. Due to the nature of the conversation, we will prioritize the calls from the United States, and then after that, we will take calls from back home because it is much about the people here. So we got a couple calls on the line here. Let me take these callers.
Okay, so just very quickly, Lofa, before going, Robert, welcome. Thanks for joining us, and welcome again. Robert is one of the panelists here, so we'd like to say welcome to this conversation. Kiki has to go. So I think she has a few more minutes here with us. She has to go and pick up her son. So
I got a question.
That's why I wanted to have the folks out here to call. Just get them out the way.
Okay. So if we can maybe we can just take
we'll take two more
calls, and then Kiki can chime in because I want her to also share with us if folks have questions, if they can contact her and how they can contact her for consultation or they need help. And I mean, like she said, she works, throughout the, 50 states. So she should be able to, to give us some information of how she can be contacted, her firm can be contacted. So let's just take a few calls and give Kiki an opportunity to help her answer some of those questions.
All right. So unfortunately, the other caller got impatient and left. So we have one caller on the line. Caller, go ahead. Your name and where you calling from. Let's hear from you. 763-1465. Your name and where you calling from.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Get to the point, please. Your name and where you calling from.
Okay, man. The question is,
Your name and where you calling from.
This is Terrence Cleveland. Yeah, my concern is, are guys looking for people who have like misdemeanors or, like traffic violations or, like anything have to do with, like petty stuff? Are they looking for those people who have, I would say, like permanent resident or, with permit?
Okay, so I think the question is guys more concerned about people with misdemeanor or much more of severe criminal records in the entire deportation process? We don't have any other caller on the line, so what I'll do is I would just leave it at this point, and then we will have them to respond. I will close the phone lines now that we don't have any other callers on the line. So they
Thank you, Lofa. So, Kiki, if you can respond to that, and I know Robert, after Robert, who just joined us, will ask you a question, and then we'll just take it from there.
I got a quick question for her too, please.
Okay, sure.
Very
Okay,
brief.
so we'll go to Robert, and then you. So I think Kiki, you already have the question already, so you can just package all of them.
So I think the question was if they're going after more hardened criminals and serious crimes as opposed to like misdemeanors and things like that, right? Well,
Yeah.
they said they were only going after serious criminals, but from what we're seeing, they are rounding up even people with no criminal record. If you go on the CBP, they have like an arrest and putting up, actually it's on their Facebook page, they have pictures of immigrants in the United States, and the only violation is they overstayed their B1, B2 visa. There's no crime, there's nothing. So again, they say one thing, and in their enforcement, we're seeing something completely different. So I'm not able to assure you that if you just have a minor misdemeanor or something small, you may not be rounded up. When you look at something like the Lake and Riley Act, which is, it's not, doesn't go back, it's not retrogressive, but something as minor as shoplifting, being arrested for that could put you into mandatory detention. So unfortunately, I can't guarantee you that a misdemeanor is all clear and you won't be, caught up in a raid.
All right, thanks, Kiki. I know Chief Bruley has to leave shortly too. So, Robert, please ask your question quickly because
thank you. It'll be very, very, very quick. So my question, and thanks to you guys for coming on. By the way, it's tremendous, good stuff for our people, and a lot of folks are tuning in. Let me ask a question. I know that under the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution, if federal laws, are considered supreme law of the land, right? And there are instances where state and local government are preempted on enacting legislation in any case where Congress is asserted. Let me ask you this question. Is it in any case, legal-wise or constitutional-wise, where they can actually act on state laws without being affected by federal laws, specifically on the issues of immigration?
Michelle, can you?
Yeah, it's a complicated one, and it's not one I've ever had a great handle on. Kiki, I don't know if you want to tackle this, but there have been like this generally for the last 30, 40 years at least. There's been a recognition that the federal government occupies the field when it comes to making immigration laws to the United States and controlling the laws of immigration. It's part of our general foreign policy powers, and it's preempted. The states are preempted from that. But historically, if you go back over the last few hundred years of our country, there have been times when states have regulated migration, and I think it will be interesting to see how states want to define what our communities are like, and how our communities should respond. And when there is the federal government and the state government kind of work in tandem, and so it will be interesting to see. That's not universally been preempted historically, but right now the state of Minnesota does not have certainly any clear authority to say we're going to open a refugee resettlement program and bring people in from another country.
All right, thank you. So you can ask your question very quickly, and then Chief Brody, you do a closing.
So, Sarah, if Kiki can just add on this real quick, just 10 seconds. So is it true that we know that an executive order was signed for the birthright citizenship, but we also know that this is a constitutional matter that involves the 14th Amendment? Just for those who might need clarity, is it true that an executive order cannot supersede a constitutional matter, that it will require an amendment to the Constitution for that to proceed?
Yeah, that is correct. There's an injunction on that executive order right now. A lot of states, about 20 states, came together and they filed.
Yeah, including Minnesota.
Yeah, so there's an injunction. I mean, I think that executive order was just written just because he told his people that he would do it, so he just did it. He knows that it has.
Yeah, it's not going to go anywhere.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
so Sarah, quickly.
Real quick, my question is, I mean, from everything I've understood here, it seems like even people who are natural citizens, are not, hell of the wing here. But just in case you probably fall into a problem being a natural citizen and you have to be deported or sent out of the country, and you have worked hard in this country, you pay your money for 401k and all that, are you still, entitled to those money, to those benefits, even though you're going to be out of the country? Can you still get that money through your attorney or something? Can you still access those amount?
Frankly, I'm not I don't know if that's an immigration question, but let me just address the issue of being a naturalized citizen. Michelle was talking about that earlier. It is really hard to be naturalized unless in gaining on your path to getting citizenship, there was fraud.
Right.
And so if you are I'm a naturalized citizen, and my path to getting my citizenship was pretty clear. I am not worried about anything. Now, if you're talking about situations where ICE is coming in and they're just doing their random raids and picking people up, yeah, that is scary. But I wouldn't worry about being part of the people that they're targeting for deportation unless you got your citizenship through a manner in which is questionable, frankly. Whether or not
even if you committed a crime, like if you have to be
not even a crime. It's really hard to denaturalize. If you've committed fraud in getting to citizenship, then that's the biggest.
I mean, for sure, terrorism, though, right? Michelle,
Yeah.
I mean, it's something egregious like
something
terroristic crime.
The question is, can you still access your 401k or other money
Right.
that you put in? Yeah.
I don't have an answer to that.
Yeah, and I do have a general answer to that. I mean, of course, everything is going to depend on the terms of your the plan and stuff. I think this is a good question for people who are lawful permanent residents of the U.S., who are refugees, who are not U.S. citizens.
Okay.
Because
all right, thanks, folks. Our guests have to run, so let's we'll go down. We'll go down here and first start with Chief Brody to give your closing comments, and then Michelle, you give your parting comments, and then Kiki. Michelle, if you want to hang out still,
take them first.
But Kiki, in your closing, if you can just please tell folks how you can be reached and all of that. So Chief Brody, we'll start with you because I know you have to run.
Yep, thank you. I have to run 6 o'clock council meeting. Start sharp.
Right.
You know better than anybody. I just want to say thank you. I know Winfred tried to scare me with the thousands of people and being popular. This is my only second podcast. The first one was last Thursday, so this has been a a lot of podcasts for me in 1 week. But
No,
honestly,
this is way bigger, Chief. This is
For
way,
sure.
this is a whole different
I see
level.
that.
This is on steroids.
It's been great, and quite honestly, appreciate the other guests. I've learned a lot from you, and that's just because immigration is not in our wheelhouse intentionally. I've been really clear for everybody on here, like local law enforcement, specifically in Brooklyn Park, is focused on serving the community, regardless what your status is. We're here to serve the community, be partners, and we want to be good partners. I think we have a long history of doing that, and immigration is a federal issue. Lots of reason to be concerned, to be honest with you. I'm not minimizing that. There's a lot of things that I see are concerning and don't understand that, and I feel the concern. But I hope you know that there's a lot of support and a lot of partners that you have out here that are alongside you. So everyone be well. Thank you. Be safe, and appreciate you being part of this conversation.
Thank you, Chief Burley. So we'll go. Anyone of you, you go next.
All right, I have to run. So thank you guys for allowing me to get on here and share my perspective as an immigration attorney. I do this every day, actually, on my on Instagram and TikTok and Facebook. And so
I follow you.
Okay. Oh, you do. And so just remember for everyone who's listening, don't sit there and try to diagnose yourself. You need to speak to an attorney. An attorney needs to thoroughly assess what are your options, what is your path. Is it true that you may not have a path right now? Yes, that's a reality. However, you don't know that until you speak to someone who's knowledgeable, who's experienced, and who can make that assessment. So I put our phone number in the chat. Feel free to reach out to us to do a consultation. I also put our website on there. You can go check us out. And also feel free to check out our Google reviews so you see what other clients have to say. We represent clients in all 50 states, even though we're based in Minnesota. Thank you, Russell.
Yeah, thanks, Kiki. And if you need to get a hold of Kiki, you can also let me know. You can also contact me too as well.
While she's here, let me just quickly announce the website. It's www.gilmanimmigration.com.
That's
and we'll
it.
paint the information out here as well.
Thanks, guys. Have a good
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kiki. All right. So, Michelle, you hanging with us or what?
Yeah, I just have a couple more minutes too, but I'm not running out the door. Some of y'all hung out with my little kid when he was a baby, hanging out at all the TPS forums, but now he's grown up and gone away, so I can stay for a minute. But Sarah, I just wanted to get back to that question about property and things. This is part of planning, like safety planning for families. And if you are a 2 U.S. citizen family, you got to stay calm and be in this as allies to help people feel, be ready for them. But you're not going to lose your citizenship, right? But if a person has a green card, a person has asylum pending, we all know how precarious that is. People do have a right to the property they own and the property they've earned. Union members may have dues, and like pension plans they've paid into. Their union reps can help them navigate what is theirs and can be pulled out if they're no longer employed. You own that 401k plan. You own your bank accounts. You own your house. And some of the planning around being safe is not just making sure your kids are taken care of, but that you've got your financial house in order and you can get access to that information. You have it in an electronic wallet that you can access that. You don't lose that if you leave the U.S. I know there are loads of Liberian folks who have gone home and are working and living in Liberia, and and people navigate this all the time. But it's really hard to do if you have your papers all in a mess and you can't find your bank account number. So, have that in a place where you can access it. If you have somebody who's like an estate planning person, who can help you make a will, they can also help you make a financial plan. So you've got somebody who can help you with that. But you own that property. But it can be really, really hard to, get out of a lease and you're owing money and you're in detention. Those things pose real barriers to people. So everyone think about their financial health as well as their family safety.
Quick question, Michelle. I just wanted you to tell us this issue of the sanctuary cities.
Yep.
Yeah, basically sanctuary cities, and if there's particular privileges, those that would be in the sanctuary city will benefit. And
Good question.
also wanted you to elaborate further on this issue about the various offices of the USCIS.
Yeah.
What jurisdiction will run more expeditiously and what would slow down? It's just because we've been confused about that. Just wanted you to focus on moving to that.
Everybody's confused, and if you're confused about it, then you're paying attention. So I think it's a hard time for the sanctuary cities. So there are cities like Minneapolis and St. Paul who have in their city ordinances a separation statement and a policy that prevents unnecessary inquiries into immigration status for city business. And those are old policies. I saw law enforcement really going out, trying to build community trust using those policies so that people are safe and can access law enforcement when they need them, and are not afraid to access the city when just because of immigration status. That is a policy that a city, a police department, whatever, has to not ask. That never meant that ICE could not be in that city doing its business. So if ICE is in, if they come into Brooklyn Park, as the chief said, they can do their business lawfully. All those sanctuary policies mean is that the city is not going to ask unnecessarily about immigration status when you're encountering them. So it's not a guarantee. And it is a target of the administration. They've latched onto sanctuary cities as a thing. We know, they never really provided sanctuary. They provided some good guidance that public officials could follow. And we will see, I think, that the administration tried to bully cities into giving up those policies and threaten them with loss of funding and things. They did that last time around. There's no reason to expect they won't this time. In terms of the immigration system, what can we expect slowing down or speeding up? I don't know. We know that there's an order freezing federal hiring. And so every time a federal employee retires or quits, they're not going to be replaced right now. Our immigration system is run by people. And if there aren't people there, we all know when somebody quits in our job, there's nobody to do their work, right? So that's intended to slow down the effectiveness of our federal government at all levels, not just immigration. And I would expect that will catch up with us. And then we saw last time around, like I said, diversion of some decision maker resources from, looking at whether we should grant naturalization to looking at whether we have to take it away. Well, that's just wasting federal officers' time to slow things down intentionally. That's abusive, but it's, they did that. So I don't know what to predict. And I think we need to be very careful of staying calm, staying resolute, accessing things we have a right to, demanding the rights that we do have, making sure that we are not just, doing their job for them by saying, you know what, I'm not going to file that immigration paper right now because I'm afraid it's going to take too long. As Kiki said, if you don't file it, it's never going anywhere. Being really mindful that we are here, we have a right to be here, and we have a statute that lets us do things. We have a constitution that protects us, and those are all things we're going with.
So now, Michelle, the advocate for human rights, for many folks who don't know the advocate for human rights, I think I said it earlier at the beginning of the show, the work that you all have done with the Liberian community. You're very knowledgeable about the history and all of that, and work to help draft the TRC report, and done a lot of work around that. You've also hosted some clinics, especially during the DED, that whole LRF, process was going through TPS and DED and all of that. what is the advocate for human rights? What are you all doing now? I mean, what have you guys putting out clinics? I mean, can people contact the advocates for human rights if they have questions? I mean, like some of the questions that Sylvester asked. So the people who may listen to this recording later on, this podcast later on, and they had questions, for you. I know you will be coming to the community on the 12th of February to do some in-person Know Your Rights a conversation and all of that. But if folks cannot make it there, or if they don't live in Minnesota and they wanted to contact your office, can they do that? And what can you do for them?
Right. Well, I mean, it's, I think the first community meeting I got to do when I started doing this in the late 90s was with the Liberian community at the Polish American Center. Remember that? Yeah. So it's been a long and happy partnership, and it's really a joy to be here. And the reason we were involved in the TRC was because we'd represented so many folks seeking asylum from Liberia over the years. So for what the Advocates for Human Rights is able to do right now, we're in a collaborative with the other Minnesota immigration legal service providers, and there are community-based clinics. The best place that you can start to look for those is at we have a collective website at lawhelpminnesota.org. So I'll put that in the chat, and you can put it on the screen. I know it's I'll just type that in. And we have been working with our other legal aid provider colleagues, Immigrant Law Center, Legal Aid, Volunteer Lawyers Network, to get as much community-facing walk-in legal clinic time out there for people who have individual questions. So people can absolutely look at that, and we'll have as much of that as we can. The Advocates is still accepting cases for people seeking asylum. So if there are asylum seekers, they're welcome to contact us at theadvocatesforhumanrights.org. We do intake twice a week, and we're happy to talk to asylum seeking clients here in the Upper Midwest. I had shared earlier imp.org. That website, I'll just put that in again so you've got that. I know you're putting this out to folks. Has a map of nationwide of immigration legal help near you, wherever you are in the U.S. We work really in Minnesota, North and South Dakota, but we have colleagues around the country. Everybody knows people are nervous, people need advice. Know that our legal aid community really works with people who can't afford to hire lawyers. So we all have income guidelines, and folks who are working, you should generally be looking for private immigration lawyers to help. Our website has a list of lawyers here in Minnesota that you can contact for consultations. I think that's really wise. We all go to the doctor once a year. Go to your lawyer once a year and make sure nothing in your immigration history has changed. A consultation does not mean thousands of dollars. It means buying an hour of a lawyer's time for a known fee, maybe $100 or $200, maybe $300 or $400. This is something that many people can afford to get a read on what you're doing and what your plans should be. So I wish I could say everybody could call us. We really can't. We have got to stay focused on our asylum, folks seeking asylum and working in our community.
So that's your specialty, the advocate.
Yep. And then working in these
political asylum.
And know your rights. So we're all trying to do our part in this, and we have a great legal services community here in Minnesota to help with that.
Kathy, let me ask you this question. I know you already answered this before, but the person who asked me wants to know if you are a U.S. citizen and have dual citizenship, what precaution you need to take when you travel out of the country?
Right. You do want to be using your U.S. passport, and you want to have that on you. You don't want to, forget to bring that's your entry back into the United States. You should probably talk to an immigration lawyer before you leave, so that if there are any new requirements for registering as you leave or come back. Those kinds of things are changing all the time. They change in countries all the time, and so making sure that you are clear on what's happening at the minute as possible, not how you did it 2 years ago or 5 years ago, because that may have shifted. And if for some reason a U.S. citizen is stopped at or near a port of entry, at or near a border, Minnesota's the Customs and Border Patrol has authority within 100 miles of any U.S. border, and that is deep into Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
And so if you are, for some reason talking to Border Patrol and need to prove you're a citizen, you have a right to, you should not be pushed out. You should not be subject to expedited removal. You have a right to a claimed status review. So just assert that U.S. citizenship and remain silent and ask to speak to a lawyer and get that, keep firm in that right, because you should have a right of entry as a U.S. citizen.
So in actual word, the best thing to do is to just travel with your one U.S. passport.
Yeah, that's why you got it in the first place.
Yeah.
Prove you're a U.S. citizen.
So Michelle, I just want to back to where I know the Kiki has gone. That's a great question, and a lot of folks are concerned about that. So let me just rephrase the question. So if I was a U.S. citizen by naturalization, I know for a fact it doesn't take away my citizenship of my country of birth, right? Now, when you say travel with your U.S. passport, you're basically saying make sure you have that passport on you to show proof you're leaving and to return. Now, that does not have anything to do with what is required when you get to your country of birth.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
Right. They're going to control those rules.
Thank you.
And, as Liberians, yes, you've got the dual citizenship. Not everybody does. Every country's different. And the U.S. does allow dual citizenship. Not everybody does. So if you're, listening and you need to know the law of your country, because your country's passport may no longer be valid if you hold a U.S. passport. That's up to them.
So Michelle, let me hopefully I can kind of throw this in here really quick. My question would be basically a lot of time Liberians, and I think Kiki alluded to this briefly in a very, on the surface view, Liberians who sometimes will prefer to travel from here to Liberia using their Liberian passport so that they won't have to purchase the visa.
Right.
Okay. Now, upon your return, when or if asked, and you then identify yourself as a U.S. citizen, providing your U.S. passport, how is that considered? Because based on my research, just reading, it is clearly stated that when departing and returning to the United States, you must use your U.S. passport. So does that require, if it is needed, to purchase a visa as a Liberian, going to Liberia and then returning as a U.S. citizen?
That may be the safest course of action for you. And I think that's what Kiki was saying, like in abundance of caution, purchasing a visa is, you're paying $2,000 for a plane ticket, pay another $100 for the visa. If that's it, that it makes it clear that you're moving along that way. But that, that use of, you still have your citizenship.
Right.
And
thank you.
So I think one of
that's just the abundance of caution.
Yeah. Right. And there is, as people are traveling, about, if you've got stamps in a passport that we're not inspecting, we can't see where a person's been. And if there's, that's when they can make up security concerns and all sorts of things. And so, having a clear trajectory is really tighter for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Michelle. So if you just want to do a quick closing, parting comments for all the listeners and everyone here, that would be great. And we certainly appreciate your time.
Yeah, no, I thank you for facilitating a conversation. I think, you know, the biggest thing we're going to be all challenged to do is know our rights and use them. Our Constitution doesn't just, you know, protect us if we don't invoke it. So helping your friends and neighbors understand that they do have a right to be free from unlawful search and seizure, that they don't have to answer questions from somebody who doesn't identify themselves as a law enforcement agent. You know, really being prepared to be strong, and also to, you know, assess the safety in any given moment. It's going to be a challenge. The advocacy that and relationships you have with city and state officials are going to be critical, and that's true throughout the country. But those rights are there whether they want to be there or not, and we have to invoke them and have to stay strong.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you. Have a very good evening. I'll see some of you in person, I hope, in a week, but otherwise,
yes.
Be well and safe, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
So, Russell, before we go to our next discussion topic, I hope you can share, if you would please read the memo that Chief Burley left in the private chat. That I think that's very important, especially for people in the Minnesota area to have this information to their disposal. The one he write regarding the Hennepin County Police Department. You want to read that, or you want me to?
Okay. Yes. So, Hennepin County Police Department remains steadfast in our commitment to serve and protect everyone in our communities, regardless of immigration status. Effective policing cannot be accomplished without community trust, and that means every person should feel empowered to seek help, report crimes, and engage with local law enforcement. Public safety is eroded, and the whole community is put at risk when people fear interactions with local police over their immigration status. Our priority is...
I think he kind of cut it off over there. I think that is the priority above.
Yes.
But I think it was very important for the community and for our listening audience to, you know, listen to that part of it. Again, the police department, consider them your friend. Always feel free to reach out to them. As the chief said, don't feel threatened because you may be afraid that they probably may report you to ICE. Like he said, that is not part of their function or responsibility. They are there to protect lives and property. And I think all of us are aware that is part of the police responsibility. So make use of it as much as you can. And you have Russell at your disposal as well. Use him. Contact him if you need to, and other in the Liberian community in the Minnesota area. Reach out to other people. I know we are very private when it comes to our information. Sometimes people feel threatened, right? They're not very comfortable because of sometimes what I mean, I would say this, the toxic nature of our community. At times, people are afraid that the business will be out there for the next discussion topic. But at this point in time, we are at the point where everybody needs each other. If you need somebody's support in a specific area or, you know, subject matter, like Kiki was right here. She clearly said, we are available. Reach out to her. She made her information available. Russell, Kiki, since Michelle and everybody else, they are available. And I'm very grateful that Russell was able to actually spearhead the process to bring this to us, because in itself, this consultation is, you know, it's not free. And here tonight, we were able to get free consultation and with all of the questions asked. And, you know, I think that was great contribution to the community and society in its whole, Russell.
Yes, Russell.
Thank you.
So much.
Thanks. I just want to make a quick announcement. But anyway, I think I can make it later on. Go ahead, Robert.
I want to say thank you so much. I mean, a lot of feedbacks we got, and people were tuning, and across the. I mean, everybody was interested in this show and this these people coming, like Lofa said. We did it free of charge. Can you imagine this? These are things that cost. Right now, some lawyers will be making money right now because a lot of stuff are pressing out. But it's good to make the time. And I mean, can you imagine the kind of work on the underhand and they came and do it free? We should appreciate you, Russell. Thank you so much. And thank the people that show up to, we really appreciate it because this thing is getting serious. From what I learned tonight too, even you say this everywhere with the case, just gotta be mindful, take precaution. Don't take nothing for granted. And especially in the states that the attorney general, the chief of police are not really, they're not too cool. They're happy what's happening. But now what's gonna happen from what I see is that most people are gonna start migrating to states that they feel safe.
I know, right?
Because if I know that the chief of police, the attorney general, the mayor are all saying, well, they're not going to cooperate, they're going to make sure to protect everyone, that way the people are going to run. But it's very scary though. People are afraid. So
let me chime
comment, please. I know some people are.
Let me chime in real quick. I just want to add my voice though. This is what we are for, right? And a lot of times we put politics over what is important, right? We don't know how to separate the two. You have a guy like Russell in Minnesota. He's shown over and over that he's a true representation of the people.
Yeah.
And over when he has made himself available to be that voice as one of us, we've said, hey, I don't want this man yet, man. This man is too different. You don't gossip with us. You don't support my candidate. But when it's about laws in this country that affect you, your candidate got nothing to do with those laws. You have to utilize people who know the system, who know people. So I want to add my voice to say, Russell, thank you. I've gotten a lot of calls about this as well. People love this kind of stuff, and this is what the closing argument is about. But let me just add this, and then maybe you guys can chime in. A lot of Liberians, including those who are in Liberia right now, who enjoys the dual nationality of this country. I want to be very clear. I've spoken to lawyers as well, and we've been privileged to talk to people and ask some questions. A buddy of mine just came back from Liberia 2 days ago, and he went through the same process that most Liberians do, who do not want to spend $300-400 on visa process. I want to be clear. You are not at risk of your passport being taken away from you by immigration attorneys upon return to the U.S. And I want to re-emphasize, use your American passport when leaving the U.S. and when returning. What that means is this, and those who have 2 passports and those who have traveled on these passports experience this. There is no way you can go to the airport traveling from America to Ghana and just give, for instance, your Liberian passport, especially if that passport did not have a visa in which you came to this country and you are returning with. You were not allowed to leave. So when you get to the airport and you go to Delta, they already know you're traveling international. International flights requires you to show a legal documentation of entrance into the country that you are going in. Without that information, flight attendants, agents would not allow you to board that flight, which is the reason why when you purchase a visa upon arrival, you get the original copy upon arriving in the country, but they will send you a copy to show when they ask you for your visa to enter that country. So when you have 2 passports and you don't have a visa, when you get to the airport, the first thing they will review is your American passport. Your American passport is indicative that you have a valid documentation with regards to status in this country. They will look to your passport to make sure you have visa, because they don't know whether or not you have a Liberian passport or Ghanaian passport. After they've asked you for your visa, you can then tell them you intend to use your Ghanaian or Liberian passport to enter the country when you get to Liberia. They will review your Liberian passport and then check for a few things. I know Lofa is laughing, but this is they will check. They will check to make sure it matches. This is very important, guys. 1 second. I know you guys will tell me. They will check to make sure your name and your U.S. passport matches that of your Liberian passport. They'll check to make sure the date of birth also matches the same thing, and they will also check for expiration date. They will hand both passports to you, and they will allow you entrance into the country. When you get to Ghana, you do not have to show your American passport. They do not ask for your American passport, even though they know where you came from. You show your Ghanaian passport or your Liberian passport because that's the jurisdiction they have in that area. When you get to Liberia, the same thing. If your flight from Liberia to the U.S., if your flight from Liberia is straight from Liberia to any jurisdiction in the U.S., you do not present your Liberian or Ghanaian passport. The only passport that you are required to present to them to board that flight is your American passport. And that is the passport that is stamped. When you come to D.C. or to New York, they don't ask you for Liberian passport.
So, Robert,
Robert, let me just say, Robert, let me say something. I understand you're trying to educate our people here. Let me say something.
Let him learn, but I'm confused. What's the issue? Why you have it?
When Americans are on, we're having a discussion. Let's continue on that. Let me land and I will shut up, then you talk. I'm not going to stay long talking. I just want to finish the point. When you get to D.C. or New York, whatever, no immigration officer asks you ever for a foreign national passport, especially when you've given them your U.S. passport. My buddy just returned 2 days ago, and he was very, very concerned. He came to Atlanta through New York. He was asked where he came from. He said Liberia. They look at his passport and said, welcome home. And he's at home right now with his wife. By the way, my parents are due to return on Friday. And so I will update you guys. But I'm saying this to say, inasmuch that we should definitely take precaution, be cautious. That means if you don't feel safe using both passports, get your visa. But I don't want anyone to scare you away from using your Liberian and your American passport if that's what you choose to do.
Because a lot of Liberians are now,
I don't know, because that's
spreading different information.
But I want to say something though.
A lot of Liberians are not spreading different information.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, people are
getting it. But here's the thing though. Here's the thing, right? There is a reason why we thought it wise to invite legal practitioners to give us advice on these issue that we are discussing, several. And I don't think Robert, considering that Robert is not a legal practitioner, he's basing his position on an individual experience.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, Robert, let me land. Robert, you're just talking about witching out. Robert, hold on now. Robert, hold on. Robert, let me land. I give you the chance. I wanted to interject. You said
there's a lot of misconception.
Here's my position. Considering that those who are legal practitioners, those who are involved with this issue on the daily basis, are advising that if you are to travel, the best way to do it, the precautionary method is utilize, if you are a dual citizen, utilize your U.S. passport, obtain the visa that is needed upon your departure, and upon your return, make it available. These are people who are involved in this field. Again, we are not. So I think in order for us to not confuse these people or our audience who are, again, heavily interested in this conversation, I think we should just remain committed to the advice that will render to all of us. If you're traveling, stay put with the advice that the legal practitioners were able to provide to you. I don't think Kiki, who actually admitted to the fact that, again, she is a naturalized citizen, will by any means try to deceive anybody here in any way, shape, or form. So I think my own honest opinion, again, this is my opinion. I read what is stated on the traveling site. If you go there, it clearly states, and I can share that what is stated on the site. It says upon departure, make sure you travel with your U.S. passport, and upon return. Now, if you're traveling out of the United States, okay, and you're traveling to another country, it is expected of you that you will have to obtain a visa, especially when it comes to places like Liberia. So my own advice to anybody who may have been listening tonight is to simply say to you, please take the advice of those immigration lawyers, the attorneys, who have been involved with this, and don't base your decision on the luck of the average. Okay, somebody were able to come in and work for them, and because it may work for the next person, I wouldn't do that. Follow the legal process.
Please, just 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds, please. I beg you. Just 10 seconds. I want to correct.
Okay, go ahead. 10 seconds.
Just 10 seconds.
Go ahead.
Just give your opinion. Don't misinterpret my opinion. Now, the idea that I'm suggesting that folks should not listen to the legal practitioner It's wrong. They can do that if they choose to do that.
Okay.
The idea that you will say, and I did not say that I'm giving my own opinion is also wrong. We're not legal practitioners, but there are people who have access to legal practitioners where we can ask questions that other people may not have access to. This is exactly what Russell just did. The difference, he brought them on the show. However, are there everyone in Russell's corner who may have access to those who he brought on the show? So if Russell can pick up the phone and ask questions from legal practitioner and share that information, you can't say it's based on Russell's own mad opinion. That's not right. What I said is this. We have spoken to legal practitioners. Again, if you want to take the advice of Kiki, you can. But Kiki did not say that if you travel to Ghana or Liberia, you risk losing your citizenship because you use a Liberian passport. She did not say that.
No,
so
she
what
did.
What I'm saying here is this: simple. You can take the advice, you can take the extra precautionary measures, you can. But anyone who suggests that flying from this country, using your American passport, and using your Liberian passport in Liberia or Ghana, by virtue of the fact that you are a natural born and a Liberian citizen, somehow means when you return, you will lose your American citizen. It's a blatant lie. That's all I'm saying. It's a blatant lie. And I think we should be very careful how we put this information out there. If you travel out of this country and you're returning with your U.S. passport, you will freely return to this country and you return home with your family. Do not be afraid to utilize both passports. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, let me come here, right? Let me say this, though. Honestly, again, I want to say thanks for the people that came to help us. And I think if you listen to, I think Kiki or someone, on a serious note, they said the laws are there, right? But again, to be on the safe side because of who we're dealing with right now as president and the orders he's giving, you gotta be very careful. So honestly, for me, if I were advising anyone for the next 4 years, you take be on the safe side. If you're an American citizen, you're traveling, go get your visa and go. If you want to play that, take that chance. Well, okay, I'm a U.S. citizen, but at the same time, I can go get visa and do my Liberian passport just to avoid it. Because you want to be on the safe side. Because the problem is that you meet someone who is not prepared to even listen to you. By the time you get to go to your attorney, the person has
letting comments to share. Share the other comments and what the people say right now.
The person
I think you're right. The thing is,
thank you.
You just reminded us 1 minute. Yeah, you just reminded us.
Somebody talking now on the floor, please. So I beg you.
I'm sorry.
I beg you guys, please. If you are a U.S. citizen, you're traveling, travel with a U.S. passport. Go pay that money, get a visa, and go. Because right now we are in trying times. Just today, those that are on TPS for Venezuela, Trump revoked 600 against 6,000, and then they revoked their TPS. They can't even renew it. So right now, one of the questions was asked: if you're in process of processing your immigration stuff, you don't know what will happen. But just continue. She said, "Don't be afraid. Just put it in. You know what happened. You know what will be the response. Put it in." Because right now, these guys are determined. Today, the Secretary of State said he's the acting director for USAID. Can you imagine? And all USAID projects across the world have been stopped. Even in Liberia. On USAID scholarship. Our Liberians are on USAID scholarship in Liberia and in other countries. They're all worried. They're all stopped now. We're in trying times. Right now, for the next 4 years, don't take no chance with the people. Okay? What you got to do. Because honestly, you guys, they want to accomplish something. What they want to do, we don't know, but we got to best be on the safe side. So, get a visa, go get a visa. don't use Liberian passport to avoid visa. Don't put yourself all kind of stuff.
I think.
As I speak, I got a plane trip to Liberia coming up. I am applying for visa, and I can't.
Exactly. All that stuff we're gonna do.
Okay. So I thought this was a great show, and go ahead, Sylvester.
Okay, thank you, because you're the presiding officer today, so and he did a splendid job today. And before I move to other thing, let me say this to you today. I'm actually very elated as per your very true representation today. Yeah. I'm carried away. I'm deeply touched as to some of the things you do for Lala Liberians. There are folks, some folks from places listening to us. They're very pleased with this consultation today. That was a very extraordinary.
And Russell got more in the pack for us, guys. Relax, got more in the pack.
Extraordinary statementship you exhibited today. So trust me, whenever while we're here in this place or whatsoever, whenever there's anything about you to be done moving forward, you have my unfinishing commitment. Finishing campaign process.
I hope Liberians will remember here at the polls next time.
I hope they do. On a serious
especially.
Yeah, on finishing commitment and all those things. I think
they were plenty
to do. It was not only one person, but you brought all the law. You brought it from all perspective, right? From the law enforcement perspective. That was very profound. Then you brought the legal perspective.
Very commendable, yeah.
A combination of all of those. I mean, it will go a long way in helping other Liberians and other non-Liberians also that tune today. Right. I wanted you to bring this person to have like this kit. I'm going to say KATE. Says something in their post about I have traveled from.
Please highlight that.
Yeah, highlight that.
Which one? And you were trying to be so professional. You said when the Caucasian or the American were here, you were professional, maintain that level of professionalism. Maintain that level of professionalism now. Second, be quiet. Let's get to it. We'll get there.
Lufa, please highlight this. I have traveled from the USA.
I'm trying to find it.
Ghana and Liberia.
I'm trying to find it. Where?
Both times I did not show my American passport at all, leaving Ghana.
Hey, Robert, now.
Will you highlight that, please?
All right, this one right here.
Very well. And let me take some time. I'm going to be very short a little bit. Now, the first thing, his statement is absolutely misleading. Absolutely.
That's a woman. That's a female.
That's a lady.
Okay,
yes.
her statement.
She traveled a lot.
If you leave it, if an attempt to leave from Ghana or from Monrovia of a U.S. passport, you have to show your proof of entry in the U.S. and that proof of entry will either be the U.S. passport or the green card. And this is the first thing.
We're not talking about that.
We're not talking about the U.S.
But now.
One minute. I just try. I'm hitting to that. No. 1 minute. That I just want to say that.
Brother Lynn.
Now, a lot of time we got most of our friends, comrades, and the rest of that will travel the way they travel, right? You leave in the USA, you basically show your US passport and you leave and you enter Accra, you exhibit your ECOWAS passport. That's how I would love to call it. I don't know to call it Liberia. Your ECOWAS passport. Out of the ECOWAS passport, out of the Ghanaian passport, if you are Ghanaian, or Togolese passport, if you are Togolese, or what have you. Now, and for Liberians, most often, we stop in Accra with our US passport and book Kenya Airway or ASCA with our Liberian passport and enter Monrovia because we don't want to get the Liberian visa. I mean, the visa to go to Monrovia on our way back. So now I listened to the legal folks just now. They say, hey, the best way to mitigate this process, because the reason why the lawyers are saying it's not wrong to do that, Robert. The reason why the lawyers, the legal minds are saying we should avoid because we are not in normal times. That's the reason. Professional people will try to do some preventive mechanism. We are not in normal times. So they say, hey, get your visa and just go. That's the reason, Robert. And I just read into their mind. We're not in normal. There's a very unconventional days. So they say they don't want you to go through your kind of wood value when you arrive. This thing happens. There's a technicality or something. Then I thought you should have gotten a visa to go here, but no. What you just explained, Robert, is absolutely correct. But there's normal time, you can do that. But this kind of a time where imagine why it's unfolding now. You say almost 10,000 employees are usually were told today to not go to work.
Wow.
You say, today they were told to not go to the Ronald Reagan building in DC.
Wow.
They didn't do that. So if you understand there's a lot of issues. Then the Secretary of State now is the acting head of USAID. Now, yeah, that is under his purview because he's trying to review something. Eventually, they're going to come back to that. But so, due to this, if I were a U.S. citizen, I will actually yield to the professionals, the lawyers. If I'm going to Monrovia or I'm going to Addis Ababa, right? I will pay the $160. Right? Okay. I'll pay the $160 and get my Monrovia Liberia visa or Ghanaian visa or Nigerian visa. So when I'm returning to the country, basically there will be a smooth process. Then when they check in my passport, they will know that, hey, I went to this place, I'm a U.S. citizen, I'm a U.S. citizen, and what have you. Because there is this issue, do it quickly before I stop here. If you went for those that went for U.S. citizenship process and during the interview, they will first ask you, are you a citizen of the country? You say yes. They say, do you still have this on it? Are you willing to renounce, not denounce, but renounce the citizenship of that country? Despite the United States got a dual citizenship law, but it will still push that question to you. Are you willing to renounce and pledge allegiance only to the United States of America? So, and that's part of the reason why the lawyers are saying, because of this kind of unusual movement and unusual circumstances we find ourselves, it is just helpful for us to yield to those kind of a process. And I will hope those that got the U.S. passport, we have to do that. But those that also got the green card, the only thing we can do is that we will always just travel with no visa issue because of the green card. So when I'm going to my country, I use my Liberian passport or the Ecuador region, and I enter the country. When I'm coming back in the U.S., I exhibit my green card, and I'm allowed to go. And an immigration officer asks me the same, and I'm through. But the passport process is another issue, and I agree that for now.
If I had a green card now, I would kind of review any trip plan for now for a later future.
Don't gonna scare me.
I think that's welcome, Chairman Ben. Welcome.
So basically that's it. Yeah. So that's it.
But I think Sylvester hit the nail on the head. You know, Robert, you're absolutely right. But as the attorney, both of the attorneys said that this evening. There are three words: precaution, precaution, precaution. That's all. You know. So I mean, Precious Smith, yes, you know, no one is discounting what Robert is saying. I don't think that's what Sylvester was doing, but he was just trying to say that, you know, I mean, on a normal day, during a normal situation, that would be applicable. But now we're not in normal times, so we just need to take some precaution. And so if like Dr. Peabody said, if you're privileged to have a U.S. passport, that $100 or $150 to get a visa might be might save you a lot of trouble down the road. So that's all. But it's not to say that what you said was incorrect. But for those out there who are listening and who have been following the show or may have joined in just now and did not hear everything that was said when we had the attorneys on, we will be having, and if you live in Minnesota, we will be having an in-person Know Your Right meeting or event on the 12th of August at the United Methodist Church from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. in
August? February or August?
Did I say August?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, February. I meant February.
Well,
Okay, I meant February. Again, it's going to be free consultation. Michelle will be there now. I think we all heard Michelle specialty and the advocate for human rights. Their specialty is that if you have political asylum cases, they will work on your case for free. Okay. You know, if you have other immigration issues, doesn't matter where in the country you are, Kiki Gilman will work on it for a fee. And if you have situation with the police or not sure what the police can do or cannot do, then you can contact Chief Bruley. But Chief Bruley and the Brooklyn Park Police Department, we've just passed a policy here that forbids the Brooklyn Park Police from cooperating with ICE. But if you want to hear more of that and get more information, there will be an in-person meeting. And if you know you have immigration issue and concerns, I mean, like the chief said, it's been 4 years since ICE has been to Brooklyn Park. But just to be on the safe side, you don't need to be there. Your pastors and other community leaders will be there. We'll give them the information and they can take it back to the community and try to educate the people. It's called Know Your Rights. And those folks will be there on February 12th.
What you got going on in August?
I know, right?
What you got going in August?
Got something special.
I have no idea. Maybe
I got a quick question for you guys. I got a quick question. Everybody been talking. Let me talk my own. Do we know for sure? Do we know for sure if our people, because I know some Liberians supposed to be deported? I'm not sure, but do we know for sure if our people have communicated with the government here, or there's any arrangement, to receive our people back home? Do we know that? Does anybody have any information on that?
But is that information?
No, I don't.
Huh?
I don't. Deportation related to.
What you say? What?
Is the information about deporting Liberian too? Is that realistic?
I know that. Or today I spoke to somebody from Liberia embassy, and they're having a Zoom thing. I don't know what time, but I think I sprayed in the chat room.
Yeah.
A Zoom thing going right now where they are talking about it.
Oh yeah. Can we?
So there's no deportation of Liberians going to Liberia.
That's not what we're saying though.
We don't know.
No, Pewee, ask why it is true. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not speculation.
About people, we should have asked Kiki. I can ask her. I can ask Kiki.
Okay,
yeah,
that would be good.
Yeah, because they would know. I can ask both Kiki and
but I want to show you. You can send her a text and ask.
I can. I'll ask her.
Yeah.
So why you do that before Ben come in? I just want to re-emphasize again. People have choices to make. And people will have to make the choice that they feel most safe with. That's what this country is about. People have choices. We all have choices to make. Okay? The reason why I brought that up, and the reason why I even went live before I came here, was because people have started sharing a fake story. It has been proved to be fake.
That's true. They share a lot of fake.
A fake story about an avoidant national who was in Ivory Coast, came back to this country. At the at custom, the immigration officer supposedly asked her where you came from, and in the Ivory Coast, and the immigration officer asked her, "What passport did you use, or how did you?" She said, "I used my Ivorian passport."
So that story was fake.
It's fake.
Oh, it's fake.
It's a narrative.
Serious?
A narrative.
Yeah, it's fake.
A narrative.
Oh my God.
Fear. It's a narrative. It's very important. Let me say this, please. It's a narrative that has been pushed around and shared by a lot of people. Post fear into people who have dual nationality. So I'm not disagreeing here that if Kiki or any lawyer says take precaution, get visa. However, here's what I would say. Like she said, if you acquire your citizenship legally and you follow the process, God first, I don't give a darn what Donald Trump says. If you did not commit crime in this country, you are not at risk. People need to move. I know these are difficult times and these are unusual times. I understand that. So when my good friend Dr. Peabody says, by the time I will get my visa, I respect his choice. But if I had U.S. citizen, am I going to get visa to go to Liberia or Ghana? Absolutely not. I won't. You know why I won't? I will not be bullied, especially when I went to the legal process. I paid tax in this country. 1 second. I paid tax in this country. I'm not a criminal in this country like other people. I won't mention that name yet. I have not done no wrong yet. You will not bully me to scare me away. I have known people who have. I have known people who have flown out of here with that American passport. They said this. You have to show your American passport to fly out of here. They have gone to Ghana and still went to the embassy and report that they are in Ghana for 3-4 days. They've done it in Liberia as well. You can go to the American embassy, 1 second, and tell the American embassy, I'm here for 3 days. I'm here for 4 days. But this narrative that if you use what is given to you legally, that somehow they will take your American visa from American passport from you upon arrival. Immigration
that's not true.
are not
That's not
empowered
true.
to do that, and that's not true. That was the only point that I'm making. That's not true. Thank you.
Yeah, but why? Like I said, why is true? I mean, everything you said, Robert, is true. But again, I think one of the lawyers said on the show that, look, we're not in normal times, and these people, look,
Both of them said, yeah.
All of them
so
said,
I'm advised that 4 years not hard. You don't take chance with these guys. These guys,
they may come in for 10 days, except for
Yeah, 4 years ago, we still travel, we still live our life.
yeah, but they meant different. They meant different. They meant what you're doing is different.
4 years ago, man.
No, but different. They want different. What you doing? Also, started the last 4 years of this. What the guys do right now? I mean, you see that you got the FBI. They're going. You see what they're doing to their own people. And you say you attention with the people. My advice, anybody don't dare them. Don't challenge them right now. Play by go according to the rule.
Rob, what you drinking? Rob, what you drinking tonight? What you drinking tonight? Let me see what's in that. Let me see what's in that glass.
I think Robert point is right. Robert is right. The U.S. government only deports citizens or revoke citizenship when you are involved in a crime against the United States of America, which is terrorism and all of that. They're not going to deport you because as a U.S. citizen. There's some people that you still have some people that on different. Let me not call them. If that was the case, some people that who commit a serious crime, they won't be on national platform doing things and stuff like that. But I don't think the U.S. will go against their own law when you're a citizen, and because then you come back and say, "Oh no, we can't do." They only revoke your citizenship if you commit crime against the United States government, the terrorism.
You're right. But I'm normal. We're not in normal times.
Can the chairman talk? Let the chairman come in.
Well, thank you, guys, and I'm sorry for being late. Great show. I actually was monitoring it. I thought both lawyers were very. First of all, thank you, Winfred, for the resources that you brought to bear for our people, and I want to express the same sentiment that Robert has said, that hopefully our people will see more than just the fact that you can't attend every party and you don't attend every baby shower. That the next time you do put your hand up, we will have. Imagine if you were a state representative at this point, your voice at this time will be extremely critical in that state capital. So I just wanted to add that. But with that being said, listen, I couldn't agree more with my brother Robert. I think one of the things that we do well as Liberians, we know how to spread false news. We know how to create our own reality. Yes, I agree with Tomalin that these are not normal times, but this is still not a lawless country. This is still not a country that is not embedded with the law, right? That's why you see people are challenging these things. That's why you see an executive order that was passed denying birthright citizenship is on hold, because this is not a lawless country. This is not a country where they can call the Chief Justice and say, let's go chill, and she will go chill. No, or he will go chill. This is that, and I think like we all said, people should be cautious. People should be careful. But like Robert said, if you haven't broken any laws in this country, if you are living like an upright citizen of this country, and anybody attempt to violate your right. In fact, I was watching interestingly, it was on Fox, and somebody was actually saying it, that the federal government, if the federal government go after legal citizens and people who haven't broken law, there could be lawsuits that will come, and they will pay a lot of money, civil lawsuits, and people will make millions of dollars. And so the warning was, the same money you're trying to save, you may end up paying several people who may want to challenge, who may take you to court, right, to say that my rights was violated. On the issue of the dual citizenship, the United States does recognize dual citizenship. And one of the benefits of dual citizenship is that you have two passports and you can use those two passports to your benefits. Your US passport, I believe, take you to about 180 countries without visa that don't need visa. So, but Liberia is not one of those countries. You do need a visa to go into Liberia as a US citizen. So maybe the time has come, maybe we should put pressure on our government to see if we can, because of the amount of Liberians that are in the United States, to see if they can grant visa waiver for US passports. Because I don't understand why, right?
But Ben has a question.
Let
me ask a question, right?
That's not
Ben,
possible.
So if one of these guys grab you, nobody there, right? Grab you, take you, put in ice. What I've been talking about, you go to court, but by the time you're already getting ready to send you playing the goal.
But
No.
All
right, so you taking my time. You asking a question.
A guy for a joke.
Dominic, you taking my time. You asking me a question, right?
You're saying you ask questions down.
First
So
of all,
ask the man and move.
First of all, Tomalin George. Again, this is not the Republic of Liberia.
Okay.
No, I reject.
Hey, my man, leave me, man. Pewee. Leave me alone, man. Pewee. Your Republic of Liberia is where the Justice Minister contradicts the ruling of the Supreme Court that the country has.
You don't know why against
Don't do that. Yeah, I know you are a diplomat and you fly hard.
Go ahead, Ben.
But no, I agree with you people. Don't mind me. I'm just trying to make light of a situation.
No, I agree. But the point before you continue, Ben. Before you continue quickly, now the process here is the issue about the dual citizenship. You right? I just slipped my thought. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Tomalin, the thing is, again, the key thing here is being an upright citizen.
That's it.
That's the key thing.
That's it.
If you are arrested
I'm a criminal
and you now do crime in this country or you got something in your backyard, then they have the right to deport you.
Thank you.
You have a right. But like Robert said, if you have not,
I agree. But
before you continue, there's nothing called Tomalin, right? There's nothing called an upright citizen who they will charge, they will run, because first of all, before they deport you, they will run your history, they will run your record, right?
Ben, before you continue, before you continue briefly. Even before they remove you, it has to be from an immigration officer.
Exactly, it has to be an immigration, lawyer. Yeah, it has to be an immigration proceeding.
The U.S. cannot deport their own citizens. The U.S. government cannot. The U.S. government cannot deport
you. Because
and Tomalin, and like Peabody is saying, it's a fact. It is a fact. There are extreme cases. Yeah, my man, winner. There are extreme cases where people are denaturalized. There are extreme, and they require extreme cases where somebody gets denaturalized. Right? So again, take all the precaution that you want to take, which is fine. But like Robert said, if you have not broken any law in this country and you have nothing to fear, if you didn't, like I think one of the lady, I think it was the other lady who said, I think it was Kiki who said, if you didn't receive your naturalization through fraudulent means, all of those things, because all of those things can be reviewed. They will. But with that being said, I still believe, again, there's a reason why the U.S. recognizes dual citizenship. They recognize dual citizenship because this is a country of immigrants. Then their 4 years of Donald Trump is not eternity, right? All of these things, I agree, is a difficult 4 years. Let Tomalin say we should all be afraid. But I think if you are a law-abiding citizen, if you have done everything right, like most of the people on this show who, if you know, those of you who have American citizenship, right? I will say you have nothing to be worried about, because at the end of the day, your rights are protected. You are an American, just how Melania Trump is an American.
Thank you.
Just how Melania Trump, who is a naturalized American.
Two passports.
You bring your liberal politics here now.
No, I'm not bringing liberal politics. I'm using a perfect example. I think why I think happening here, guys. I think like Trump. I think somebody alluded to that text where they're talking about the woman from Ivory Coast. When you read that, text,
I was the one. It was a fake.
Thank you, bro. When you read that text, it's a lie. It's a lie. You come to the airport, the woman does say your passport. How you went? And I went with my Ivorian passport. Okay, give me your U.S. passport. You need it. Look, like, come on.
People can just
they don't ask you.
They don't even ask you.
They don't ask you what passport you went with.
Thank you. That, don't let the boss scare you. Travel the way you want to travel, man.
Right now.
Yo, wait for somebody.
Everybody got a citizenship through.
You know that.
If everybody got a citizenship through Diribati, then you won't get.
Then you should be worried.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Everything is.
Even with that case. Even with that
Somebody
case.
is very scared.
So what if
It
you're a
requires
Diriba?
a mass screening process for them to even know if they are.
Yeah, but you're right, Peabody. It's not going to happen immediately.
It's not going to happen.
It's a procedure. It's a process that will happen. They will have to investigate. They will have to. You are entitled to your right.
Yes.
Due process.
No,
You know.
Trump,
And
man.
the last thing I would say before somebody else comes
He
in,
will leave your friend.
the majority of the people President Trump and his team are going after are people who are criminals.
They're
People who
criminals.
are
Yeah.
people who are illegal. Those are the people that he's concerned about. And I think somebody also asked whether Liberians have been deported. I don't know for sure, but I did see a list with the what it in the logo, that the seal.
Yeah.
It looks like an authentic.
No, but it's a real list. It's a real list.
It's a real list. They have all the list of countries. I think it was 1,500.
If that
What do
little
you mean by
yeah,
Diriba?
why they
Diriba
did
thing?
it?
What do you
I'm
mean by
very
Diriba?
on that rear.
No,
No,
but
that
on the website.
one is a list. Peabody, that
It's
one
on
is
the
a list
website.
of all the countries.
Yeah, it's on the yeah.
Okay.
But that text,
I think it's on the
it's
website.
not that text, someone just tested it and people just sharing it.
Yeah.
We don't know where it come from. We don't know where it come from.
I've sent a message to
People
people.
take precaution. You're a U.S. citizen.
All right,
travel
somebody,
as
you
a
take
US
your own precaution. Go take
Yeah.
your precaution.
I'm telling you, you're
But Tomalin, you got U.S. citizenship? And you got green
Yes,
card?
Tomalin
one
is
Now, you
scared.
don't want me to be worried about you get green card.
Are you being asking? Are you being asking somebody if money is a US
I'm
citizen?
traveling as a citizen. I'm using Liberia passport anymore. So I go and
Oh, you
say,
got a citizenship?
I'm not gonna use my Liberian passport anymore. So Ben, you want to put my Liberian my secret traveling now? Yeah, travel Liberian passport. You want for the visa? You want? Make it to that one for back.
I think Russell was trying to say something. Russell,
you won't be going. You going Liberia? You won't go to?
No, but
Russell, before you continue, Russell, this question means then you're using to help me to answer it.
No, man.
So I'm trying to say,
I don't think people have a lot to worry
I'm
about.
coming. So you guys trying to say, Ben, we that got a green card, we shouldn't travel.
No, I didn't say that.
you can travel.
You got a green card
You
legally.
travel, Pewee.
But if you
But
marry,
then
if you marry somebody, if you marry two times for green card, Bennett, the man
But
question
Ben,
you.
Ben,
No, I'm saying that. I'm saying. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you, Sylvester Pewee. I'm not asking you, Sylvester Pewee. I'm asking a general question. You got a green card legally. You are
Yes.
breaking no laws in this country.
Absolutely not.
You can travel.
You can travel, man.
Everybody making the law that the world about to shut down. Now,
But
I
I'm not-
will say
I'm not-
one
I'm not-
thing I'm
I'm not-
enjoying.
somebody's scared.
For me,
I'm
my-
not-
I will say.
Then what kind of information do we need to
This is a
travel?
pivot. Chairman, it's a pivot. I will say one thing I'm enjoying that Donald Trump is doing though is where he's threatening these countries with these tariffs and all of them coming back and making a deal with him. I mean, I think he's just been a great businessman and he's getting a good deal out of there. I saw earlier today Mexico, the president of Mexico called a deal with him.
Yeah, baby.
This evening, Canada has also announced that they have a deal. Yeah. So
Russell, I'm about to leave.
Yes,
Can I say one thing, please? I'm about to leave. Can I say one thing? Let me say one thing. I'll follow the show, and I'll let Lofa do all his talking. But let me say one thing.
No, Barbara, I don't need you to give me permission to do all the talking I want.
Okay.
Yeah, you talk about let Lofa do all your talking like I need some sort of permission.
Okay, I think
it. Barbara, what you drinking? What you not show what you drinking tonight?
Let me say one thing. My only issue is this: take all the precaution that you want to take. That's fine. But I will speak to all legal American Liberian who work their butts off all these years and they follow the process. We are people who got green card. Because not all Liberian. Some Liberians have green card per choice, right? If you have acquired your document legally, you pay taxes. You are not a criminal. You follow the rules. I'm not talking about traffic laws every now and then, yeah and there. But you're not a hardcore criminal. You have rights as an American citizen. You have that right. You also have rights as a Liberian citizen and a member of the ECOWAS state. If you have that passport, if you want to spend $400 to get a visa, that your business, go spend $400. But do not let anyone bully you into. Don't let anyone bully you into the fact that if you go to Ghana and you use your Ghanaian passport, they've never asked you for American passport when you land at Protocol International Airport. They never asked you for American passport when you land at Robert International Airport. They never do that. Don't let them fear you. But I understand these are difficult times. So if you want to take precaution, if you're scared, that's fine. But don't be bullied into lies and misinformation. You have that right as dual national. Use it. Take advantage of it. God bless Russell. God bless everyone. And I'll follow the show.
Well, Rob, before you leave, hold on 1 second. Let me ask a question. You provide legal advice. Let me ask a quick question here.
I didn't provide legal advice.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just ask a quick question.
I did not provide legal advice. Take it back.
Let me ask a question. Can I just ask a question? Now that you discuss, what about those of us with the green cards and just because we are patriots of Liberia and we chose to remain green card holder? So what when we are traveling, are we why
so the people let me address it 20 seconds. I know people who right now who still think that if they were to get American passport and they have some intentions of running for office in Liberia, some way somehow that will handle the possibility of them running. And they still believe that that's the fact, right? So they're still holding on to that green card. But listen, if you have green card and you are not a criminal, you have been in this country all these years, you are permanent resident, you are legal resident, you can still travel with your green card. You can, but you don't have to.
So I still have a chance of becoming president in Liberia. Then, thank you.
But if I'm a citizen, I can become president too. I have the right to run. Yeah.
We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that when we meet at the bottom box.
Lofa, I'm a natural born Liberian.
We'll talk about that when we meet at the bottom box.
That right away from me. Sylvester, am I lying?
What?
A natural born Liberian can run for any office, right? Okay. So
not if you're actually a citizen of another country though. The dual citizenship.
John, we are citizen of another country. He became president. Citizen became president. So which one is my own? All right, guys. Good night, man.
No. But we are being announced like a citizen.
But I did not announce. Do you know my record? I did not. I'm answering a question. I'm not announcing anything yet.
God, let me say this. How would this
don't be scared.
Liberia? We have not talked about Liberia. The USAID funding that is being withdrawn, that the U.S. have put a hold on.
That's huge.
The amount of project that USAID is sponsored in Liberia. We have not talked about this. It's going to be bad for the country, though. It's going to be bad for the country. But let me also say before we move forward, guys. Let me thank the folks from the First International Baptist Church for giving us an award. I mean, you guys recognized us and gave us an award on last Friday. It was really shocking to me, but thank you guys so much. But let's move on, guys. This whole using and if freezing, using ban, going under the foreign services, cutting all the aid, foreign aid. What will become of Liberia, guys? Wilfred, you've been there. Sylvester, you've been in the foreign service. Guys, what's going to happen?
Well, it's devastating for sure. There are a lot of projects in Liberia. I managed a $7.9 million project in Liberia that was funded by USAID, and I had 300 employees, local staff that was paid, using those funds. So the ramification of this is huge. I mean, it's going to impact a lot of projects, and there are a lot of projects that USAID is funding or that going through USAID in Liberia. So you have Liberians who are being paid, who have jobs through USAID, especially in the areas of agriculture, education, and health. I mean, they're working, in so many different sectors, and all of those different projects are so going to be heavily impacted. So this is, especially within the health sector. PEPFAR has been it's been targeted to as one of the projects that have been impacted by this decision. So it's a great thing. But I think, you know, there were others too who are making the case that I think this gives us an opportunity. This Liberia, this forces us to now start looking, you know, internally and see how best we can strengthen our revenue generation capacity. You know, because we cannot entirely, you know, depend on U.S. grant money, U.S. taxpayer money. So if we were to reduce or minimize waste and spending, maybe we can, you know, it could help us, you know, to save some extra money to mitigate some of the challenges that will come about as a result of USAID canceling a lot of the projects. And for sure, any project that has to do with reproductive rights, Planned Parenthood, abortion, family planning, all of those sort of funding, you know, you can rest assured that with this government, that's something that they're going to cut, even after, you know, after the 3-month, you know, review period and all of that. They, you know, family planning funding would definitely be one of those that would be on the chopping block.
Sylvester.
Yes. Yeah. I was just tuned a while ago to CNN, not too long ago, a few minutes ago. I listened to the Secretary of State. So they're trying to deconstruct USAID and the rest of that. You know, these are some worrying concerns. He's going to take over the USAID as acting head of USAID, and at the same time playing the role as most of the role of USAID. The State Department is going to begin the process of usurping the function of USAID moving on while they review this process. It's deeply concerning. Beyond the USAID thing, there's other things about the Treasury thing that other folks are trying now to sue the Treasury for allowing Doge to do this process. Marx is the one that is really pushing against the USAID process. So it's deeply concerning to a lot of developing countries and undeveloped countries, if you will. There's one of the lawsuits. Someone was saying, I listened to the NPR news while driving. Someone was saying that the world richest man is now asking the world richest country to stop helping the poorest countries in the world. This is a very bizarre process. So I will hope that our African governments or other countries, basically our country Liberia, would take the appropriate measures in trying to put into place some level to not allow the country to plunge into major problem, because you see we're funding a lot of institutions in our country, both public and non-public institutions. So it's important that we take those kind of a stand. It's in diplomacy, but it's good that this now is temporary. They're saying they're going to do a revision of 3 months. We hope that those revision after 3 months they will come back, but I don't know if it will ever be the same, because the way the guy that is heading Doge, the way he's describing USAID as a criminal enterprise, it's not a good sign. His thought process is to completely demolish or get rid of the institution. Well, the institution spend billions of dollars in other countries across the world. It's the United States International Development Organization, and this institution was established by an act of Congress, but it was pushed to be established by the late President JFK. John F. Kennedy pushed this process, and it was established in 1960, if you will. So ever since 1960 to now, you see have been contributing in terms of doing a lot of interventions, strategic interventions, heavy lifting, if you will. So it's important. So a country like Liberia, what can we do as a measure moving forward? Because you say interventions alone is an extraordinary process. Every year you should spend millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars in our country, if you will. So the best thing to do now is the government to strike. The president will have to do some interventions in terms of trying to prioritize certain major areas and see what we can do, some cut and taxing the schools to raise more revenue in our country and do other intervention where if the entire USAID process were to continue the way it's going, then the government can take strategic move in. But I would hope, I don't think it's going to go for more than 6 months. And I think if this administration is going to dissolve USAID, I would believe that USAID will still going to come back after 4 years because that's the strength of America, right? And America is the world's most powerful country today because it's part of what America do. America do those interventions. They are the world police. It's a very democratic country. They believe in democracy. They believe in the freedom of everything. And that's part of the reason why USAID was established, to do some major interventions in those countries in terms of America do use these tactics in diplomacy we call the element of arm twisting theory, right? In terms of, and they do the hard politics and they also match that with soft politics. And it's part of the soft politics here where they do those interventions in asking for democracy implementation, the rule of law, respecting women's rights, the enhancement of democracy across other major development, farm to market role. These are projects USAID indulge into in many countries, particularly our countries. They got a lot of projects unfolded. So with this kind of a temporary halt on USAID issue, it's worry country like Liberia because we are among the poorest country in the world. So how can we take those approaches that will help us mitigate this kind of a stand at this kind of critical junction? So it's indeed a very worrisome concern. But again, the government will have to engage. Now, quickly, in a few seconds, the government will have now to deploy. If they have not planned to do this, I would hope the Minister of Finance and the President will have to sit. They need to engage now talking to serious lobbyists here because they're still going to come back. But if they were to come back, how can we leverage most of the things to ensure that our country be part of those institutions, countries that will have some benefit going forward to USAID? So that's my deepest concern and worry.
Let me give some hard facts there, right? Okay, these are real facts. USAID spend annually in Liberia $200 million. The areas that they spend money on health, somebody got to mute, bro. The health, governance and democracy, education, economic growth and private sector development, and infrastructure. Now, honestly, these $200 million, a lot of money. And if all that project is stopped, right, as it's being stopped now, it's a serious problem for our country. Take it or leave it. It's a serious thing. But the question people are asking, maybe we can answer this. Somebody can answer the question tonight. When President Weah took over, all the projects, you said, UNMIL, international organization, most of them stopped their support to Liberia that were given the 12 years given by Salif. People are asking how they're able to hang on. After the major support to Liberia came to a halt, and now they're asking the question: How will President Boyka manage with the USAID suspension of aid to Liberia? $200 million is not a small thing. Right now, students that are on USAID scholarship in Liberia, they are all they are told that no school fees right now. The workers that are there, they are told that they should not go to work. So people and all the areas we talk about: health, education, governance and democracy, the private sector and infrastructure, all the standstill. It will affect the economy. Today I was checking the rate is 201 in Liberia, 201 to 1 in Liberia. It's going up. It's going to get hot. So how
the rates are going up?
Yeah. The question is, what would the Boyka administration do to offset what user suspension to make? I mean, budget. Somebody said budget recasting. I don't think it will solve the problem, except you rather do drastic cuts in everything. I mean, all these.
They have to curtail wasteful spending. I mean,
but if 5 elected officials in the country, if they are making $10.6 million, if they cut it down to $5 million, that will be all right. Cut it down half, because I know what you're talking about. You're going to succeed, but right now, $200 million annually, you're not going to get it. It's not a joke.
So, Tomalin, this is what I think about this, right? If you were to conduct a little survey here tonight, most Liberians would say to you, regardless of the fact that all of these assistance have been rendered, they don't feel it.
Oh, I agree.
They don't feel it at all. Because you know why? There are few corrupt individuals who are in government.
Lofa ready.
He's making a good point, Ben.
No, Lofa is wrong.
But what are you talking about? Lofa is wrong.
Lofa,
So Ben, you will interrupt me. I think you will have your time to talk.
Okay, go ahead. But you're wrong.
Lofa,
Go ahead, but you're wrong.
Lofa, let me 30 seconds here. Ben,
you can have 45.
Thank you. Let me tell you what Lofa is saying, right? Most of the money we just call, Ben, it goes in people's pockets. Most of the people that follow that, what he's trying to say, in the pockets of people.
That's not true. That's not true. Who people?
Okay, so
Lofa is saying, Lofa is implying I go into corrupt government officials' pocket. USAID money don't go directly to
Ben, you will not interpret.
No, Ben, that's not true.
Ben, you think I don't know why you guys feel like you must always protect this corrupt and disgruntled group of people.
Lofa,
then they got access to the money too.
Lofa, calm down.
Ben, here's my thing, right?
Lofa, calm down.
Ben, I am down. If you want me to bring my chair down a little bit, I'll try to do that.
Because you know when you start with somebody trying to protect corrupt people, who trying to protect
Ben,
corrupt
that is Ben. Let me ask you a quick question here. Let's be honest here. Let us look at the current situation in Liberia. How long has USAID been in Liberia and their contribution? And let us look at how we have benefited as a nation,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree about impact. But
okay,
let me tell you where I was trying to. I was not trying to cut you off. I was trying to, and I thought if Winfred came in and said it, then I'm wrong. But that's the two things I want to ask, and then you can continue. Please, I beg your indulgence. One, from time immemorial, I know they normally say that USAID funding don't go directly to governments.
It goes to projects.
Intensify projects. And they use, in fact, they bring some of their capacity. I know one of the issues people normally have with these USAID projects is that sometimes 40-50% of the money comes right back to the US because of the consultants and all these people that they bring in to get paid, right? The difference where you say, the place I was trying to disagree with you was, you were trying to say that they're going into corrupt government officials.
Yes. Ben, you did not give me the opportunity to lead because you wanted to preempt my thought. Either way, I will give you the benefit of the doubt in this case here. Why it is truth that vast majority of USAID projects that are implemented in Liberia or funds, let's say in that way, that are actually given to Liberia are done through projects, but still there are actual funds that are given to support these projects. Now let us look at when we talk about governance. Tomalin referenced the fact that part of USAID contribution to Liberia goes towards governance. When we speak of good governance, this is where, again, I'm going to bring you back to what I spoke to earlier. If we are to reference good governance from Madam Sirleaf time up until now, how have we benefited? And that's why I started with the position that if we were to conduct a low survey here, vast majority of the folks who may call, they would probably agree with the decision, again, to suspend the aid to Liberia because we are not benefiting at all. Look at our healthcare sector. Look at the JFK. Look at Redemption Hospital. People are dying daily. So I'm looking around trying to figure out how are we benefiting from all of these aids that are coming to the country when we have our government officials who are driving luxurious vehicles as compared to the folks who are making these donations. Taxpayers' money. You have government officials who are willing to drive around in $45,000 vehicles when our medical institutions, the facilities, don't even have medications. The nurses and doctors are not even well treated. Police officers are not even regarded. These police officers have to go on the streets to do what we consider panhandling. So where are the funds? Because part of good governance, as the contribution, it have to go in that direction. When we're talking about corruption, again, corruption is not simply the act of taking money. I think we have literally clouded the act of corruption to be taking money.
No.
That's
not what I. That's not.
No. We don't
Hold
say
up.
that. No.
I said, I was very specific in my statement.
You said corrupt money go in their pocket. You mentioned money.
I said, look,
you said money.
wait. Sylvester, I said, and I reiterate, we have clouded the idea of corruption being money taken and going.
Lofa, that's a. Lofa, I stand to be corrected though.
Ben, go ahead. All right, I'll let you land.
No, but Lofa, we stand to be corrected. That's not the fact. That we nobody is saying here that corruption is only people.
But Ben, when I spoke earlier, all right, prior to me even having to land on my statement, you said Lofa is about to say money from
No, I didn't say Lofa is
into
about to say. I didn't say Lofa is about to say. You said it. You
Lofa,
said
right, Ben,
you said that corrupt government
corruption is
officials.
part of corruption is heavily actually taken away. You cannot dismiss the reality.
That's
Ben.
two different things we're talking now. I'm not
No,
disputing.
we're not talking two different things, Benjamin. How are we talking two different things?
Okay, Lofa. Okay.
So Lofa, 1 minute, please.
How are we talking two different things? Let me get my point. Clear me out.
They used it project team. He say, "Oh, you dension with that." That response now. Yeah, it's how most of the project we move in our country.
Do they not make contribution to any of the major referral hospitals in Liberia?
Sometimes they do. I come in 1 minute. I come in. You said project was based on what you got told. You said key officers here. They got an African bureau, right? The African bureau will get assessment from all of their country rep and what have you. And those country rep will work in collaboration with the government. And sometimes left with how you will liaise with the African bureau person here that will push the region, that will push to promote you. For instance, let's say Zozo district in Lofa County. You move in, you see up to one junction, you say use a project to make sure this road is not goes another right road, they want to improve this road. That committee that will move and work on some of the local technicians, engineers to just grade the road for that project because they know there's a reason. Sometimes you say spending 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 now on that road.
Okay.
Now, and
so
every
Pewee, let me do this, right? Pewee, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What I would like to do here, again, I believe in practicality. Winfrey have been a part of the implementation of a USA project.
Okay.
Let me use his expertise to enlighten us on the process and as to whether there are opportunity or there are loopholes to where corruption could possibly contribute to why the people are not benefiting. So let me use the rest of my time. I will give him the rest of my time to Winfrey Russell, who have contributed or implemented using projects in Liberia.
I work for USAID project before in Liberia. So go ahead.
Okay, let Winfrey go to that.
No, but I agree with Lofa and Ben, as I was saying earlier. It is not as clear cut or as obvious as say, okay, like somebody like maybe money that comes from government coffers, or revenue or money from one of the public corporations there that people can just jump in there and just take it. It's not as obvious as such, but there is no question about it. I mean, Lofa is absolutely right. There are a lot of corruption that goes on in 2024. I think USAID spent almost $500 million in Liberia. So one of the USAID projects that I managed with Dr. Chesser, we managed a $7.9 million USAID funded project, and so this is. This is pretty small compared to many of the other projects that go on in Liberia.
That's a non-governmental organization, right?
Huh?
Is that a non-governmental organization?
Yeah, it was a non-governmental organization, and it was with an American firm that got a contract from USAID.
Okay.
To implement, and I tell you guys, man. I was so clueless. I was so green. So with all of the stuff that I know and I have done, that's why we defer to you all, to Ben, to Tomalin, to Dr. Peabody, or Sylvester, because I don't have a lot of experience working in Liberia, and those guys at my eyeball, my man. The thing I'm telling you, it was, when I come back and I think about all of the things that happened and what they did to us, corruption is so ingrained in the society, in the system. It's unbelievable. And we had about 300 people working on this project, 300. And they were all Liberians under 40 years old. So young Liberians from the university, from all over the place, working on this USAID project. We eventually got about $11 million, but the initial, project was $7.9 million. So, for example, Ben, we're required that every purchase that when you come in with an invoice of of such, that invoice had to be accompanied by like 3 invoices. Okay, and what the guys would do is that, and I was so clueless for all the culture, all this sort of stuff. But what the guys would do, they would bring, and so we go with like the lowest. The lowest invoice, so even if we're giving up a contract to Dr. Peabody to build, a water supply system or a borehole or whatever, so we give, contract to the lowest bidder, for example, or even our purchasing guy, when they go out in the field or whatever, and they come in with a purchase order. They have to come up with 3 invoices.
3 quotes.
3 quotations, not 3 invoices. Yeah, 3 quotes. Yeah. But those guys, what they would do, they would manufacture those things, Ben. They would manufacture those things. All fake quotes. They will connive with the business people.
They will go to what is it?
Yeah. So I'm not talking minister. I'm not talking the ministerial level or the I'm talking the regular guys now, guys, like regular folks. For example, we had a whole generator. We had 3 or so generator that were compound. So out there, and so I trusted these guys. All right. And so I would see lights all around, the compound, all over the place, in their homes. I was like, what did I know? Come to find out, those guys had wired, those guys working for us now, had wired all those people around the place there. They were paying them monthly fee to get electrical power. So there were so many different sort of ways they were getting, they were stealing the money. So many different ways. So you're right, Ben, when you talk about what is called in the business recycled donation, and it's very common, with the projects that USAID, USAID fund, like Sylvester knows this, I'm sure a lot of us know that, but it's very common. But it's not just exclusive to the US, even the EU, the Chinese, everyone does that. So if you, Ben, is giving me a loan or giving me not just a loan, but grant, think about it this way. You say, okay, Billy D, I'll give you, $100 to buy a copybook. But Ben has, a store that sells copybook. So Ben said, okay, I'm giving you the money to buy a copybook for your little elementary school that you have running there. But I want you to buy the copybook for me. So that's what is what called recycled donation. All of these big countries that give up money, that's what they do. To keep their people employed, to keep the people, working too as well. And it's also part of the law that goes to support those grant projects. So it is mandated that all of the equipment, the US will not give you money, Ben, the U.S. is not going to give you money to buy a motorcycle for the police, and then you go to China or you go to Turkey to buy the motorcycles from there. No, of course not. I mean, what sense does that make? You know what I'm saying? So that's part of what folks talk about. I mean, of course, and then some of the consultants and stuff that come in, but that whole recycle, donation thing. I mean, if they give you money to buy rice, they're not going to allow you to go and use that money, go to Russia or go to China to go buy rice from them. I mean, no, they use U.S. taxpayer money to do that. They say, okay, you come to the Midwest or you go to North Carolina and you buy the rice and stuff from there. But bottom line is that there are so many subtle ways that they'll corrupt the system. So many ways, Ben. So many ways. So when these people, I mean, even like in Margibi, there was a USAID health program or something like that in Margibi that was being. So the U.S. government will give money to all these NGOs, IRC, Mercy Corps, and all these places. I'm sure you all know that, and that's USAID money, for example. There used to be there is an organization, but there used to be in Liberia. Probably Dr. Peabody knows this. It's called World Vision. Have you all heard of the organization called World Vision?
World Vision, yeah.
World Vision used to be in Liberia. You know why World Vision is not in Liberia, Ben?
They're stalled.
Exactly. Just Google World Vision.
So you see, Winfred, that was the point I was trying to make. I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying here. The only thing I was pushing back a little bit on was when Lofa made the comment that the issue of impact, which is a fact, right? Many people sometimes don't feel. They say, oh, over a 20-year period, they have spent $3 billion in Liberia. We said that, look, like, where did that $3 billion go? But it don't necessarily mean that $3 billion went to the Liberian government.
Most of it going to NGOs.
Officials took it and put it in their pocket.
No.
I'm not saying that maybe no government official ever not eat USAID money. Now I'm saying, but a vast majority of USAID funds are distributed through their approved processes.
NGOs.
And like I said, a lot of corruption is at the bottom with these petty things, like you say, double dipping, doing different invoices, all of those different things. And there is a fact that the NGO sector is very corrupt. In fact, the NGO sector makes a lot of money. It's almost like they exploit the country. That's why President Paul Kagame, one of the things he did when he became president, he put a nip into all this NGO money, and they say, oh, they spent $50 billion, and you can't see where it's coming from. So that's why I was just trying to highlight. I wasn't trying to say that these monies have not been missing, that we haven't seen the impact. I was only trying to say that we can't put all of it now and say, oh, corrupt Liberian government officials took that, because I know USAID or US government, if they were to give $5 to the Liberian government and there is some evidence that a government official stole it, they're not giving the Liberian government money again, because they would say, oh, it was done through corruption, but they put it through these different processes and it falls.
Yeah, I mean, so say for example, if they're doing like a health program or like a medical distribution in a hard to reach area, there are a lot of those projects, even though you're right. I mean, the USAID has its processes, but they work with their counterpart. So the counterpart there would be the Ministry of Health, and so the Ministry of Health folks.
I agree. Yeah.
So I mean, so that they said there are a lot of it's not.
There's not kind of feedback. Does it mean?
And say, okay, yeah, I'll check here, and then you just run with it. But they do steal the money.
Let Lofa come in here, Paul.
Okay, go ahead. This is Gerald Cummings. Go ahead, Mr. Cummings. Hello?
Yeah, Lofa, thank you. And I want to say thank you so much to the panelists. Good conversation. But here's something that I wanted to make that put across. When I work in the media, 99% of some of the things that Mr. Russell was talking about, Mr. Russell, the reason why they build fence around you and you never had an idea is because you are new to the system. So you didn't know how the inner working from the grassroots was working to the top. But it's at an equilibrium. It's not just one way. It's not just only the locals who are corrupt. There was a story I broke on the USAID program where there were guys who were expatriate, who were also corrupting the system. They were working with local supervisors to corrupt the system. It's almost like what was transpiring with the GMAT project. 99% of the expatriates that came working with GMAT, they claimed they were not corrupt. But investigation shows that they were also corrupt and working with the locals to corrupt the same money or projects they were undertaking. That's why we have corruption at that place at an equilibrium. I'm not saying, well, they should suspend everything, put everything to a freeze, but the U.S. government need to do thorough investigation. And one thing, the reason why we always have this problem, the labor ministry that work closely with these local NGOs or give them accreditation, they do not do further investigation. Take, for example, 1994-95, I worked in Grand Basel with MSF France and MSF Belgium. They built 3-bedroom, a clinic, and said they spent over $200,000. That was fallacy. So most of these international expatriates, they also help to correct the system and bring the same money back, whereas they are working with the locals to corrupt the system. And that's why we continue to say that, look, the only way we can make these systems work, or the funding that keep coming to our country, the way the people can benefit from it is to kind of checkmate both the international expert or expatriates that are coming into the country, their fundings, how they are distributing the fundings to these different local organizations. But Mr. Russell, you'll be surprised, Lofa, that 99% of some of the expatriates that come to Liberia, the very money or projects they are undertaking or managing, they also help to corrupt the system. Fanta, just
I mean, you are
110% accurate, brother. It was just the same thing that you guys are talking about now.
But I think Russell and I both agree with you, and that's where we come in to say if corruption was not at the very peak of all of these things, the intended beneficiaries will actually feel what was intended for them. Unfortunately, they will not, and that is I think that is the core of my argument here. That most Liberian, if you were to conduct a survey, will probably say to you that, hey, we have not felt what was intended for us because and heavily the impact is based on corruption. That is just my point, and that is my frustration. My frustration is that those who were in power. Go ahead.
Here's another thing. Take for instance, I broke the story on the Saudi priest, $5 million to Liberia. That money was intended to go to Liberia to be used to build a mini estate for internally displaced folks between Mambastan and that of Guar zone. LRRC and the Liberian government. At that time, it was Dr. Hassan Conte, Mary Lauren Brown, the late Harry Reid, and Chairman Bryan and Dr. Dean, the Don. Do you know that money today we cannot give an account? Today, you see what happened to the displaced folks when they returned from Ghana? If that money was used for its internal purpose with the Liberian government and that of LRRC, they were supposed to build 100 units between Mambastan and Guar zone. What happened to that money? What happened to the Saudi priest? Savannah printing press was supposed to print textbooks through that same project.
All right.
My brother, good conversation. I listened to the discussion. Thank you so much, Lofa.
Thank you.
And thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Cummins. All right, guys.
He's right. I mean, and I experienced that too. I mean, a number of these white, Western expatriates who were working with us. I mean, like the guy who was our procurement guy, was a white guy. We were working with a lot of the Lebanese and other merchants there, and they were giving him kickback, and kickbacks on a lot of things, especially we're buying a lot of cars and all of that. So that was very common. So, you know, it's true. I mean, it's true what Mr. Cummings just said. I mean, these, these expatriates that come, they were not gold sent, and they were not holier than thou. They too have the hands on cookie job, but it's true. There are a lot of corruption that goes on.
So basically, welcome, Professor Larry.
1 minute. So I don't know what Mr. Cummings said, just look. If you're working like bro during the war, during the crisis time, relief time, you know what we're talking about. Look, they'll tell you they're giving $300 million like bro for aid. But like for instance, right, what we got to find out, if we work with relief organizations, most of the experts were teaming up with Liberian staff. So therefore, let me give you an example. You will go to the shelters, the displaced shelter, right? They'll do counting at night. Go do counting at night. They tell you, say, oh, 500 person is at this place. But when they're making a report, they'll tell Liberian staff, you got to make that report triple. So they will say 1,500 person is at that particular shelter. Because what happened is that
they want more money.
The extra, they call it the excess, and what they do is share. Look, there were many times they used to catch, especially these how do you call it, the CSB, corn soil blend, the beans, the rice, the oil. People were selling. They put distributed to this display center. The next day, the same day, you find it all in the market, on the market, and you see the guys then chasing it. How they make their money? They go to the Telemann Corporation play out there. They will go to the distribution. Ecomo were involved in all. Ecomo will help them to the security. So the thing was an organized thing. So when you say, oh, the earmark $200 million for Liberia, that what they spend, mind you, most of the money going. And then expatriates are there too. They're paying them. Some of them making $10,000 a month, and most of the who are the expatriates, people from Ghana, from Sierra Leone, from Nigeria. These are people. These people from India. I mean, these places there. They come from there. Then you see them. Yeah, you see the expatriate. Forget it. They are colony of thieves. How do you see them? So honestly. So what he said is the fact.
You're right.
So most of the money, for instance, they say you just spend $200 million a year annually in Liberia. Most of the money, why is true that it's not really the government not directly involved, but the projects they are funding. Because if they give you project to fund, you give the people kickbacks. If I will give you a project to fund, you give me a kickback for giving you that project. That was happening. The impact, the local said, the people are not being impacted with the money that they're calling to spend. That's the problem. That's why you see this money, this $200 million annually given Liberia going to affect the country. Seriously.
Lofa, even and that's why part of our planned trip, for you to go back home, Lofa, you and myself. I'm gonna take you back after 35 years. Part of our planned trip, but honestly, Lofa, if
no, Pewee, I'm not leaving this country till I get my citizenship.
No comment, and I will pray that if I will fast for you to not get it, I will fast. If you won't get it now, you'll not get it. I will fast, you'll not get it. Is it if we're looking for
the prof coming.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he has a lot of insight about this recycle donation, recycle aid, and all of the malfeasance, that are inherent in all of these grant and aid programs.
One time I sat in a meeting over at USIT with the former finance minister, Samuel Twed, and his team. And I know Twed was trying to run a program just where everybody being complaining about it. The program they were trying to do was to figure out what are the aid agencies doing in Liberia? Are they accountable to whom? So they were trying to track. I thought it was a brilliant effort because, I've been looking at this whole aid thing for years. But the shocking thing when Twed and his team decided to do that, which was going to be a huge benefit to Liberian people to understand what are the aid agencies doing. It was shocking to learn that one of the really, really high officers at USAID who was sitting on that meeting actually was shooting down the efforts that Samuel Twed and his team was doing.
Wow.
Because she indicated that some of the large NGOs were complaining that Twitter was doing some sort of an investigation or gathering information, which seems kind of silly. You would think that she would be on board with what Aloysius, I think his name was Aloysius, the number 2 guy for economic management and Ministry of Finance at the time. I can't think of his name, but he's a really cool guy. You would think that UC was going to be happy that the Ministry of Finance was making an effort to figure out where the money was going. But instead, they were cautioning and criticizing Sam Twin for doing that. I was shocked. I was sitting there like,
Lofa, now you understand how the process can go, right?
yeah, because she was
big kickbacks they come.
Yeah, the NGOs had gotten to her and explained to her that they felt, I don't know, they didn't want to be exposed or
exactly.
Look, if you're not committing a crime, if somebody's saying they want to gather information on what you're doing, you're not going to be scared or intimidated, but only if you're harboring something that you would feel concerned. That's what happened in that meeting kind of let me know that some of these aid agencies are not so much concerned in terms of whether the aid is providing some benefits, And the thing is, if the aid agencies were using the medical facilities, the education facilities in those countries where they were providing aid, they would do a much better job. Because they don't feel that they need to use JFK. If you say you're sending millions and millions to JFK, and JFK is not safe enough for you who's sending the money to go there for treatment, you would do something better about it. Because when you have a skin in the game, you are more concerned that
obviously,
exactly. They don't have a skin in the game. If they get sick, they have their own treatment facilities, or there would be medevac.
There were clauses that we either had to go to South Africa or to Europe. They medevac us.
They would medevac them. But if your children are using the education system, because think about it, USAID, the United States through USAID, spent almost $2.5 billion during the Ebola crisis in West Africa. Ebola, Liberia, Guinea, Sierra Leone. But look at the healthcare system today in those countries. $2.5 billion.
That's a lot of money.
One would think that the healthcare system would be a world-class healthcare system they would have put in there. But today it is not. You still have issues of people with personal protective equipment. You still have a lack of different issues. So where did that money go? Here's the thing that I discovered when I was doing my dissertation and researching aid in West Africa. In fact, the former vice president, she herself nailed it, Joe Howard Taylor. She said it one time, which I've been saying for a long time. And you guys have been saying it on this show, because before I came on, I listened a little bit, I heard you guys saying it. The money is being recycled. America puts the money there, and America takes the money right back out. They do so through the aid agencies they are using. The Tetra Tech, the FHI 360.
Yeah.
The
FHI 360, huge, man.
And you know what FHI 360, Winfred? That wasn't the original name. That Family Health International thing.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys were actually running a major operation over in Afghanistan until someone ratted them out that they were doing kickbacks with government officials in Afghanistan. The president sent a letter to President Obama, and President Obama blocked them and got rid of them. What did they do? They changed their name and reinvented themselves as this new aid organization. So it's kind of sad, But look,
I got a quick question for you, right? And I'll let you land on this. You made mention of the fact that those who I guess the expatriates were actually leaving to seek medical attention outside of the country. So my question is, though, if our government officials, all right, who again they're providing all of USAID assistance, will only enable the government to some extent to make sure that they are providing an enabling environment for her citizens. Now, if they themselves are not even considering the fact that the health institutions are not well off, and they are leaving the country, don't you think that also would influence the decision on the part of USAID or members to say, you know what, we also don't trust the healthcare system in the country? But if the government was investing so much effort into providing quality healthcare, at least at the best, don't you think they would see reason to say, okay, let's support them because they're already doing their best, because then we can obtain the quality health care that is needed as compared to us having to leave? I mean, just thinking it out.
Think about this. If Chief Tomalin gave you $1,000, Lofa, and he tell you, say, look, Lofa, here's $1,000 to invest in the closing argument, improve the computer system.
Right.
If we're having technical issues, don't you think Chief Tomalin will come and ask you, my man, but what happened to all the money we give you for the system?
Exactly.
You will be accountable to him. The problem is a lack of accountability, because William Easterly, right, economist, Easterly wrote a paper back in, I think, 2013. And he said, can foreign aid save Africa? And in that paper, he documented, he gave all of the previous research. He talked about people like economists like Misa Moya,
from Zambia.
All these economists. And over a period of time, he showed there's a lack of accountability with the aid agency. They don't all account. Look, the U.S. Congressional Budget Office sometimes will run congressional. I think the research, one of them would run. They would give a yearly report of accountability to the Congress in terms of where U.S. taxpayers' money are going.
Right.
And there are times that UC doesn't seem to be accountable. They don't seem to be able to account for whether the money they are putting into some of these poor countries are getting the results.
But it sounds like, Larry, it sounds like the Trump argument, though.
I was about to say, so Professor Kennedy, that Elon Musk, you say is a criminal enterprise, okay? But then also, I want Professor Kennedy, the person, I want to please address this issue for me, because this is why we've been hearing this talk too. Okay, this one on the board. Is this true?
No, he went to the far extreme. You see, USAID does some good work, but there's a lot of waste in the whole system. There's a lot of waste, right? But just because... No, Elon Musk went to the far extreme, calling it a criminal enterprise and all that stuff. No. Because even within USAID, some of the work that they have done have been very productive. But let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being, hey, USAID is all the way up there achieving, I would say USAID might be like around a 4. They're not a 1, but it's so terrible that we need to kind of shut them down and blow them up. But they're not a 10 where they're so perfect and doing everything right. There's always room for improvement. It's a government entity. Government is not efficient when it comes to doing things. They're not efficient at all. But Elon Musk is way, way, way off.
Are you familiar with Chemonics, right?
They're another big one. Another big one. Huge. These guys are huge NGOs.
So what got you on? Let me just bring this up. This tariffs, okay? I know late today, what we want to show, Trump came to the Canadians and Trump came to some deal. But I was following today, reading and stuff. I realized that the tariffs it will affect the gas price will be affected. In fact, I heard already that 15% or 15 cents, something like that, have changed overnight. But again, then the food. There's some food, like I know the frozen French fries. I heard that it comes from Canada, all these things, right? And so forth. So how much it will affect the U.S.? And I got Trump was saying at the airport, he said, well, there'll be tough times. People should expect that. Now he said that when he take office, prices will come down right away. But now he's saying that they should prepare for tough times. So we're getting confused. The tariffs and everything. I mean, it's understand.
All right, so I'll give you the good news and I'll give you the bad news, and I'll try to be fair and balanced, right?
Okay.
Let's be fair. What Trump is saying by hitting people like China, Mexico, and Canada, not so much. He's fair in a sense that What China is doing, not just to America, but the rest of the world, is completely, it's terrible.
Wow.
You tell me Liberia, don't you see Chinese companies making things like the old slippers that should be reserved for, people who want to earn a little living? Even China is making some of the African slippers then. I heard Chinese in some instances, or even in doing cold water sale or something. China has a tendency to dump their products in different markets.
Somebody please mute me.
Somebody, guys, mute yourself. Somebody mute yourself. I think it's Russell. Yeah, mute him. Go ahead.
China does not play fair. They have a trade surplus with practically every country in the world. They have a trade surplus. America have a huge trade deficit. It's a long story. I don't want to get into the whole economics of the trade deficit and globalization, why you don't find factories in America or have gone to China. That's a long story. The problem with what Trump is doing is, historically, it's going to hit everybody real hard. Guess why? The Great Depression that hit the United States, like around, I think, 1929 or so, it was blamed on a lot of things. One of the things it was blamed on was the U.S. started instituting this whole tariffs against other countries. Because of the tariffs, people argued that it led to the stock market crashing in 1929. The Depression lasted until like 1934 or so. It took a long time. The problem with the tariffs is the countries he hitting with the tariffs, they don't pay the tariffs. It's the people, exactly, Pewee. It's the people in America that would pay the tariffs. What that means is, if you're buying auto parts, let's say you're buying tires. If the tires are being made in Mexico or in China, whatever the case may be, the companies in China are not paying the tariffs. When the tires come over to America, you who are buying the thing now, you would pay the tariffs on it. And then you now would turn around and increase the price of the tires to sell it to the consumers. So he's trying to do something, but he's doing it all the wrong way. And you see, that's why he had a conversation with Mexico and Canada, and he's trying to pause it, because that's one of the worst things that he could have done, to say he's trying to help the people. It was just going to mess up America badly. But you know how it was going to hit Liberia? It was going to hit Liberians real hard, because the American dollar was going to get stronger. And as the American dollars get stronger,
the dollar will depreciate.
Exactly. Liberian dollar starts to fall. So if you need about 190 LRDs to go buy something today, probably by tomorrow, you need 200 LRDs. And because the poor people spend more of their money buying food, so it would be like a tax on them, because now they need more LRDs to buy the same thing, because the US dollar was going to be strengthening. The US dollar is getting strong. If you want to look it up, it's a symbol called DXY. The DXY is a symbol.
That's the reason why even the US dollar is getting stronger, that the rate's going up now.
Exactly.
It came from 160 to 201.
Yes. Professor Larry, can I ask a quick question here?
And that's why that idea of tariffs will make the US dollar stronger. Everybody else will suffer, but it would hit consumers in America right away, because prices of everything will be passed on to them.
Like for instance, I want to ask a quick question. You're spending additional $3,000 on the price of that car.
Exactly.
$3,000. It's going to cost. It's going to be a lot of things.
So here's my question: with all of what we just discussed regarding the United States, I am not much concerned about the United States. They will handle their part. We're concerned about Liberia. The fact that we are heavily relying on the United States for support, and our budget based on budgetary allocation, it appears as though we are relying on the United States or our donors, partners, as they are referenced, to contribute to our budget. What does that say of our finance and what I would say economists, as they will term themselves, going forward? The fact that all of these assistance are being cut, what does that? What impact does it have on our? Or what impact would it have on our economy?
You see, Pewee, as a seasoned lawyer, I would say you're trying to use the back door to get me to answer a question that I didn't answer in the chat. He's trying to be slick, right? He hit me with this question in the chat. I dodged it. So he beat around the bush. He took the wrong way around, went all the way down past Newcrewtown, came all the way around to ask me the same question. Like I ain't paying attention, like I just did dinner in my stomach so fast. I will not catch on to it. But I will answer your question. I will not duck it. I will answer your question.
Thank you.
If you've been following me on my page, and I've been posting in a long time, I've been saying all along that we need to get off foreign aid. Like when President Boyka first came to power, the first place that he went to with Amara Kone and some other people was over to the World Bank. That's not going to help you. Because for the exact same reason that is happening now, when the donors pull the rod from under you, you're screwed. Because what's your backup plan? Where are you going to get money from? You can't say you have an agenda that is completely reliant, not completely, I would say roughly 60% of it is based on donation. You can't say you're planning to go buy a house and your plan for buying a house is based on Pewee giving you $10,000 down payment. That's no guarantee. What happens if Pewee ends up having some financial crisis, or he's not going to give you that money? So that's not a plan. You got to have a plan to raise the money, and that's what these donations are. So the budget is never credible because a good portion of the budget is relying on foreign aid. It's not going to work. What you need to do to have a credible budget is to do like what some of the other ECOWAS countries have done, like Ghana, Ivory Coast. You first need to fix your credit rating so you can issue some bonds and raise money. The Philippines just managed to raise a few $1 billion. Let's fix. Sunday, I was on TCA. I asked him about why he never fixed Liberia's credit rating, and he said he was working on it, but he has so many other challenges that he couldn't fix it right away. The arrest agenda is not going to work. It's not realistic because a good portion of it was based on you getting donation from aid agencies. That's not a plan. That's a hope. And we know hope is not a strategy, right? That's not a plan. So that whole arrest thing, they need to, I think it was Johnny said, someone needs to be advising President Boyka right now to do some recast budget or something, which makes total sense. I said, yeah, they need to go back and reassess the budget because it's not credible. If they leave the budget as it is, they're going to have a massive shortfall. Wow. That money is not going to come in. It's not going to come in because with Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency, trying to, he's essentially shut down USAID because the website is down, right? And USAID employees and contractors are asked now not to show up to work. A good portion of the top level people that USAID, they were told not to show up to work. So I think it's just not credible. The whole budget right now, with that portion that relies on foreign, it's not credible. It's not credible.
Is that 60%? 60% of the budget relies on foreign aid, or 60? What percentage of it? Is that 60?
So I'm looking at the arrest agenda. I think roughly 60% of the arrest agenda is based on foreign aid, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Professor, I have another question. The question is from somebody that's watching the show. They said, ask the professor the question. Say Liberia, Onawia, they boosted domestic revenue when OMIO and international NGOs left. Okay, so now that how come they're able to settle to take care of that aspect, because when they left, the Guar government inherited a tough situation. They said, now when you said problem, what would you advise the UP government do to offset what they said suspension? What would you advise as an economist, whatever the case?
The one great thing about Liberia is Liberia at one time prior to the war, the 1980 coup d'etat and all that stuff, Liberia is a much better place than where it is right now. We had a decent amount of electricity. We even had telephone lines. We had the capacity to, in certain instances, to feed ourselves. So we can still get to that position, right? Liberia has a large diaspora community. So when you look at remittances heading towards the country, it's huge. But with this whole deportation thing on crisis right now, I would not look to remittances now to change anything right now. So that's also tough. But despite all of that, there's an opportunity for Liberia to raise a whole lot of money because we have a lot of resources. But the problem is, when you enter the ECF program, the IMF forces you to only borrow money on concessions. But you can change that. You just need to be able to go ahead and redo things a little bit different because you have the resources. What if I say, okay, Tomalin?
So what that means? When, to borrow money.
If I wanted to raise, let's say I wanted to raise $500 million, and I'm not going to Eton or to Iboman or whatever the other jokers were, but I wanted to raise $500 million right now. How would I do that? Well, I can use my resources as collateral, meaning the iron ore that I have, the gold that I have, and all those things that I have. I would hire an investment banker on Wall Street. What I'm saying is nothing new. So I didn't come up with it. It's just been in existence for decades. In fact, Freeland, the HPX guy, just pulled the same stunt, and he managed to raise billions. Other countries are doing it the same way. So there's nothing new. You just have to be able to hire an investment banker somewhere in New York. Let them know you're interested in raising $500 million. You want to create a sovereign debt, right? Some people call it Euro bonds, Euro notes, whatever the case may be. So, Tomalin, I want to raise $500 million, and I want to use some of the assets in my country as collateral. So rather than sell concession, I'm going to put up this resource that I have as collateral to raise the money. But here's the key thing, and this is why countries get in trouble. If you take that money and you don't put it to good use for economic development, you end up spending on the recurrent expenditures and doing jolly and going all over the place. You put yourself in a deeper hole. That's like saying you're borrowing money to go ahead and you're borrowing money to consolidate all of your debt with your credit cards. But rather than go and consolidate with your credit cards, you go and go spend the money even more. So you get in a deeper hole. Yeah. But you can raise money by issuing bonds that you go and you sell to Wall Street. The people that will buy it, why? Because the interest rate will be a little bit higher than what they're accustomed to. You bring that money in, you put it to some very good use, like what? Build up the tourism sector. Tourism, 1 in every 9 jobs is in tourism, the hospitality sector. Boost up money in the tourism. What does that mean? Improve the security sector in the country. Get a lot of young people trained in hospitality. Make it accessible for people who want to travel to Liberia because of safety and security. Put some money into a solar farm. You can even build a steel mill, a steel manufacturing company in Liberia. Angola has one. It costs a lot of money. Now, mind you, it costs between $700 to $1 billion to set up a steel plant. But rather than export iron ore out of the country, why don't you tell some of these companies like ArcelorMittal and Mittal Steel, all the guys to set up a steel plant in the country? You can force some of that. But I would raise the money by first contacting somebody on Wall Street, which is what every country is doing. You want to, where's the money? The money is on Wall Street. Contact an investment banker and say, look, I want to raise $500 million. I want to put up some assets in my country as collateral. Don't just do concession agreement. We've been doing it for so many years. That thing never worked. That thing never worked. Foreign aid does not work. Because you get to rely so much on foreign aid, you don't spend time trying to build up your financial sector. And one more thing, Chief, no country has ever developed without a strong financial sector. If Pewee wants to come and do business in Liberia, he wants to borrow money, Pewee should be able to go to the bank and borrow money. But if we just taking money that is in the bank and giving that money as loan to government officials who don't pay it back, so you gotta Liberia just being in this whole cycle, man, doing the same thing over and over, just like a good leadership. But my advice would be, look, try to build your credit rating. And to build your credit rating, you got to have very good, strong budget. You got to have very good governance system. You got to have very good leadership. I would put money into that, man. You build up your credit rating with Fitch Investor Services, Moody's, Standard & Poor's. You'll be able to go down to Wall Street, borrow $500 million, $700 million or so, and you can put it in your system. You go borrow that money, you go spend it around, spending it on recurrent expenditures, you're screwed. So,
good advice, man. People can listen. But that's what we are, people.
Where's Liberia credit rating now, Professor?
At one time, I think it was in the 70 tank. Now I think it now flushed out to the Atlantic. I think somebody flushed it. It's hard to kind of, you see, it's good and bad because when Liberia had what was it? How much debt was it that was forgiven?
I think almost $2 billion, right, Pewee?
Yeah, period. So when you have your debt forgiven like that, it's hard for people to end up trying to lend you more money. If you file for bankruptcy.
It's supposed to be thinking that Cummings now.
Are they thinking like Mr. Cummings?
Yes, it was that law. That's it. Yes, it was that.
Is that what Cummings been saying? I don't know, man. Because maybe Cummings been saying it, but I've been in this space for about 40 years. So maybe Cummings be in the same space. So we probably speak the same language.
This is the problem I got, right? You got Liberian. This is a Liberian man, though. You got that. And you not not making use of the people we got.
We're not using. This is why that is why it is so frustrating.
People from a party. People say because I'm support a party and I'm a professional, but you say because I'm support a party, you're not going to give me that job or that opportunity to serve the country.
That is our biggest problem. That I said this earlier when I was talking to somebody, right? I said, modified. It was Kyatamba. He said, I guess the idea in its totality, and I'm just going to try to summarize this statement he made. He was suggesting that, the government start to reach out to lobbyists and other things. And I said to myself, how can people who are listening to in the country, because Kyatama's voice is not an ordinary voice, again, his contribution, but how are we thinking in the Stone Age when we are discussing true transformation and innovation? You have the likes of Professor Larry Kennedy and other people who have the understanding of hopefully the development, transformation when it comes to the economy. Why are we not reaching out to these individuals and saying to them, look, we may not be able to afford what you want, but can you put on your patriotism hat and come to Liberia or stay wherever you are and remotely support the process? Because we cannot afford these things. I think sometimes it's just about pride and our inability to understand that, look, we have to think beyond ourselves and look for a better Liberia for those who are coming after. Because if that was the case, you will see reason why maybe, and I'm not trying to make the case for Russell here, but you'll see the likes of Russell in probably somewhere in Liberia having to serve as the mayor of Monrovia, right? To help make things happen. You will see the likes of Professor Larry Kennedy helping the finance ministry to hopefully get her things together as compared to dwelling on past glories and their presence at the University of Liberia, being smart at the UL, and hopefully focusing on actual practicality and understanding of how things can be done. This thing is killing us. It's killing us.
Well, look what like George Family said, right? You said nowadays you don't need to be on the ground, physically on the ground. You can do for remote technologies around. Get a think tank. Think tanks. So look, these are our think tanks. You rely on, you call on them. We need your help. Like for instance, right now, the crisis of Liberia about to face with aid. You need people to get the best and the brightest. So look, give us an idea. Like when you're just saying, giving you free advice, just not say this is what we need to do. But guess what? You tell the people tomorrow, like bro, the things that men want a job.
First of all, they'll take offense to the fact that this man is offering free consultation, and anywhere else in the world, people would listen to him and take his idea. Matter of fact, right after the show, people be reaching out or trying to find out who is this guy. How can we get to him? So we're not just getting words of mouth. How can we get it on paper, and how can we implement it beyond just verbally stating these things? Because again, human, specifically Liberian, we can talk, but when it comes to actual implementation, this is where we fumble. But this man has shown beyond a reasonable doubt. He said it before. He made recommendations. He sat in meetings where people were offering suggestions. He contributed. What are we waiting for? For the country to go in it? Anyway, you're not a UPS. You're not a sedition. You're on your own, Professor Larry.
Liberians are not ready, Professor Kennedy. We embed in our mind these, if it's not me, nobody else will get it. It is my time to do it. It's my time to have it. Even if Professor Kennedy or somebody comes who knows it better, because I could just sit in the back and somebody who knows it kind of give me the idea, and I will shine the same way. I will look
That's how we did it.
Yes.
That's how we did it on the street.
Yes.
It wasn't about taking credit. It was working in a team. The manager will always take the reward, but he was not intimidated by the amount of technical people he had around him. So we on the ground level, we would do all of the technical work. We would work with all of these industries, but at the end of the day, the high level people took the credit. The stock appreciated in value, and they took the credit. And you're on point. Look, let me say something. If I was positioned, look at the people, the guests that Winfred tends to bring on these shows, the connection. Yep. When you talk about fire trucks and different things, I've seen him bring people on the show.
He's well connected. That's true. Very connected.
Now, why in the world I wouldn't have a direct relationship with Winfred if I'm looking to do some type of a business from within a government entity? Right. He like you said, I'll probably make him the mayor of Monrovia or something like that, because he can have a sister city relationship with Minnesota, right? With Minneapolis, he can have a sister city relationship with there. That means Monrovia is getting direct support with a city in the United States. Thanks, in fact, to the relationship that the mayor has with so many people that he connects with on a daily basis over in Minneapolis. So that's the kind of thinking you need to have. And you're saying Liberia first. That's the kind of thinking you need to have. The countries that have done so much better, they've done so because they did it based on meritocracy. It's not who you know or what, It was what you know.
And that's the problem facing the country. Look, if somebody told me, when I show you guys on the show, I'll tell them boldly. First of all, nobody who is well invested, the person they've been there for 20 plus years, the person got a 401k, they got a pension, they all said they made. They're not gonna go like bro, sit down, so they don't get paid them $5,000 or $6,000. No, what they can do for you, I was saying, a think tank, prepare to that's what I call real consultancy. They're not the one they're doing what they're. You're taking your friends and making a consultant, you guys will pay them money, you'll share the money. That's not it. Yeah, you take a real people. So okay, we just want you every week. We have that Zoom meeting. It's technology advanced now. You gotta go to Liberia, say, okay, can you give me a time? So I'll give you two days a week, 3 hours a day, or 6 hours a week just for that Zoom meeting. Have that Zoom meeting and the person making a contribution towards that meeting. From there, you can develop a plan and help the country. You gotta be person on the ground. No, when you come to the States, but for any kind of visit on a meeting, you meet with that person in person, you guys can do more. But if the person not going to leave the country and say, oh yeah, sacrifice, no, Lofa, you're not going to sacrifice to go like brother, go sacrifice, leaving the 6-figure job and making real. I'm talking about the fake, put out 6-figure job, the real 6-figure job. They leave the 6-figure job and go like brother, sit down and go make $5,000, $6,000. No, and he said, I love a country. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. But you're aging, you get it. So you get old, and you say, oh yeah, look at that person. No. You want your retirement thing all set, your Social Security all set, the Medicare is set for you. When you retire now, you enjoying yourself. You're living your life, your real life. Your children doing well, your grandchildren doing well. But to go leave everything now and say, I want Liberia, self Liberia, I love Liberia. No, you can best use them by making an external consultant. Help them. They will help you in that way. That's the best for the country. They won't do that. We'll continue to just suffer like this and be like this because nobody's going to change the situation. Because but I'll tell you right now, my days of being joining political party, this over. We want to see the country develop and move forward. I have forced to go. Goddamn people didn't say you get party. I'm forced to go join people party. No, we'll move forward just like that. I know, but
our culture don't want to move forward.
No, we're not moving.
We still believe you still have just the minister interpreting Supreme Court laws. You're still removing a speaker illegally.
That's the problem of democracy, the justice system and the democracy. That's what the people can. Yes, but if you see what's happening now, you say, okay, if the person I move that thing, I will send my man to go move you.
Yeah.
Now, you taking the law in your hands now. It's a joke.
You know, it's sad for the country. It's really sad.
Yeah, now I see now the corruption issue now. I see the people are buying cars. Then they're buying cars. I mean, right now I think the local boys she in hot water right now. They on her case right now, and all I think will come down to the political will.
We're going to discuss that tomorrow, sir.
Yeah, we'll discuss tomorrow. Yeah.
I understand she bought one of the most expensive cars.
It's because of tomorrow. And then she fighting back. But come on, guys. I mean, what happened? Compare what the accused Ami are doing. What different? What Ami did? What compare? Read the story. Compare the story. What happened?
But look, even if this administration with their very tough style they're coming up with, if they was to say, hey, we're going to consider some country to help. Some African countries are doing better. They respect the rule of law. Liberia not even come among them. Liberia not even be part of them for them to even consider. Because you see all the happenings in Liberia. You see what's going on every day. You know, corruption, the rule of law, security, and everything is just bad. Why do you think they want to come and say, hey, we're going to come out to Liberia, we'll do this for Liberia, when the country can't even help itself? All you find, America will say, hey, we spend billions of dollars in Liberia through using. What became of it? Where's this country now? Where did our money go? You know, stuff like that. So it's very difficult for Liberia. Professor, you think there will be any way out for them?
Yeah, in fact, I will flip it over to Pewee in this fashion. So Pewee, consider this. You are a businessman over the United States. You know, you got money. You're looking for a place to set up a factory to do clothes manufacturing. You know people in Liberia can sew. You know people in other African countries can sew. You take a look, you go on the internet, you do your search, you check out the rule of law, you check out the security system, you check out other things. So if you're looking at, let's say, countries within ECOWAS, will Liberia be your first choice based on the rule of law, based on other factors, you know, the risk, the security issue? Will Liberia be your first choice to go set up a factory, a clothing factory, to manufacture your clothes?
Despite the breast, my own country, but absolutely no. Because that's how rich there, security rich.
Exactly.
The political.
Be careful because you're political. You get party. You mean I gonna comment?
But listen, But too many. Hold on.
Oh my God.
Hold on. You see, again, politicians don't be sentimental or emotional, and that's why you get.
Business hacks.
Listen, the professor has a very straightforward question.
Yeah.
For a businessman, I got money. I'm talking about investing in the country. There's no business person in the world. Listen. He asked the question about a businessman.
Yeah.
No business person want to invest into area that got high security risks.
Thank you.
Absolutely no. What you want to say here? Who want to invest in where you will see the mopping someone came in live video? There's a lot of political instability. There's this, there's that. No businessman will pay their money there. Oh, you expect me? I agree because you want to invest your money in a very polarized society? No, nobody. So he asked for the context of a businessman. Now, if I'm not a businessman, if I want to go to Liberia to do supporting, do I do? Of course I will. As a businessman, I will invest there. I would rather take that investment into Cote d'Ivoire that is politically stable and peaceful and viable for the business to move to. The intent of establishing business is for profitability.
Thank you.
That's the intent.
Yeah.
So it's when they want to go, oh man, you see, from the business perspective.
Just spin, you spin, you spin.
No, I didn't spin.
But that's what Pewee is saying, Chief.
I didn't spin.
Remember now, if Pewee business has investors that buy stocks into the company.
Exactly.
You think the investors will want you to take, if he go take that kind of risk and put the money in there, he lose that money, the investor will say, but you knew very well this place was risky to do business. You went and did it anyway. They will get rid of him.
They will.
Because, like people just mentioned, the intent of a business is to make a profit. If you're in there not to make a profit, then it's not a business, it's a hobby. Right? And you can have a hobby. But if you're making business decisions, number one, you're checking the security sector to see if it's safe. Will you be able to get your money? How many business people we're seeing every night and then I go to Liberia and get robbed?
A lot.
It happens. So you're better off where you have a justice ministry that respects the rule of law. You have good governance. That's where you're going to go put your money. It's basic. And this is why foreign direct investments to Liberia is not as high as it used to be. At one time, foreign direct investments to Liberia was extremely high. But over the years, it has been falling gradually, you know. So it's just a reality. And that's what business people are making decisions all the time. They're looking at, where can I put my money?
Yeah.
Where can I put my money? You know, I mean, it's just a reality.
It's sad, man. I mean, it's sad. I know what was all the problem. We don't know, but it's sad.
To solve the problem, Tony, we have to solve the political problem in the country. To solve the political problem is to fix the economy. When the economy is good, the politics is going to be good.
Yeah.
And that's it. And
Yeah, but the problem, people, we are too divided right now, right?
That's it. The country is
what weekend. Somebody was saying, say, look, if it's for the first time, let the diaspora come together. You come together. You all go to Liberia. You organize a branch in Liberia and you're in America. You form that movement. Say, look, our goal is to make sure that we take the country to the right place now. But again, before they leave from America, they cross the ocean, they will start fighting.
I was just about to catch you on that one. How many Liberian organizations here in America haven't been in court fighting amongst themselves?
Sad.
Yeah. You know, but Pewee just nailed it. The two guys who just won the Nobel Peace Prize in economics, they said what Pewee just said in terms of how you solve the problem. You got to fix the political economy first.
That's it.
You got to fix the political economy. If you don't fix the politics, the politicians, they will keep gaming the system and will keep dancing around people. Mm-hmm. They'll keep playing games. They'll keep fighting for speakership. They'll keep fighting for tenureship. They'll keep playing all of these games and people will suffer. You got to fix the political system, and you fix it by enforcing the rule of law. You don't fix it by knowing that the central bank governor did something what you think is wrong, and then you turn it around underhandedly and try to pay him off.
Yes.
It's not going to work. You know,
you see, is it was part of it eating more? That's what it wasn't allowed. And mentality, they wouldn't let him go there. They was it. That man can't wait, strict, we can't wait, sister, and that was part of you.
Justice is a bad man.
Most of the tendency we have, and you see, look the way you reacted to me just now, but what I was honest, right? And that's why the country don't like honest people, right? Tell me 1 minute. You see the way you reacted just now. Now, the Liberian people love to listen to those kind of people to mislead them, and then eventually to do this kind of thing is poured out. You need honest people. Now, so the telling is going to be very honest with the Liberian people.
The telling, okay.
Honest with them, protect them, and project those things, and we'll bring people that. Listen, we're gonna indulge into a relationship with folks like the professor and other smart people around Liberians, despite their locations.
No,
engage their thought process.
He political. He don't want to be on the side where you help the country develop.
That's what I'm saying. I said if the issue will get the power now, this is the time we'll deal with these kind of resilient people. Extraordinary brains to come and contribute. Because listen,
so you'll be compelled to come to Liberia to go to Lofa, right?
We keep the country stable. Keep the country stable. All the people are sitting from Little Sioux or working on Sioux will force them to go back home. All the people are from Little Sioux will force them to go back home.
But Lofa,
yeah.
Lofa. We are about to go. You share the MRZ. Where did you today?
Oh no! I was advised. I was advised against that idea because
okay.
You know, I was advised to hold off on that. But that's something I will share at a later time. But yeah, when I spoke to people, they were like, you know what? It is not at your best decision to share that right now, especially. It's almost like you want a job, right, Tomalin? And then you go inside. Right. Exactly. So I thought not to share it tonight, but eventually I will share it. It will not be in the not distant future, but watch me, I will share it. So that would have been the best time for me to share it because of the fact that we had immigration lawyers and we're discussing immigration issue in Liberia. It would have been the best time, but I thought about it. Had I done that, that person probably would have lost a job. I can promise you that.
Thank you.
And I thought not to do it. I thought not to do it because my very self, I don't want food taken out of my mouth.
Thank you.
I want to take it out in another person because tonight, with the amount of people we had on here following and the fact that what transpired today, that individual would have lost his job. I can tell you this from any. So I thought.
I want embassy in Washington.
Yeah.
Tomalin know exactly what happened. It's in the chat room, bro. I share in the chat room.
But thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Because
no problem. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. But that's the only reason why I didn't share it tonight.
Yeah, the day Lofa heading to Liberia that day, we'll call people from all the.
He better go to abroad. They will say, a man be called a politician. I beg you, my lad. They ain't go travel alone somewhere. I beg you, man.
Come on, you know we like been doing nothing happening.
Don't fool the man.
No man, what?
Okay.
Man. They're nothing.
No, central for you, yeah.
But listen, look at other men that were insulting president. You saw it time to do minute when they went to the country.
My man, they get people in there. No, Professor Kenya, what can happen?
What they put in hell with them?
They get it.
What they put in hell with them?
They call Decalabash, right?
When you come to know you.
That's how you enter the place. If you know the for instance, the post you on the show, when you enter the place, the man who got a microphone on the stage, you will call your whole name. So Larry Kennedy from the closing argument from the U.S. Everybody was they put it out there. You can't outside and they say, Chief, you can't go alone. I tell you the truth. I beg you out.
Money, nothing happens. Actually, the one money. Not all.
I don't travel alone.
Actually, the one money.
Wow.
The one money.
That money, yeah, but okay.
The problem with Liberia, corruption will not stop, and the country will continue to sink to the hole. That's how it will be. Corruption will never stop. Even the youngest child, you can't even trust them to buy you a can of Coke on the road. They will not bring you change because they don't think you're entitled to change. They just sit there and take your change. So it's so systemic.
There's no change. They say the man's again.
That's why we going back.
So man, I don't say. Oh, I don't security reason. I can't.
Yeah, right now. I'm going soon.
But I know when you're going. It soon will be very soon.
Security reason I can say, but gonna be soon. I'll be there. I always travel like a TV tonight when I go to Liberia.
I want to hang on your bell. Maybe you can put me outside your see them. Let's go.
Pewee.
We gotta be buying visa. We gotta get visa.
Pewee, not small man. Pewee, your story. Pewee, you're not small man. I will talk off record. You're not small man, Pewee.
What not small man?
Pewee, not small man.
Hey. So you run the government.
They Pewee got they man holding. You're not small man.
So when I gotta go with Pewee to make sure
you know batting cash down. You don't do credit. You don't do credit.
Oh, I think I'm just hustling, man.
You get my phone right now. You know, back cash down, no credit. I
was just once very committed and submissive technicians that at the time worked with the foreign ministry in my technical capacity, not in my capacity as a custodian of fund. I was never a custodian of fund.
They made strong. I got those days enter my office over the weekend. You strong, my man. You are strong, man. No joke.
I was that scared. I ain't scared, but somebody say I'm scared. I don't. I just go there. I don't want to people see me everywhere. They're like, where you at? You in Liberia? Son, I be all Instagram on Village. And like, where you at? I'm like, I'm in Liberia. You don't see.
The problem somewhere. What I do, I don't tell people I'm leaving. I go into the bathroom. I don't trust some of my guys in. When I start going bathroom, I get papa gone.
Anyway, you gotta be on this. For me, when I'm in that brother, be frank. My activities, I go there.
Hold on. Hold on. Pewee. You hear the man who was telling you, say you shouldn't go invest in other countries?
Yeah.
He's stepping out through the back door
Thank you,
with
bro.
his security guy.
Then he got security to go there.
Now the man who say he goes to the bathroom, then he check out.
You don't follow him going to the bathroom. No, for some,
No, because you
when I
be
go there,
careful. People are big, yeah.
when I go in the drive, I drive. Don't want picking people. I drive. I drive in the night, in the day.
Oh, Chief, that's funny, my man.
I don't even drive there,
I don't
bro.
think
I
anybody
don't
want
even
me
drive there.
there in the
I don't even
bro.
drive.
So the only thing I do, I be safe in terms of how I drive because sometimes you got to be mindful of the robot guys. That's all. But when I go out, I don't. And one thing, I don't also go home beyond the latest time I want to be home for some reason because I'm able to be in the dark. So latest, I should be home by around either 10 or 10:30. Latest 11 o'clock in the night, I should be home. Latest. If there's any other reason you off, latest would be that.
You know what I do? I take the bag, I push it to the front door, and block the whole thing. So before y'all open that door, I'll be up.
You just reminded on during our hustle days in Liberia, you have the you don't have iron door. If you're using the regular wool or panel door, so to get the space, you gotta bring a kind of a mason will have to dig from both sides, right? Then they put a steel rod to bend it. So when you lock your door, you put an iron behind it. Yeah. So the iron is coming behind the door. So in the event where you have robots coming to hit it, to forcibly enter your house, then that iron will help contain it until maybe people can come around the rest of that. I know that goodness. So normally it is that way, but almost everybody in Liberia now they have some level of
you see what
doors.
You know, use the blood of Jesus.
You see, Joma Jala should use your blood of Jesus.
Joma Jala. And I hear something that the blood of Jesus, and be doing like all the time.
But I tell anybody, man, look, it's not bluffing, it's not for show. But you just cannot travel in Liberia alone when you come from the place. You just don't do it. It's not.
Then why we can do it? Now why we can do it?
Louis, I know people. I answer you before. When I see you in Liberia, down, you say, okay, but I answer you in Liberia traveling before, so I won't say that.
No, but how can I in Liberia there? And
I can't even drive. And Professor, I don't even think you can't. They're driving. They put and drive recklessly.
Me, I drive.
I get you to say it was a story. Sorry, sorry. I was a time.
And those who begin in the street, those men in the street, right? They know how to extend that. They know all the vehicle we get in. As soon as they see, I'm in town. They didn't see my vehicle. They see you say, oh, the public, they will come around, and the intent is the one small thing, right? I haven't done nothing to anybody to require anybody coming to hunt me politically down. I don't think so. We just so, and there's it, Tony. I disagree with you on the basis of the politics, but I don't come after your personal life story. I don't blackmail people. So if you don't do those things in Liberia, nobody will personally and for now.
Yeah, I'd rather have him.
For now, Liberia is not that dangerous in terms of people coming up. Already that we are frank and say something. There are people in this country, in our country rather, that went after people personally. And let's say we are a president of that country. People attacking and insulting him. Most of our own friends in the New York advocacy. Right? I mean, nobody went after them. The current president, when you're vice president of late, people went through a terrible record attacking. I don't think we have reached that level. Now, if it was in country like Nigeria or places like Ghana and other areas, the political men, you don't hurt their character too much. If you injure them, they can come after you to the extent they want to come after your life. But I don't think it reached that level yet for political assassination in Liberia. We are not there yet. I don't know if we will get there. But now, what can happen in Liberia is this: the insecurity in Liberia is the issue about mob justice. Political violence in terms of
but let me warn you. Let me warn you now. If you know something, like for instance, if something that I know that can damage people, that can expose people and damage them, and you're aware of it, if the person know you have knowledge about that. Let's say something that when it comes out in the public, it will be a big something. It will affect people. People career, political career will be affected. And they know that you're aware of it. Don't take that chance.
In the case of Liberia, what can happen in no cases?
I didn't let you.
What can happen in no cases is that Liberians
we still not found out how what caused the man death. What they call him? What the man, the guy who the phone and bad on the beach.
Addison?
Another high profile guy, any?
Harry Greaves.
Harry Greaves.
All people, you haven't found out what happened to them yet. It's still a mystery. All the thing there. You think it just happened one night? Somebody just getting bored and go playing down on the beach? No. Especially that kind of person, how profile person who don't travel alone. I said,
you have to go back. You have to go back to some cases. These are isolated cases.
Isolated cases, right? Oh,
yeah, I would say isolated cases. Now, if those things are happening back to back, the frequency by which it unfolds, then you try to draw it to political assassination or politically motivated. But if the sequence is that this, so that's why sometimes we do a rough analysis. Say politically motivated, it may be a little isolated. Now, look back. Harry Greaves happened early 2016. When did Addison occur? The lawyer, the purported lawyer, because folks say he was now a lawyer, he purported to be one. Addison unfolded also, I think it was dead about 2015, 2014, dead about something. Right. So these are I would classify it to be isolated. But the sequence and the frequency is where we determine that if it's motivated or so. But the main reason why you see most of the activists or journalists, people that are getting information on certain high-profile government officials, it's not meant to bring them, it's meant to blackmail them and extort money. So most of the guys and the Liberian politicians they understood that perspective very hard. You will see somebody call you money and he get a story about you. The intent is they want money. And in many cases, people do those things and just
different Pewee. If you know certain information that if certain information that you have in your possession, people know that. People know that like right now, okay. Which I don't do. I want to get facts, but if somebody tell me, say, "Oh, Tomalin, you got." I said, "No, we're not talking about that kind of stuff because we don't have evidence." They talk about this. The man at the manager from Guar Palace. Oh, you think for nothing? I said, "As far as concerned, they said the man drank soda." Say you think for nothing? I said, "Well, that's a different case. We get it facts." But what I'm trying to tell you is that people, certain things that you are aware of, people know you know. I can destroy them. My man, they will not let you. You won't let you go free. They say people know about you. You make sure you're grabbing because he exposed that stuff. We done. So Pewee, don't say things like that.
No. I agree. It's okay. I agree that may be some that's a country. That's a country of 5 million plus people.
Yeah.
It's possible that you may have certain people that will know certain things and they will move on. It happens all over the world. There are political assassinations. There are assassinations that are motivated, and the motivation is coming from where somebody believes someone have uncover certain thing that is damning to somebody that will bring them down politically, and they don't want those things happening. So they do some preemptive strike, right? They strike to eliminate the source. And the intent is to eliminate with the source of the information whatsoever. So if they think the best way to strike is to eliminate that process by silencing the person permanently, they move to do that. They also believe that another way they can do it is to co-opt the person by buying it up. They do that. The way the consequences of the actions and want to do the best thing possible. I'm not ruling that out in Liberia. It's possible.
The last thing, you said something about our politics, right? Professor Ken and Pewee. I tell people, right, to never allow these politics to cause you to burn bridges. Like for instance, I should never be the point to come to the point where I would come and, like you said, go personal with Professor Kennedy.
Don't never do it.
Yeah.
Don't never do it.
You're supposed to, Tomalin, you know everybody. No, I can talk to people from all sides. You know why? They'll tell you, I will not come and personal and just come and just lie on you and just attack you on no fact, but just be lying on you and bring it to destroy you. No, I don't do that. No.
Then there will be another time if you need something from Professor Kennedy, you apologize. No, you don't do that.
I will call you. If I hear something, I will call you. I call you, get us out of the story. I call you. I said, "Oh, this is what we're hearing. This is what I brought our attention. If you care to come and clarify or something," and you say, "No comment," I leave it. But if somebody bring it up, the person will bring it. I won't stop the person bring it up because we read to you and you said no. You have no comment. You see, it's important.
Yeah, this is why I don't understand sometimes with the culture, because people that go so far on the extreme to try to assassinate people politically, assassinate the character assassination. They go so far on the extreme that I'm sitting there sometimes going, man, the way how you not go so far on the extreme and assassinating that person's character, attacking the family and doing all of that stuff, how are you going to come back? But every now and then we see some people that are coming back again.
They will come back.
It's a small society, and people know somebody. For instance, right? If I finish attacking somebody, that maybe then I go visit Professor Kennedy, the one that got the horse in for me, get the horse.
You run into the person
there. Then the person say, "Oh," I said, "Oh," when he said, "Oh, that man, I come in, so that man, he blow my cousin. He jack. We all know evidence he insulted.
Yeah.
He said all kind of stuff, and then he had to come in now.
So
Like,
who
if you
attack, they will go after the person's children, they go after the person's wife. The innocent people go after them, they go after the person record all things, and they will say something that not far from the reality. And then they want to something up. I know people that will have attacked almost all government officials in Liberia. Then time will come for some reason, they come by here and pray. How you bruise somebody that way? You bruise the person. Then you come by and say, and that's the difference to me. That's the reason why I say for me, going back to Liberia, I can go in that country anytime. I will leave from the time. Normally I leave when I ready to in Monrovia, when I ready to drive to go to Lofa sometime. So now I leave 2 in the morning. So now 3 in the morning, I would drive. Leave me on board 2, 3, 4. Also in the car, I would drive into Lofa. And I arrive in Lofa around 6, 7 in the morning. Where we hitting target, all of it. We stop on the way while driving. We see Pan One coming up. We stop on the way. The Pan One come from the bush. We drink on the road. We see bush meat. We doing that on the road because on the road, and that's why I'm pushing the ball from North Carolina to come in leave on Raleigh and go enjoy. so
that's who follow you.
yeah, you know. So that's the intent.
Nobody be calling for politician and this thing.
No, I'll be good. Mind you, do you know how many persons also there? A lot of I can remember. There's a woman I know. I didn't forget the woman's name. Whenever she called almost all the talk show in Monrovia. That's how she called them. She don't call them, but she said politician too. That's how she said. She said because they have lost the trust and confidence, right? So that's how she called them. And a lot of folks believe that the problem in Liberia are the politicians. The politicians are the problem in Liberia. They are the reason why Liberia is so bad.
It is.
But Pewee, let me be honest with you, right? If we were to be sincere, let's take out our political garments and hats. Let's be honest to the core. What if you were to describe Liberia's problem? What do you think let's say 95% of our problems come from? Is it not the self-proclaimed politicians who have consistently been corrupt and kept the system the way it is? Or is it the people who are purposely keeping us the way we are?
I agree with the politicians. And then
right. And you and I, you did political science. I had nothing to do with political science. But what I have done is I have invested in myself enough to understand that politicians are not people who are heavily corrupt. Yes, there are corrupt politicians anywhere in the world, but a true politician is an individual who understands and wants to leave behind legacy, as compared to an individual who simply wants to enrich himself. An individual who is bent over simply enriching himself at the detriment of the masses is not a politician. He or she is then to be described as a politician because they trick their way through the system and then they are tricking their way to enriching themselves. And that's why we are saying to them that they are not politicians. Any real politician, let's look at Trump today. Trump is not looking like he's just trying to get money out of people. What he's trying to do is, after he's no longer in office, Trump will be remembered. He will be remembered for what he's doing. Look at Barack Obama, the Obamacare.
The Obamacare, yeah.
Okay, that is what Barack Obama will be remembered for. Let's look at Biden. Biden is remembered for his contribution to what happened in South Africa. And I can go on and on, but this is what you cannot say of most Liberian politicians. The very few of them people, acknowledge and appreciate their contribution, like Bacchus Matthews. Folks will say, okay, Bacchus Matthews' contribution to Liberian politics. Outside of Bacchus Matthews, who else can we really reference that really fought corruption and did what they needed to do to enable us to compete with the rest of the world. It's rare that anybody said anything, even if you were to say the likes of Councillor Kehleboe Gongloe. Today, people are still concerned about certain things that were done, missteps in the way, and we are all human. You cannot say anyone is going to be clean. But these are some of the things we need to start holding ourselves, put forth all of those checkpoints so that the likes of you and other people who are visioning the idea of representing us can see that there are people who will hold us accountable if we were to make the mistakes. To say when we come to power, we won't drive these $500,000 limousine. Lofa will call me a politician too. So let me not take it. That's my position.
Let me ask this question before I head out.
All
if
right.
you had a choice between politician and used car salesman, which one you say you trust the least?
At least, no. I would prefer a leased car salesman as compared to a politician. You want Professor Larry trying to be very professional, you call them politician. Look, to be honest with you, a car salesman will probably give me some accurate information about that vehicle.
He just said probably.
Exactly.
He just said probably.
No. But here's one thing. I said probably, but I would not use probably with the politician.
That means you don't trust them.
I don't trust them, but that you said in comparison to that of the politician, though.
You said the least. Who's on it?
Yeah. I mean, the list of I would never consider the politicians. Let's reverse the question to all of us on here. Let us all answer. Will you trust a politician over a used car salesman?
Yes.
Lofa, used car salesman.
Yes.
I don't trust them.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't. I will. The way I don't trust the politician, equally so I won't trust them also.
The politician, but you know that you see lies in the eyes. You see the lie, the lie you see.
No used car salespeople.
Used car people, but they'll get you the thing, and you go try it. And after a few months, the car breaks and says, "He said, but I told you, I gave you guarantee for a few months."
So, Professor Larry, what is your answer? I want to know.
Yeah, it's because people don't trust used car salesmen. That's why in this country they got things like lemon law, they got things like Carfax, they got all of those things that which when it comes to politician, you don't have it at all.
Oh,
you're on your own.
What you call lemon law? What you call Carfax? What was that?
Carfax will tell you how many person own a vehicle, how many times they accident.
Oh, really?
Information on the vehicle.
But when you go to auction, it's not at auction, right?
Yeah, the Carfax has to be there because some people lie. You give me
at auction.
Yeah, you put a VIN number. You take a VIN number. You put on the internet. They will give you the history on the car. So a lot of.
So when you buy a used car, like how many miles will you say that you can be? One can come on to say
car. So like a Honda, the miles can be like 70,000 to 80,000 miles, but like a Kia, like 30,000 miles. So it depends on the car, right? But I think when you know that used car salesman is tough, but politicians, the dishonesty level is so high. I was watching 60 Minutes on Sunday, and Leslie Stahl was interviewing what's the former Republican leader, man? The old papi who froze at the microphone.
Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell. Interviewing Mitch McConnell. And she was asking him.
I think I wiped part of it. Yeah, go ahead.
You saw part of it?
Yeah.
Because he blamed President Trump for the January 6th uprising. He said President Trump was unfit to lead.
Yes.
He said all these things. And then she said, but you supported him. He said, yeah, I'm a Republican. But she said, despite you saying he's unfit to be president, why did you still support him? He said, well, it's not about him. It's about the people voting for him. He will not say in his heart that he will not vote for the man. He said because he's Republican, even though the man is unfit to lead, he was still going to vote for the man.
Exactly.
That right there tells you it all about politicians.
Yeah, see what Nikki Haley said the same thing. You call him and say you still support him, you vote for him.
In spite the man, you're saying the man was responsible for insurrection. You're saying the man is unfit to lead. You're saying all these things. Yeah. But you can't take the courage like a Liz Cheney and say you're not going to vote. But it tells you about politicians. They care about their own well-being.
That's all about themselves. That's true.
Exactly. So to Pewee's point, you want to fix Liberia, fix the political side of things first. If you don't fix it, you're going to have a serious problem because the president will not be able to get anything done if you have a corrupt political climate. Because everybody will want you to bribe them to pass legislation. People want you to bribe them to pass their nominees. But some of the nominees, they are completely unqualified. But it still gets confirmed.
Yeah, and you're right, because that's one of the major things we face now today in the country. To pass certain legislation coming from the executive, you have to send some huge money across from both houses.
Exactly.
You have to do those things.
What's the point of doing that?
It was part of that's a serious problem the country is faced with. No lawmakers for the.
But Pewee, why don't have me in America here? Why don't have me here?
Because in America here, the people who the taxpayer, the voters,
I dare them to do it. I dare them.
If you didn't do the right thing, then after 2 years, as a representative, they'll remove you.
And you know, somebody will tell the president Tomalin, he said next year, November, is a midterm election.
Yeah,
so now the Republican got 13 Senate seats to defend. He said, but what's going to happen very soon? Somebody already started to grumble. He said, we get Trump and Elon Musk doing too many things, too much things that can affect us. So they say, watch it, they're gonna have a big fight soon because they are running for re-elections, 13 of them, and most of them are in competitive races. So they gotta be careful, and then also the House too. So House members are in swing district. So they gotta be careful too. So now their fear is, if we're not careful, Democrat will take control of the House, of the both houses, and the Senate again.
Yeah,
you know,
and I was saying something, and they were asking to begin Harris Anthem, the data reporter.
Oh, I did not begin Harris Anthem, smart guy.
He said yesterday that just the war tariff, the first time in Israel, America, more than 200 million for Google tariff.
Look at that.
Meaning Americans are concerned about it.
You see?
Meaning Americans are concerned. But probably, I would probably say that part of the reason why Trump trying to listen to the negotiation to see how he can slow it down. Because the Americans are very concerned about it. They don't like it.
Yes.
Because they believe, as the analysts been analyzing it, that it's going to affect home base. Yeah, and then so that's why they're trying to do things.
From now seeking re-election to 2028, he's seeking re-election. So right
but
now,
he can affect the party.
Well, Trump care for party. I beg you, man. Trump care for that party. Trump right now, Trump years for retribution and also to make money. All year for right now.
Tomalin, let me throw this in there. Professor Larry probably may disagree with me on this, right? This is where I had the slightest thought, just a little bit, to say maybe President Bright will probably be thinking in the same direction to say, you know what, at this point, I already have nothing to lose but leave behind legacy. So I am going to come to change everything. I am going to be that disruptor. Everything that did not happen Ellie's time, we are time, I'm going to make sure it happened my time. That is where I had just a little bit of room. Just a little bit. I was thinking, okay, I hope he will use this opportunity to prove me wrong. Other than that, nothing. But I see that the old man Jess is so reluctant. Look, have you guys heard whether it's true? I have not invested time in inquiring about this $75,000 car that Rosalind Swakogo Dennis, a woman who was once a representative, now serving as the CEO of NOCAL, is purchasing a vehicle or purchasing vehicles that cost $75,000. I did not invest much time into really knowing what really happened, but to this extent that one can be so careless in the action, where should anyone really think that politicians are honest to some extent? Professor Larry, you can chime in on that.
Lofa, I totally agree with you.
There you go.
Yeah. But you see, I totally agree with what Lofa is saying. Because one would think that President Boycott at his age would not be worried about getting re-elected.
Amen.
He will come in, he will owe nobody anything at this stage, and will just go ahead and make some radical changes to put the country. In fact, that's what he was saying on the campaign trail. that he was going to get the governance thing straight. But rather than come in and pass legislation or come in and repeal the tenure law, he starts repeating the same thing like the previous administration, just plucking people out of there and replacing them. You should repeal it. That would be the proper way to get it done. But to Tomalin's point, when he was asking Pewee, why is it that in America you don't see people paying to pass legislation and all that stuff? You see what Cecile Colley said in the chat? That's the same thing I was about to say a few seconds ago. Because Bob Menendez, he got 11 years in prison for taking. Bob Menendez was a very powerful senator in New Jersey.
Foreign Affairs chairman.
Yeah. So Colley is saying the right thing. Very powerful guy.
What really he did? I mean, only because he helped the Egyptian government as all.
He claimed, well, he was accused, or his wife was taking bribes to influence legislation over in the U.S. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to report it.
Yeah.
But he was accused of so many other things, like you were receiving gold bars and
expensive Mercedes-Benz.
Mercedes, and he claimed that he wasn't doing that. But it's because when you do those kind of things, then they will grab you. What was the former governor of Chicago who tried to sell President Obama Senate seat?
Governor Mandrovich.
But I Trump out on him.
Look how many governors from Louisiana have gone to prison. Because when you do those kind of things, and when you try to influence legislation, you try to take bribe, even Jesse Jackson's son, he was taking money from his nonprofit organization, buying fur coat for his wife and doing a whole lot of things.
Buying expensive watches.
Expensive watches.
He's staying in jail?
No, I think he wasn't.
I thought the Democrat picking up huge. Why is that? A huge boy, your mayor. Why you know him and Professor Ken, you know the guy, tall Democratic mayor. I know Mike something. Tall, huge black man. He was from what state though? He was mayor. Yeah, he was sent to jail too.
But that's the reason. But then you look at the political system in Liberia with all the shenanigans going on. How many politicians we see being prosecuted?
Yeah.
We talk about USAID. The only time I remember somebody being prosecuted for siphoning off USAID money was, I think, when someone mentioned the name earlier, when Winfred mentioned the name earlier, World Vision.
Oh yeah, I have a World Vision. Oh, they were corrupt. They were corrupt.
And I got shut down.
Yeah.
2 guys were brought over here to the U.S. and were sent to prison for stealing USAID money. I think they were giving they have a very, very low sentences. They're freed. I think a few years ago they got freed. But because the system, when you prosecute people, that's the governance, the political system. But we don't have the willpower. So as a result, we keep going like this. The corruption.
Yeah, and G.K. Brown, the Detroit mayor. The Detroit mayor, why is that? What do you got? It's mayor from Detroit. Why?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know you're talking about. Yes. Yep. Oh my God. And that's just it. But in Liberia, we can influence legislation. And it's like an open secret. Brown envelopes. It's an open secret. Everybody knows about it.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah,
yes,
thank
sir.
you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the guy. He wanted to jail for corruption. I think for bribery or something like that too.
Okay. So then here comes the question. So here comes the question to Professor Larry Kennedy and excuse me, Tomalin and of course Sylvester. My question is, what stopped us Liberians from implementing similar laws to protect ourselves? Are the Caucasians any smarter than us, or we are simply just evil and bunch of witchcraft to ourselves?
The problem is, it's like asking the legislator to reduce their salaries. They will never do that.
Oh, doing that, Professor, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm going to share this link. Liberians, go see how much your people are paying for lobby stuff and everything. I shared a link on there. There you go.
That's it.
Go ahead, Professor Larry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Pewee. But the people you need to make the change are the people who are benefiting from the system. So there is, I don't know if it's a catch-22 or we caught between a rock and a hard place, but the people of Liberia need to change the system. The legislators are the ones who are benefiting from the system the most. So, and what happens is these kind of things will go on for a long time until eventually it will boil over, because we've seen the young people that do the kind of rioting that we saw. What was it? Recently, I don't know if it was in Nigeria or Ghana, because eventually it boiled over and people would say, look, I'm just fed up with the corruption. They would take to the streets and start protesting. We saw it, I think, a couple of years ago in Lebanon. The people that protested so hard that the entire government had to resign. We saw it, I think it was back in 2010, when a young man who was selling in a market, I think his name was Mohammed Bouzizi, something like that. You unmute, Pewee.
Yeah, Mohammed Bouzizi, Tunisia.
Mohammed Bouzizi in Tunisia. It just built up when the people there, he was a street peddler. They put and harassed the hell out of him. Eventually, he set himself on fire because the place was just so damn corrupt.
I mean, man.
That's what
and that I created Arab Spring. You know, he was selling fruits, apple, all the thing. So when you are selling your fruit, the security pool, that the things strong it out. So he just got mad when he bought gas, set his eye ablaze.
Burned himself in the market. He burned himself, and that just led.
How many countries fell? Egypt.
A lot of countries. Tunisia fell.
Syria was the last one.
Egypt fell.
How about Libya?
Libya took him down.
In Liberia, so that stupid man go kill.
That was the Arab Spring. I think
it was the Arab Spring.
6 countries came down.
But that's what happens. The anger built up over years, and then finally people just say, hell with it. We saw Archie
Popo.
He did it, but nothing happened. Nothing became of that.
Well, first of all, people started to make mockery of his act.
Yes.
But
his action was made mockery of.
It's difficult, man. We are cowards.
Huh? Small get mad when they acting like, bro. Do you see how come? Do you see what happened?
It's difficult. You saw Archie Popo won't happen. Who's somebody?
He did it for a personal reason.
Yeah. So
there you go.
Yeah. It's because it's when I pay money to go down the car.
I'm coming. You're expecting to do it one time.
There was another guy who came after Archie. His name is Juan Brown. He started yelling about. He shut his mouth. Exactly.
They have to do it one time. Their kids said
no, but let me tell you one thing, right? I remember doing Ellington. I was working there. So they said, my mother they said they have a press conference. CDC. We'll do that. So when the police were coming, the fellow was not jumping.
What the mayor will make you like a big mouth.
And then 3 days, I was telling you, I said, you keep on doing that. I said, they'll hear you. Or he said, I'll do it again tomorrow. I said, you be going to probably that's not grab you now. People will throw you away. He said, I said, Labram, don't die with Labram. Ha.
Archie, they said Archie did that thing, right? I was in the ministry that day. When men they do the peace I hitting, the men start running to work where the water coming from.
No, but I saw him when I saw you. I said, hey, man.
The man is bad. He defaced. The man is completely defaced.
Yeah, well.
The deformity is extraordinary.
This is not something to laugh about, but you would think, though, if that incident had occurred anywhere in the Western world, let's just start with the United States. I can tell you that Archie kids would have been settled pretty much for life. I can assume on that because the level of aid and support that would have gone to him, because first of all, people would have seen it as being courageous. He stood for something, all right? Whether he was being selfish about his individual interest, there would have been others who would have seen his action as patriotic, courageous, and they would have named it other things. People would have donated to his health benefit and even to his kids or family. But you know what? In Liberia,
and I'll go for him.
If you open GoFundMe for Archie over here, well, invite him on the show. You know what? I think I know where you go with this. My mouth out of this one. I'm done.
But look how you could have got you humanitarian. You found when there, the man do.
No.
That's why I said. That's why I said my mouth. I knew exactly that's where you were going with it. That's
Lofa. Actually, the sky is already dead, so we can help him. That's realistic. If you want us to do that, the show can do that. It's very correct. But the intent is that I thought he said you're not that strategic in. I don't know the message you're trying to send forth. Even he won't come from the court. Eventually, most of them didn't even support him. After less than 2 days, are going to work. The man in the hospital dying. I mean, it's just quite unfortunate. On a serious note, I just say that
that's a societal problem, right?
Yeah, it's not a little comical.
A societal problem.
It's a serious thing.
Anywhere else, right? Pewee, anywhere else, all of those who were part of that decision, okay, to protest, and not only to protest, will probably have stayed out of work in solidarity will achieve. It is true that they and their family would have been going through, but it would have been consistent. This is what I talk about all the time. Consistency and loyalty. Sometimes we just don't find it among ourselves when it comes to us Liberian. Look at that brother going through all he's going through. And at the end of the day, though, had the result manifested, they probably would have benefited from everything else. But now he's going through it by himself. And that's why sometimes people get afraid. And that's why sometimes I don't get upset with Henry Custard when he's making some of the decisions. I'm like, because you, the Liberian people to making some of these decisions. So I don't get too upset with him. I get upset because he's inconsistent, but I don't get too upset. I kind of laugh at it sometimes.
The problem with Liberian people, you don't die for them. Don't die for them.
Die for them at all.
Yeah, don't be hero for them. They will heal you tomorrow. Then today they heal you tomorrow. Then they boo you tomorrow. I know the poor good man.
That's it. The man is late though. Time to head out.
Okay, Professor. Nice. And that's giving you. We came for long today. That's good.
Oh, right.
That's good. That's good.
All right, guys.
Okay. So Pewee, I'll call you off record so we can talk. I heard some good things about you, buddy.
Come in now. After you should come in.
I'm going around. I know. I'll get my own thing from that thing. That thing I hear about you.
Come in.
You still know that, man. You still know that. I know you know that.
You know
that.
Pewee, you got my cash app?
Nobody man is know that. Don't know him.
You got my cash app?
Which one you got? Ben America?
Yeah, I got credit.
Man, you think Refugee ain't the player?
I got three. I got credit. I got one credit union and one beer bank, one another beer bank.
Look how you so be saying let me say something to my uncle, the bad guy. You know me doing it.
No, in Lofa County, the uncles take care of the nephews.
No, the nephew can bring the palm wine.
No, you don't do that. No.
Yeah, nephew bring the palm wine.
The nephew brings the palm wine, but the uncle brings the food.
Yeah. The uncle bring the food.
Yeah. I know that much. Don't play me.
But I won't visit Lofa with you. I won't go Lofa. Do you want to go? Just you like bro, Kevin Lofa.
Yeah. And you're very enjoying.
But Johnny is willing to take people.
Bro. I gotta go Lofa at least. At least I Ben Nima. I found it Ben Nima. Yeah, Lofa. I won't go. I won't go Lofa. I'm going to South East there. I'm going to South East before no.
You going to South East, yeah?
I'm going to Grand G there, to Grand Cru, to Sano, to even play my I'm going there. Yeah.
South East.
I bet a few counties. Let me see. Bombing came out. Bong, Nima, Magibi. Oh, I bet. What? Man, I gotta do more than that, man. What? You be how many can you know?
Lot.
I gotta go there. It was a good show, but
lot. I guess. I'm there almost in all the counties.
Tomorrow we make.
I'll go to Southeast. I go to Southeast. Yeah. Let me call you. Yeah.
Okay. All right.